And a very good morning to everybody on the internet and around the world. We have our first pair on the line. You have missed nothing. Warren Watts, Adrian Portelli. This is eliminations. Turn on with lights, go home. So yeah, we've had no eliminations so far this weekend. We were supposed to have them yesterday. The only elimination that happened yesterday was Norway. Right. That's mean. I love all Norwegians. They're wonderful people. So this is all about racing. Adrian Portelli and Warren Watts. Adrian with 10.03, Warren with a 9.07. Warren turns on the win light with a whole shot win. Adrian Portelli was dead on with a 5, but it was Warren on the tree. Over 0.2 of a second advantage. Win margin still was 0.4. There was no real way Adrian was going to win that one. Right, Simon Innes and Laura Bainton. Laura having, frankly, a terrific weekend. And you think, after such a good weekend, she'd get an easier draw than Simon Innes. Well, there you go. So they were number 15 and 31. None of that matters now because it was a complete bun fight to get into Pro ET. The last session last night, qualifying-wise, was just so close indeed. So Laura 9.84, 10.60 for Simon. The tree will run for the Cuda, the Barracuda, in the Kestrel Lane. Unfortunately, Laura goes red. It will be Simon. Well, in other news, Laura Bainton resets her personal best. Simon Innes runs dead on with a 7. I don't think the Baintons are that unhappy with that, to be honest with you. 9.81. It's still sunny, but it's fresher this morning with a tailwind, so it's going to play havoc, I think, with everybody's dial-ins. Right, Mr. Colin Morris and Freddie Thompson. Freddie was number 6 qualifier. Colin got in on a last-ditch effort last evening. In at number 22. Still does 9.90, the number he runs all the time. Supergas and in Pro ET. Freddie Thompson, 9.76. Freddie is leading the Pro ET Championship at the moment. Well, they both definitely had their Weetabix this morning. Win light comes on for Freddie. Oh, goodness me, better of the 2 breakouts, if that's even possible. He was 0-1 on the tree. That's why he's number 1 at the moment. 0-1 on the tree. He ran a little bit too quick, but unfortunately for the Morris boys, Colin was a little bit too quick as well. Right, Brett Featherstone and Jack McClure, the only one of the McClures to qualify. There may well be 1 or 2 coming in as an alternate, because I can already see an alternate rolling around behind the tower. Yeah, so Brett was number 10, Jack 26. Can the Nova run that little 100E down? I don't think so. It will be Jack McClure taking the win. Lesser of the 2 breakouts again. He was quicker on the tree and he made Brett go too quick. Okay. So Gav Jackson was number 33. He has been drafted in to replace Bill Wilson. Unfortunately, Bill posted on social media last night that the front end of the car was in both sides collapsed, unfortunately, when he lurched forward in stage, and not repairable. What a shame, because he was having such a terrific weekend. So it will be Gav Jackson, who was number 33, and he takes the place of the number 1 qualifier. Up against Reuben Dawson, killer in whatever class he's in. Well, I don't need to tell you, Gavin Jackson with a very polite reaction time. Reuben will pull up alongside and shadow him, which he does perfectly. 9.18 takes out a 10.57. Closer to dial-in was Gav, but it was Reuben with the racecraft at the finish line. The Yorkshire Terrier himself, Mr. Bob Molden. Everyone could do with a bit of Yorkshire tea after staying up till whatever o'clock this morning. Isn't it great when the members of your family have birthdays one after the other? So it's Sue's birthday today, apparently. Happy birthday, Sue. With lots of love from Lee, of course, and all of the Huxleys. Number 8 was Lee. Bob. 24. None of that matters now, obviously. Bob Walden leaves first. Lee Huxley running him down. Still unusual to see Lee running in Pro ET instead of Super Pro. And he gets the job done. The lesser of the two breakouts again. Wow, we've had a number of those already this morning. Lee was 0-1 on the tree. Bob was 0-9. So I don't think Bob was ever going to get that one. He's still in Super Gas, I think. I haven't seen him running Super Gas this weekend. Maybe not. Right, Ryan Garrett, who was the last qualifier, number 32, gets to play on round 1 against Al Medley. Al was number 16. Nice job. Al and Jill both having a good weekend. Ryan Garrett. 0.13 red, unfortunately. Wow, Al Medley went 7 hundredths too quick. It didn't matter at all because the wind light was already on in his lane. I think it's called first or worst, that one. Right, Mark Huxley and Jess Bishop. Jess kept running quicker and quicker and quicker. This morning she dials 8.55. With the way that everything's been going, i.e. people breaking out, she could well be into the 9.4s on this one. Mark with a 9.73. Once again, tailwind, nice cool air, really great racetrack. We've had breakouts all over the place. More runs been decided by double breakouts than I can remember for a long while. Well, they're both clean and green. Who's got the stones at the finish line? Mark Huxley with a breakout, and it's a double breakout again. Jess into the 8.4s, 8.49. The worst of the two breakouts. Just to explain, they're trying to get as close. They're trying to get the wind light and as close to their number as possible without going too quick. If they go too quick, that's called a breakout. That means they're eliminated. However, if both of them break out, i.e. go too quick, it's the least worst. So if someone is 0.1 under, the other is 0.2 under, no matter who got there first, it'll be the one 0.1 under that takes the win. Right, Tom Kay and Chris Creswell. Can we have Super Pro ET into the lanes, please? Super Pro, please. Into the pairing lanes. Thank you very much indeed. So, Tom Kay, who's up at 7. Chris, 23. As I may have mentioned a few times, none of it matters now. It's all about wind lights. Well, they've both given themselves a great chance. Wind light comes on. A double breakout again. Chris Creswell was the one that broke out by the least. Tom Kay was 009 on the tree and just took a little bit too much at the finish line, unfortunately. I'm going to go back and work this out, just how many double breakouts we've had in this round of racing, because there are quite a few. Right, Nick Garrett and John Mickelson. Possibly the lone person in a Norwegian shirt last night at the game, but John, I hope you have a great day for Norway today. Although Nick Garrett doesn't, obviously. Numbers 5 and 21. Well, Nick's pulled alongside. Well, John Mickelson, that was a whole shot win. Nick Garrett was 008 on the tree, and there was nothing that John could do, unfortunately, with a .499. Still so great to see him here. Thank you for making the trip. I'm sorry England has made your weekend miserable. Right, Amy Watkins and Stu Thompson. I hope it hasn't, obviously. some seriously rough matchups in this first round of racing here. As in tough. You normally expect these in later rounds, but just about every single person in Pro ET is deadly. Amy Watkins is definitely one of them. She was number 29 though. They are both green. Stu Thompson. Stu Thompson out in front by virtue of the dial in, and it's Stu Thompson taking the win. That wasn't a breakout race. He actually stayed the right side of the index. He was also 0-2 on the tree as well. Amy broke out trying to run him down, which, looking at the numbers, unfortunately for our Amy, was never going to happen. Billy Everett gets a freebie because number 4 qualifier Andy Brook has issues on the line. And he goes 950. Finally hits the number. 956 on a 56. Right, just a quick. Right, so yeah, just a very quick clean. We've got a lot of matchups already set up for round number 2. We have Lee Huxley taking on Al Medley. We will have Billy Everett, who just won that race there, up against Warren Watts. Chris Creswell against Simon Innes. And Nick Garrett taking on Stu Thompson. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces to fill to match up the other races. Right, Tom Watkins, Ronnie Mercer. Ronnie has had that Little Anglia on a rail this weekend, which is like Anglia and rail is 2 words you don't normally say in the same sentence. He's going to be getting the tree second after Tom Watkins, who dials 9.00. This is for... Well, he didn't move second. Just saying what I saw with my eyes. Backing off at the top end slightly, goes 9.07 and takes the win. A breakout. Tom Watkins was never going to run him down. Ronnie was 0-2 on the tree as well. So, Ronnie Mercer will take on Reuben Dawson in round number 2. 3 more spots to fill. Ellie Measham against Neil Watkins. The winner of this one gets Freddie Thompson. 1090 is the dial-in this morning for Ellie. A very sensible dial-in as well, with the tailwind and the cool air and everything else. Well, they're both green. Win light comes on because he didn't break out. Neil Watkins moves on to round 2. Ellie, unfortunately, 10.89 with the 3, but she wouldn't have won that one anyway because of the reaction time advantage. There was no way she was going to get the stripe first and take the win without, or take the stripe anyway, and without breaking out. Stevie Gates, John Bean. This is a massive matchup for round 1 as well. Both of these two real killers when it comes to the world of Pro ET racing and in Supercomp as well, to be honest with you. John was number 18, Stevie number 2. None of that matters now because, as we've seen with reaction times and things like that, it can all be ironed out or worked out on the starting line. And this one might be. So Ford against Chevy. Goes to the Chevy. Once again, John Bean breaks out but did not get there first either, which was basically down to Stevie Gates' reaction time. So Stevie Gates sets up a round 2 matchup with Jack McClure, Dave Cherrett and Anthony Mitchell. I think this is it is indeed the last pair. So the alternates that we had waiting and ready to go, I think it was only Gav that got to run this morning. That's why Dave Rudd is sadly making his way back to the pits, but just not his weekend, this one. So Anthony Mitchell is away out in front. Can he do it? Not quite. Right, stop me if you've heard this one before. Double breakout. Anthony Mitchell had the advantage off the 3, but it was Dave Cherrett. Right, I think this run is not an elimination run because we have our second round completely set. Yeah, just a time trial run for these two. Just were waiting in line. They were both alternates. That's Susie with the Eye Candy Dragster and Jordan Cowley. Yeah, they were 35 and 36. So they did come down just in case anyone couldn't make it. Well, Jordan's Darling was an 850. Actually, they both are. 889 with a 7 and a 960 for Susie. Commiserations to Andy with the little dragster down there. Real good effort during qualifying, just not the morning you wanted, obviously. Okay, that sets up our round 2 matchups in Pro ET. Top to bottom, Reuven Dawson against Ronnie Mercer. That's going to be a great one. Nick Garrett against Stu Thompson. Mark Huxley against Dave Cherrett. That's a big-time matchup as well. Chris Creswell against Simon Innes. That's another big one. Stevie Gates against Jack McClure. Freddie Thompson takes on Neil Watkins. Billy Everett against Warren Watts. And Lee Huxley against Al Medley. That does it for round number 1 of Pro ET. We move on to Junior Dragster elimination round number 1. Racing over the 8th mile on their dial-ins, exactly the same thing, but just not quite as far down the track. Right, Scarlett Kidley and Teddy Howe, your first 2. So again, this is where patience, because you've got to wait for the other car to go. So the young lad that's got to have the patience to wait is Teddy Howe. .20 for him, so a 3.3 second head start on the tree for Scarlett. Whether he waits that long or not, we'll have to wait and see. Scarlett is off and running. Teddy waits for his green light. So racing to the 8th mile, don't forget it's the second block of the 2 at half track. Well, Teddy's already gone past, and Teddy didn't break out. Well done, young man. Good effort for Scarlett, though. Right, what a round 1 matchup this is. Chev. Sorry, I beg your pardon, it's Letty, sorry. And Frank. 2 very, very good friends indeed. Well, mainly because Letty annoys the hell out of him, but Frank's pretty good at it too. So this is a big one, actually, because this is for a buy into round 3. So there's a 2 for 1 up for grabs. Letty was number 1 qualifier off the trailer with a 0001 light. She's going to be getting the tree first. 1202 is her dial-in. Frankie, 8.90. The reason for the disparity in dial-ins is because Letty's a bit younger. She's off and running. And there goes Frank, trying to run her down. So don't forget, the winner of this one gets a buy in the next round. Here comes Frankie. Is it in time? Oh, Frankie Ken. Letty's going to be mad with you. Well, he takes out the number 1 qualifier in the first round this morning. And he will get a buy run in round 2 as well. Yeah, stay away from Letty for a while. I would. Right, Finley Fag and Lola Bell. So Lola just saw her brother take out the number 1 qualifier. Can she do the same thing with Finn? Finn was up there at number 4. Lola Bell 17. Again, none of this matters now. It matters for points, obviously. Well, Finley, as long as Finley doesn't break out, which he does, the win light goes to Lola Bell because they both took the green and Finley broke out. He went too quick. He went 788 on a 790. Well, Lola completely dead in the water on the start. Lola won. She won. Finley broke out. The win light is on in Lola's lane. In the other lane, unfortunately for Finn, he broke out. They both got the green light. That's a weird one to start the day. Yeah, Lola Bell and Frankie moving on to round number 2. It's got to be one of the most unusual way to win a race. Move about a foot, but still get the win. Yeah, there you go. I think Dad just told her. That's not the best way to win, but you know, doesn't matter. Finley kept it planted all the way through and went too quick, unfortunately, just by a tiny margin. Whether they can get that fixed or not for round number 2, who knows? Well done, Lola. It's good reaction time as well. Just trying to get the car fixed for round number 2 now. Right, Ada Cassisi, and Neve Devi. I had the pleasure of the company of Ada's parents last night. Wonderful people. Anna and Steve. Steve doing the heavy pushing. I'm sure Anna does a bit of that too. Up against the one and only Neve Devi, who's riding high in the championship at the moment. Right, dial in 7.90 and 8 flat. The tree is going to run almost exactly at the same time. Neve was a higher qualified of the two. Once again, none of that matters now. Good luck to both of them. Well, there was a difference on the line, obviously because of the stagger on the tree, but also because Neve was away first and she didn't break out. That's been the key today. Neve Devi moves on. Unfortunately, end of the day, early on for Ada that time round. Right, Tom Peters and Chloe Cromwell. Right, Tom qualified higher, but again, none of that matters now as well because Chloe is very, very good indeed. Anyone who shows up to Racing Junior Dragster can win at any given point. So, on the dial-ins, they've both got almost identical dial-ins, just 1/100th between the pair of them. There is going to be almost, well, there should be, to the naked eye, almost a, you won't be able to see it on the tree. Just depends where they decide to leave, that's the thing. And you can see when one left before the other. Tom Peters takes the win. Chloe broke out by the most as well. She was over the finish line first, but she broke out by a rather large margin. So it is Tom moving on to face Teddy Howe in round number 2. Right, Molly Openshaw, Jason Kidley. Got to say a thanks again to class sponsor Carl Cox Motorsport. Helping out the next generation of killer bracket racers, basically. Well, there's a big wait for Molly, but she waits. Is she going to get to Jason? I don't know, though. Look at how close that is. A huge breakout for Jensen. Like half a second breakout for Jensen. That will be Molly Openshaw. Goodness me. I did wonder why he was so far out in front. Right, Emmy Cromwell and Kai Cooper. Kai over there in Slick Tricks Lane, once again, only 2/100ths between them on their dials. The tree will run almost exactly at the same time. However, Emmy has the unfortunate accolade of being the first one to red light in round number 1 of Junior Dragster. Stays the right side of the number as well, unfortunately. Even though he went too quick, Kai Cooper gets the win. because Emmy went red. Right. Lil Sis was number 1 qualifier. She was out here in round number 1, unfortunately. Now it's up to Chev, who went red twice in qualifying. Doesn't really matter, though. She's still around to race in round number 1. She's going alongside Ted Sullivan, who was top of the tree for quite a while with the Bulldog. Again, no difference in dial-in whatsoever. 200s. So Chev trying to make it a bit of a longer day for the Checkit family. Ted goes way early. Nearly a 1/10 of a second. So it will be Chev into round 2 against Kai Cooper. And she runs bang on her dial-in as well. Well, just for good measure, Ted Sullivan goes way too quick, unfortunately. Can we have ET Bike into the Perrin lanes, please? ET Bike into the lanes, please, for round number 1. Right, Emily Phelps with the Little Alligator. And Sydney English. Can't think of a more English name than Sydney English. Right, Sydney is long gone in the distance. Can Emily run him down? I think she's going to get there in time. And the win light comes on for the Little Alligator. Emily with a slightly better reaction time and a win light. She will face Lola Bell Kent. That was going to be fun. In round number 2. So just a few more pairs to go. Got Super Pro ET round number 1 round the back of the tower as well. They're not far away at all. Ethan Cannon. And Ella Rose Smallworth. This for a round 2 matchup with Molly Openshaw. Well, Ethan off and running. Can Ella Rose run him down? It's going to be very close, actually. It's a breakout for Ethan. Ella Rose takes the win. The Smallworths move on to round 2. Well, by virtue of not breaking out, really, Ethan had a big reaction time advantage, but he broke out, just went too quick at the finish line. It's all about learning how to bracket race, really. Right, Tom Adams, Max Taylor. Your next two, 12.72 for the Raptor, which is stalled on the line. I hope he can get it started. They're going to give him a little bit of extra time. And unfortunately, it's going to be a buy run. Fortunately for Max, but unfortunately, it's going to be a buy run. They couldn't get the car started in time. That's a heartbreaking way to lose for Tom. 1-0 reaction time for Max. I can say that out loud because there's no one in the other lane. Will he run 790? That's pretty good. 794. Good effort. Yeah, well done. Chip off the old block, mate. That's what it is. Right, Oscar Young and Amelia Innes. So Simon's already moved on. Can Amelia do the same? So 1190 plays 904. Nearly 3 seconds advantage on the tree in the Kestrel lane. Right, clean and green in both lanes. Amelia has to run Oscar down. Very close. It's Amelia with the lesser of the two breakouts. There's a shock. Other lane was over the line first, but Amelia didn't break out as much. Well done. Right, one more race in round one of Junior Dragster. Daniel Todd and Jake Cooper. This is a big one as well. Daniel did really well in qualifying. Really well. .06 red for Jake Cooper. It's going to be Daniel Todd moving on with a 790. It'd have been tough to beat anyway. 793 on a 792 and an 01 reaction time. I think when Jake sees the timing ticket, he's going to know his number was up that time anyway. So round number 2 matchups. Frankie Kent has a bye run. Teddy Howe takes on Tom Peters. Neve Deavy goes against Max Taylor. Kai Cooper against Chevy Checkett. Amelia Innes against Daniel Todd. Lola Bell Kent takes on Emily Phelps. That's a cool matchup. And Molly Openshaw against Ella Rose Smallworth. Right, the noise you can hear now will be round number 1 of Super Pro. Right, first matchup we've got today in Super Pro should be Pete Walters against Mark Bailey, but no Mark Bailey for this round 1 matchup. He had a bit of a rough time in qualifying, did Mark. Super Pro ET sponsors: Pete Knee Memorial, AJS Bodywork, A-League Roofing, Alders Automotive, sorry, Richard. Bath Bloke, Didwell Racing, Dolly's Gift Box, Figures for Figures, Flexi Waste Environmental Services, Garage Thomas Haas, Giles and Hartley Racing, Giles Services Limited, Good Vibrations Motorsport, Harry's Coachworks and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Hillcrest Performance, and Holly Walters Dental, who I'm sure will be cheering on her brother. Right, so Pete with the buy run. Not sure if he's going to go and run all out. 7.16 is the quickest I think I've ever seen that car dial. There's your answer. Going to see what the car will run in today's weather. 7.24 on a 7.16, but with a lot of death smoke at the finish line. He still went 177 over the stripe, but they are going to have a lot of work to do if they can even fix it after that. That was some very heavy breathing going on for that blown big block Chevy through the finish line then. Track crew out checking, as they always do. Pete, perfectly safe, pulls off the top end of the racetrack with a shootout. We await word as to whether we are going to need to clean or we can go back to racing. Well, they look to be wandering back, which is always a good sign. Might have just been something come loose and just caused a lot of smoke, but anything like that is never good. It makes the crew feel sick and it's horrible. Well, he's into round 2. Let's hope he can make it. Right, Dave Crowhurst should have been against Nick Curtis. Couple of buys already in this. Nick Curtis. Oh, it was the prop shaft that went last night, wasn't it? On the run, on the last run. I thought it was the blower belt that let go and slid across the track. It wasn't, thank you, Thomas. It was actually the prop shaft from the Lawbreaker Malibu. So that's something that's going to take a little bit more fixing than overnight. Dave Crowhurst, buy run into round number 2. Right, 785 for the big block powered Camaro down in Cranbrook in Kent. Lovely place to be. Why not run it all out? 785, 798. Well, it was a tune-up buy run. Not bad. Might have been a good job it was a buy run. Because if Nick had been in the other lane, that might have been a different story. But well done to Dave. Commiserations to Nick. Hope you can get it sorted out soon. Right, continuation of Super Pro sponsors. Hydrocos, JK Firenze Technics, NJC Property Solutions, Pete Walters Race Design, who you saw take a round win. Hopefully it's not too bad. Plane Racing, S&B Racing, Slick Tricks, Slim Chance Racing, Solo Precision. He's down there in the water box right now. Surrey and Berkshire Scaffolding Living Limited, Swinney & Son, Team Time is Money, the Cud Life Ultra Plastics, Walters Motorsport and Windstream Widgets. Right, so Tom should be alongside Aaron, who is unfortunately being pushed around. So we're 0 for 3 on races so far in eliminations in Super Pro. That's a great shame for Aaron, because that car really was on song all weekend. They'll get there. It'll happen. It's just the annoying when part, obviously. Right, so freebie tube-up run for the Atkinson family. Dial-in 8:35 is one of the quickest I think I've ever seen for the Cortina. He's been doing this a long while, as you can see by all the scrutineering stickers on the back. Well, backs up a little bit to 8:44. That's unusual. Commiserations to Aaron and the whole team. Thought it might be their weekend. Well, that's a little bit puzzling, I think, for the Atkinsons. Well, so we do have a race. It's going to be Jim Seaward and Andy Thetford. Andy Thetford had a horrible time in qualifying. Horrible. It's a turbo car, and every time he tries to bump into the stage, it lurched through, so he didn't get a time. Could we have Junior Drag Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Drag Bike, please. Come on down. Meanwhile, Charlie Seaward has been on a rail for the last 2 days, both in Supercomp and here as well. 886 is his dial this morning. Also, could we have Supergas, please, for round 1? Right, so Andy Thetford, does he roll in and then build the boost, or does he try and bump in like usual? Have they got it fixed? There we go, that's the answer, he rolls in. Gremlins again. It's a win for Charlie Seaward. Oh, 885 with a 5 as well. Very nicely done indeed. I think AC Bell is enjoying that blower a little bit too much, if that's possible. I don't think that's possible. Well, we have another casualty, because AC was supposed to be taking on Jack Brewster. And Jack, even though he made it down, the car wouldn't fire. Unbelievable. That's what you got to love about drag racing as well, is that he couldn't make the Nick Curtis couldn't make the round, but he's gone back to helping out Jack on his car. Currently helping out pushing. Yeah, Byram for AC Bell, 7.95. He qualified with a 7.96. As we said yesterday, the blower really has woken this car up, as it would any car, to be honest with you. Beautiful straight looking run for the Trans Am. 7.97 on a 95. They have a race car this weekend. They have a race car that can win. Well done, folks. That's great to see. Oh, this is a great matchup for many reasons. I'll explain in a second. Right, so this is Jacqueline Bartlett against Harry Gibson. The reason this is so interesting, if you just allow me to explain. So, Jacqueline has Slick Tricks Racing dragster. So does her mum, Suzanne. I'll give you one guess who's crew chief on the dragster that her mum races. If you guess the guy in the other lane, you're dead right. The quickest bracket car in the world, driven by Harry Gibson, went for a full bore run yesterday and went 5.75. He dialed the quickest you could dial in Super Pro and still broke out by a quarter of a second. That was obviously a just for fun kind of let's see what it will do type of run. So Jacqueline has been plagued with gremlins this weekend. She's got one of the best teams in the place to try and figure it out, though. So Suzanne's daughter and crew chief in round number 1 in Super Pro. Jacqueline bumps in. She'll get the green first. Here comes Harry. He's going to back off, pull the chute, coast over, and does it perfectly, takes the win. Jacqueline, that's actually going to go down as a whole shot win. The margin over the stripe was 0.4. Perfectly judged, young man. Goodness me. What a race. He was 0.6 on the tree to a 0.16. He caught Jacqueline, pulled the chutes, and took the stripe by 0.4. Great run for Jacqueline, though. That's the first time the car's gone A to B all weekend without any issues. Just a shame, unfortunately, Harry was doing it a little bit better in the other lane. But well done to both. Well, another small fortune. Moving on to round 2. We have another race. Phil O'Brien and Bob Doyle. 770. Just guessing. Who knows? Obviously not me. I'm guessing you guys have more of an idea, but that would be cool. Phil O'Brien having a great weekend. He was number 6 qualifier. Taking on Bob Doyle, who we didn't see all the time through qualifying. Dials an 8.58 this morning. Nearly a second advantage on the tree in favour of the little Z case, purging the nitrous. In the Kestrel lane. Well, went on the two-step twice. I think both of them did, actually, to be honest with you. Well, Bob's way out in front, and he does indeed take the win. Phil O'Brien goes 7.68. Phil O'Brien wouldn't have won that one, unfortunately. I'm going to miss the messages, though. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, Bob Doyle was better on the tree, and that basically was the difference at the finish line. He backed out of it a little bit. Took the stripe. Also, I think that was Phil O'Brien's quickest run of the weekend. But again, the weather this morning, tailwind, nice cool air. I think the weather is considerably more favourable than it has been the rest of the weekend. So, number 1 against number 13. For some time, I think Callum was right at the top, and he ended up 13th, would you believe, with the King's Topolino in the Kestrel lane. So good to see 2 Altons going at it and doing well in Super Pro. Stevie Saunders having, so far, one of the best weekends of his career. Loads of great runs, personal best speed and ET. Andy was number 1 qualifier. What can he do? Can he parlay that into a good performance on race day? Well, they both get green light. Stevie Saunders is pulled alongside already by the looks of it. Win light comes on for Steve Saunders. Oh, Callum breaks out by about 4 thou. He didn't get there first, though, even though he broke out and Stevie Saunders was the right side of the number. What a great race. What a great race. Stevie Saunders moving on. Well, this is a rather sizable matchup for round 1, don't you think, Pete? I do, anyway. Goodness me. This is not a round 1 matchup. Well, I guess it is, depending on how everyone qualifies. That's the way it goes. Daniel Giles with the Forever Young Family Dragster. It's not called that, but it should be, because it's, as I've mentioned a few times, it's as immaculate as it since it came out of the container nearly 40 years ago from S&W Race Cars in the States. Daniel will be alongside Leah Kellett. Well done to the Saunders family. Number 1 qualifier, round win as well. Goodness me. So Leah qualified number 8. She dials 7.22 this morning. The conditions must be good. If the Kelletts are dialing in PB territory. She will get the tree a tenth of a second after Daniel in the other lane. The only shock in this pair is it was a bit of a surprise that Daniel wasn't higher up in the order. The Giles family have been doing this a long time, and they're pretty damn good at it. Right, so tenth of a second advantage on the tree for the maroon and gold dragster. There will be nothing between them. They're going to have to keep their foot in it. And it's Daniel taking the win. He just finds form at the right time. And he wins it on a hole shot as well. Leo was closer to a darling with a 7.24 with the 2. Well, of all the round one matchups, this is going to be possibly the most fun one. Nathan Bartolo from the beautiful Isle of Malta. If everyone's tuned in from bonjour to everybody tuned in in Malta this morning. Right, Nathan is coming back, but I don't think he's coming back under his own steam. Yeah, he is. He'll be okay. So yesterday, Nathan Bartolo put in just an absolutely tremendous 675 run. With the Mazda RX-7, his quickest run by some margin, well over 200 miles an hour as well. Everybody went crazy on the start line. I'm sure they did at home as well, watching it on the live stream. So if you are watching from Malta, thank you very much indeed for sending one of your best over here to play with us this weekend. He only qualified number 19, believe it or not. He's up against Dave Russell, who is seriously good when it comes to this bracket racing luck. He's going to get the tree first with the van with no name. So it's supercharged against Turbo Rotary. UK against Malta. Oh, Nathan with the shootout, unfortunately, unless Dave breaks out, which he doesn't. 886 on an 82. Nathan, I think the tyre shake knocked the shootout, unfortunately. He still went 177, towing the parachute, but it is Dave Russell. I hope that's not the last we see of that amazing rotary Mazda. If it is, thank you, fellas, very much for making the trip. It was really cool to see you. So, last couple of pairs. Mark Coulsell and Ashley Bell. Ashley with the big Dodge, been running quicker and quicker. This morning, dials an 8.20. He's taking on Mark Coulsell. In the Slick Tricks lane with the ball breaker. Running so well for that little small block Chevy. Consistently in the 8.0s, which this will be the time when it runs a 7 probably. The conditions are better than they've been all weekend. The air will make a difference. Just really depends on how Crew Chief Steve has tuned it for this round 1 race. Coming up here with the same dialing of 8 flat. Well, Ashley Bell with a big lead out there. Will he break out? He does! 8.31. Mark Coulsell takes the win. Well, Mark Coulsell really got away with one there. He was 0.4 on the tree. Ashley Bell was way in front. If he took the strike by nearly 7/10 of a second. He had loads of wriggle room to back off. but he took it all the way through. Probably enjoying the ride, to be honest with you. Sportsman ET, please, into the pairing lanes, please, for round number 1. Sportsman ET, please. This is the last pair for Super Pro, and it will be Scott Hauser against Paul Marston. What a monster matchup in round 1. Great news for Paul Marston, who runs Manston Raceway. The Marston gang. As Paul said in his Facebook post, he's got a race car. His lights have been on point. The car's been running well. 8.10 was what he ran yesterday evening. Also, improved weather this morning is definitely going to help that car run. Well done to the Ball Breaker team. You can struggle. You like Harley. It's a win light. You've got another one. Don't worry. At least you got the issue of doing it again. Yeah? Good lad. Right, Scott Hauser and Paul Marston then. The PT Bruiser is going to be going first in the Slick Tricks lane, 8.10. And then one of the best in the business, Scott Hauser, is going to be trying to run him down. That's because I said Paul had good lights. That's all my fault. I'm very sorry, Sam and Paul. He was 009 red. He's still going to run it through anyway. Oh, Scott breaks out only just. Well, the car drops off a little bit in performance, 8.18 to an 8.10. So that will be Scott. Moving on. Okay. ET Bike. Elimination round number 1. Your number 1 qualifier, Phil Pratt taking on Casey Holgate for round number 1. 8.90 is the dial in for Phil. That's well down in the 8s. A 965. Yeah, unfortunately, Casey went into stage before and goes red, unfortunately. Well, let's see what Phil can run. He can not worry about running it all out. Yeah, 892. Well, Casey Holgate went 979. Right, Phil Pratt, that was a 2 for 1, so Phil will get a bye in round number 2. Right, one of our friends from Holland. Declan Butt taking on Patrick Marie. So 9.10 and 870. 870 is the quickest you can dial in ET Bike. So the tree will run first in the Slick Tricks lane. Patrick's taking his time. Oh, he probably got in just in time there. They both had their Weetabix this morning. Win light goes to Holland, 874 and a 70. That was a super, super close race. Look at, I was just going to say, look at the finish line, Cam. But Patrick took the win by only 0.16. They were 0.2 and 0.3 on the tree, but he was slightly closer to his dial-in. That was a great first round race. Right, Roberto Torres and Andy Franklin. Well, Andy Franklin is off and running. He did have a bit of a troubled time in qualifying. Roberto Torres is already alongside. He's already out in front, and he doesn't go too quick. Andy Franklin with, unfortunately, probably a weekend to forget, which is a shame to say. Right, Alan Davis. Against Nefty Martina. who is in the Kestrel lane. Very good to see Alan out there having fun. Claire, thank you very much indeed for all the messages. I very much appreciate them. Sometimes you get to ask out loud and sometimes people reply. It's really cool. Thank you. Good luck to Alan and Nefty in this first round matchup. Wow, Alan, it sounded like the buck jumped out of gear as soon as he let the clutch go. Thing is, he's taken the green light. If Nefty breaks out, which he doesn't, unfortunately, that's the end of Alan's weekend. Right, Mike Gooding and Holly King. Holly was the higher qualified of the two, with the very, very nicely turned out. I love simple paint jobs, and that one's is a really good one, and it's very bright as well. Stands out. 9 flat for Holly over there in the Slick Tricks lane. Michael Gooding 9.20 for the Hobo Gang. Yeah, just a reminder to everyone who is bracket racing, before you go into stage, please look at the board to check to make sure your dial-in is your dial-in, just in case. Because if you go in, you accept what's on the board. Well, no one's going to get any reaction time prizes for that one. I think this is Michael out in front. And it is Michael not breaking out. Holly, though, goes into the 8s. Wow. Don't think they mind too much losing when she makes her quickest run of the weekend. Well done, Holly. Right, Justin Morton and the Super Penguin himself, Mr. Robbie Dobby. Robbie ended up at number 3. The tree ran, but unfortunately Robbie Dobby just rolled it a little bit and went 0-1 red. That'll be the end of his weekend. Justin Moulton gets the win light in his lane. Robbie unfortunately broke out as well. Right, Jake Bowden up against Nick Playden. This will be for place in round number 2 against Justin Morton, who just went through. Right, so Jake Bowden has been having an issue or two getting the bike off the line. When it does go, it really goes. Just got to get it away. So 940 for him, 968 for Nick Playden. The tree will run in favour of the bike in the Slick Tricks lane first. Well, they both get green lights. Jake Bowden with a little bit of a timid launch, but he's going to run out of room. Nick Playden takes the win with a very nice 972 and a 68. That's how you do it. That is how you do it. Bad luck for Jake. Getting closer all weekend, though. Right, Scott Collier and Bryn Dance. Two guys whose families have been around motorcycle racing pretty much ever since the year dot. Two guys out there racing who have been ever since the year dot as well. Scott was number 2, Bryn was number 11. Scott will get the green first with the 950 dial. It's a red light for Bryn. It's Scott Collier moving on to round 2. That was an 0-2 red. Scott goes 968. He backed off at the finish line. And a 907 lose out for Bryn, unfortunately for him. Right, Fiona Moore and Pete Harrison. I think your last pair in the class. Yeah, indeed it is, before we move on to junior drag bike. So Fiona, having a good weekend, 11:36 it currently. She was the number 6 qualifier. Oh, dear me. Pete Harrison stalls on the line. Now, as long as Fiona doesn't go too quick, which by the sounds of it, she's rolling through the finish line. There we go. Fiona Moore takes the win. That was a bit of a lucky one, to be honest, because even though the tree ran on her side first, it was Pete Harrison that reacted quicker. But he didn't get any further than that. So round number 2, Phil Pratt gets a bye run. Patrick Marik takes on Mike Gooding. Scott Collier takes on Fiona Moore. Justin Morton and Nick Playden and Nefti Martina against Roberto Torres. Right, junior drag bike, round of 16. Bye run for Aisha Harris. I think the last run last evening in qualifying in junior drag bike, and she nabbed the number 1 spot. Doesn't matter what she runs here, as long as she takes the tree, which she does. .1085, still good, still close. Right, Cam Cordell over there in the Kestrel lane on one of the 2 Cordell family bikes. Entered this weekend up against Rico Patterson. Cameron ended up in at number 4 yesterday. Could we have Street Eliminator into the lanes, please, for round number 1? Street Eliminator, please, into the lanes for round number 1. Cam is off and running, and Rico's trying to run him down. They run to the 8th mile, don't forget. It's the second block of the 2 out there at half track. That's going to be super close. Win light comes on for young Mr. Cordell, and that was a whole shot win as well. Well done, Cam. Now, this is going to be fun because Cameron just won his round of racing. This is Lyra Humber against Darcy Cordell. If Darcy can go through, it's a brother and sister matchup in round 2. Wouldn't want to be in that household when they have to get ready for school tomorrow. Just in case. So Cam's already done the job. Can Darcy do it as well? Trying to stop her is Lyra. Darcy's off and running. So is Lyra. Lyra has already passed her, and Lyra it is that takes the win. Well, we don't get a brother and sister matchup in round 2. Still a great effort for Darcy, but there is a Cordell in round number 2, and it's Cam. Right, Sam Hope and Maggie Smallman. Sam is out there waiting patiently. Two quite lively dial-ins this time for our junior drag racers. Sam with an 890. And an 8:37 for Maggie Smallman, who is in the Slick Tricks lane. Sam deep staged. He was lucky to get away with that. That's neck and neck. Win light for Sam. He was quicker on the tree and closer to his dial-in as well. Congratulations, young man. Sam Hope into round 2. Right, Kyan Lester and Jackson King. Jackson had not had his normal clockwork weekend. The bike's been giving him fits over the last couple of days. It's quite close to the start line. Leicester the afternoon, it quit virtually at the finish line. So they've got it fixed for round one. Right, they're actually going to give him a start. Jackson's bike died just on the line. Both Ollie and Blade doing their very, very best to get it running again, but they're only going to have a certain amount of time, obviously. Waiting patiently in the other lane is Kyan Lester, and it's not going to happen, unfortunately, for Jackson King. What a rotten weekend. Kyan Lester takes the tree. Bad luck, Jackson. Bike just not behaving itself, mate. Still time to give everyone a wave, of course. Right, Brad Morrison and Harry Isaacs, your points leader. That's Harry. He's over there in the Kestrel lane against one of the Morrison clan. And any Morrison is dangerous on a bike. And I mean competition-wise, of course. So we have a green light race. It looks like Mr. Morrison's out in front, but goes way, way too quick. Harry Isaacs takes the win, but that is a breakout and a half in the other lane for Brad Morrison, unfortunately. 9.69 on a 10. Wow. Okay, I think they're as shocked as we are. What happened there? Okay, Leah this time round up against Sophie Pollen. Two really, really accomplished young ladies on motorcycles already. Both did almost exactly the same dial-in. Leah is out there in front, sits up and coasts and takes the win. It's Leah through to round two. She didn't break out. She also had a slightly better reaction time, which certainly helped over the finish line. Right, we have one more race to set up round two, and that's Alia Lester against Isaiah Alvarez. 9.25 in the Slick Tricks lane for Alia. And for Isaiah, it's 14.10. Looks like we got round number one of Supergas up next. Isaiah is off and running. And here comes Alia. It looks like a big gap, but it's going to close very, very quickly. I think Alia's going to get there. Sits up, brakes, and breaks out still by nearly 2/10. Wow. Isaiah Alvarez took the win. Well, unbelievably, Alia Lester had a lot to play with at the finish line there, and she still couldn't slow it down enough, unfortunately. So, Aisha against Harry, Leah against Kyan, Sam against Isaiah, and Cam going up against Lyra. Round one, Supergas. So your number one qualifier for a while was Paul Brown. should have been alongside Bill Wilson, but we didn't see Bill, obviously, obvious reasons, in Pro ET, and we're not going to see it here in Supergas. 990 Racing in the UK, supported very kindly by Tony Morris Carburettors. I would say morning, Tony, but you're probably not up yet out there in Florida. No, it might be, actually. 6 o'clock in the morning, I think. Paul Brown going for a little bit of a wander at the finish line. Still goes, 989 with a 5. Oh, so close. You don't want to give that lad a tune-up run. Right, Laura Baton, who was number 1 for a while. She just went way too quick in Pro ET. 981, which I think was the personal best for her and the car as well. This time she's got to peg it back. None of that here. 990 is the number. They've got the great problem of slowing it down now. Up against Jasmine Tunstall with a Jammy Dodger. Well, you can clearly see one car move before the other. Laura's out there in front. Wow. Jasmine with a pretty good effort there. 0-2 and a 994. That was very nicely done. Unfortunately, Laura's dream weekend comes to an end in round 1 in both classes, but still terrific effort. Well done, Paul, for getting the car in the 9s. Colin Morris, your number 1 qualifier. Unfortunately for them, he's all in a serious shock. He's already out in round number 1 of Pro ET. Going up against Martin Kirbishley. Two of the nicest, absolute nicest guys in the port. Martin Kirbishley is such a gentleman. I'm so glad he's back here racing and enjoying himself with the Brogy Roadster. It was a pleasure to see you yesterday, mate, and your brother as well. Well, in a class of close margins, this one's going to be really close. It's Martin Kirbishley taking the win. Well, he was 0.5 on the tree. Just not the Morris Boys weekend, this one. 0.1. The Stuart, sorry, Colin, I beg your pardon. And he probably knew his day was done after that, to be honest with you. He had to try and get over the stripe first, but he took too much and broke out. He was never going to win that. Martin went 991 with a 0.5. Right, Dave Fulton, who was one of our bang-on 990 runners against Billy Everett. This is about where they qualified. This is about racing. Bill's going to back off and go. Dave Fulton, 992. Billy Everett did actually get there first, but he was never going to win. 500s on the tree and a 992. 500's advantage in the tree and a 992 is always going to be unbeatable. So Billy will turn his attention to Pro ET. Dave Cherrick, Mark White. Two cars that have had more than their fair share of fun trying to run the number this weekend. They've either been too quick or too slow. Too quick problem's a good one because you just have to slow the car down. They slowed it down by too much. Now Davey's going to coast. He doesn't break out. Mark White does. Mark White had 600ths on the line. He had that in the bag. He just needed not to do what he did, which was go too quick, unfortunately. So, last race should be Conrad Stanley against Stuart Doiney, but now thinking out loud, we only saw Stu once, which was the one that he got the perfect light award, and we haven't seen him since. So Conrad gets a freebie, competition buy, into round number 2. Nice, 996, that'll work. Could we have Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please? Could we have Competition Eliminator, please, into the lanes? Now, I misspoke yesterday, obviously, because Eva Davis isn't in competition. She did appear on the qualified list, but she's still on observed runs. So the young lady in this car, I think, is still a teenager. Slightly less lively burnout this time, probably by design. I think there's every chance she's got a license signed by now anyway. She's already been in the 9. She did the job perfectly, did her launch, did her half track, went all the way through the finish line and pulled the chute. So the next time she comes to run at a race event, all being well, subject to official verification, she will be in eliminations. So Dad Nick brings her in. It was her dad that drove the car first yesterday. Took it into the 850s. Sorry, not yesterday. Friday morning. How long have we been here? Can't remember now. So this is just a time trial run, not in competition. Well, a very nice zero light for Eva. 1.14 to 60 foot. And it's a 940, 141 miles an hour. Very competent indeed. Yeah, 9.40, half a second under the Supergas index. Right, Sportsman ET, round number 1. The round of 32. Matt Halsall and Debbie Taylor. Got a big matchup for round 1. Matty yesterday. Last ditch effort took the number 1 spot. Now I think, yeah, this is a 2 for 1 because there was 30 cars put in times. Well, Debbie is long gone. Matt has stalled. Right, provided Debbie doesn't break out. 12.96. 12.99. Breathe a sigh of relief. That was closer than it needed to be, wasn't it? Dearie me. Okay, but she does get a bye run in round number 2. Oh, also, big commiserations to Matt Halsall after a great effort yesterday, being number 1 qualifier. And the car quits on him. Right, there has been a slight shuffle in order because obviously we didn't start eliminations yesterday. But they were due to run anyway, so let's go. We're not far away from, I think, Street Eliminator, Comp, Pro Modified as well, and round number 1 of Top Fuel Bike and Super Street Bike 2. Right, Gary Lake up against Simon Swarbrick. What a cool matchup this is. Vintage car from the UK against a vintage car from, well, you know, it's a Corvette. Simon Swarbrick, unbelievably, was the last qualifier. That doesn't matter now, though. He's very, very capable of taking the win against Gary Lake, but that man in the red Corvette is a machine. Well, the Corvette is out in front. Still pretty close at the finish line. Really close. Woof, Gary right on the money. Simon, the reason Simon was actually over the line first was because he broke out by nearly 0.4 of a second. It was also the only way he was going to get there first, quite simply because of a reaction time difference. Right. Aaron Springford and Adam Wakefield with the Monster Maverick. Nice to see an outfit change this morning, Kylie. Still, obviously, car appropriate. Goes without saying. Well, I can't say anything about reaction times just in case they've got the radios on in the car, because that does happen. Aaron Springford is drawn alongside and is out in front and does not break out and takes the win on a big hole shot as well. He only took 0-2 at the stripe, but he was 0-1 on the tree. He definitely had his Weetabix this morning. Well done, Aaron. Yeah, unfortunately, a 0.4 in the other lane was the end of that one. Georgina Smith and Ricky Hale. Georgina with the Audi A3, Kestrel Lane, goes red. It's Ricky. She was 0.12 red. Actually, unbelievably, Ricky was also red, but he'd seen the red in the other lane, so he thought we might as well get on with it, I guess. But it will be Ricky moving on to round 2. Well, still a pretty close race. Right, Troy Attree and Lewis Gilbert. Troy, 12.26. And Lewis, 15.52. So, 3 seconds on the tree in favour of the silver Camaro. Which he didn't take because he went red. Oh my goodness me, it was a 003 red. Very, very close indeed. Doesn't matter what Troy does because he will be taking the win. Yeah, 12.20. Broke out, but it doesn't matter. Right, Mike Lindsay and Alex Pryor with Tony the Nugget. Little Rover down there. Right, so the BM's going to go first. How is a Metro chasing down a BMW? That just doesn't sound right, does it? Metro might do it, though. The Metro does do it. Double breakout, but the bigger one was for the BMW. It's Alex with the Mini. Sorry, with the Metro. They're not called Minis, are they? They're called Metros. Or MG Rover Metros. Right, Chloe Millington, who has been on it so far in qualifying. Taking on Ben Jeffrey. With the Nissan. You definitely picked the worst time to come up from now. Sorry. Right, so Chloe is out in front, 15.83. She's still out there. And she takes the win light. Hang on, how big's that breakout? Half a second, I think, something like that. So it is Chloe moving on to round 2. Right, Terry Attree and Lorna Collins. Terry will get the green first. I'm sure these are 2 pretty bog standard road cars, and they're still out there racing. So if you want to come and join in, why not? Right, Mr. Attree is still out in front with the brake lights coming on at the finish line. But he doesn't take the win because he still breaks out by 3 thou. Right, Pete Walters and Clive Dandridge with the pickup truck. Well, I don't know what the state of the engine in the dragster is, but hopefully Pete can go round in the Camaro as well. He's high up in both Street ET, or Sportsman ET, sorry, championships and Super Pro. Right, can't mention a lot about the reaction times, other than they weren't that bad. It's going to be Pete with a win by 0-1. He was bang on his... Actually, they were both bang on their dial-in. That was the best race of the round, to be honest with you. 0.12 in both lanes. Both of them 100th off their dial-in. Pete Walters into round number 2. Right, Sylvia Purcell, excuse me, and Kirsty Tram. I'm very unhappy to see there's no birthday cake on the back of Kirsty's car anymore. Why did we clean that off? Yeah, I know. It was great drawing. So, Kirsty with the 12 flat. I'm just going to have a nap, if that's all right with you. Thank you very much. Cheers. Right, up against Sylvia with the Santa Pod Mustang. 1420 plays a 12 flat. Well, once again, another pair that definitely had their Weetabix. I can hear a quiet pedalling of a Camaro, which signals a win light as well. They definitely both didn't break out, but it is Kirsty. Took the win margin by 0.13. That'll work. Good driving as well. Right, Michael Dowdy and Ruby Huxley. Now, I did actually see that car with a number plate on it this morning. It's disappeared in the meantime. So, Ruby celebrated her birthday this weekend. Well, Michael Dowdy waits very patiently for the green light and gets it. It's going to be Michael. Oh, it's a breakout for Ruby. She was actually over the finish line first, but she wasn't going to win that. 0.4 to a 0.16, unfortunately. Well, happy birthday anyway, Ruby. Sorry you're out in round number 1. Right. 3 more pairs to go. Rich Palmer with the family cap. Should be alongside. He is indeed. Maurice Joseph with the very rapid Mazda indeed. 13 seconds for both of these cars. These pretty quick street cars. Can we have Pro Mod into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Mod into the pairing lanes, not the tower. Pairing lanes, not tower. Okay, all right. So Richard Palmer is out there in front and takes the win by, that's a really nice looking run. 13.28 on a 13.20. Right. Your next pair, Jill Medley with the world's quickest shopping car. It's not a shopping car. It's very, very rapid indeed, that Jeep. With a V8 in it. Going alongside Jordan Griffin. Jill just nudging in gently, so Jordan's getting to get the tree by nearly 2 tenths of a... 2 seconds, not 2 tenths even. And Jill's already caught him. Jill's actually already gone past him. Well, I'll provide Jill backs off, which I'm sure she will. You've done this a while. Yep, there you go. That was a little bit closer than she probably wanted. 12:37. But the win light is the most important thing. Right, Rob Creswell. And Craig Flinders. The three-door Fiesta down there. Against the Mustang. So the Stripe Mustang, 1552 on the slick trick side of the racetrack. And Rob Creswell with the Smurf, can't imagine why it's called that, in the Kestrel lane, 1460. After this, we got one more pair to go. Then I think it's Street Eliminator. And then Comp and Pro Mod, not far away. All I'm going to say is I thought that was a red light, but it wasn't. Just in case they have the radios on in the car, obviously. Well, Rob Creswell takes an almost, when I say almost unlikely win, the reason is because Craig Flinders with the street car was 009 on the tree. Rob took the win because Craig went way too quick, took too much at the finish line. Rob was 0.12, not exactly slow. But when the guy in the other lane goes 009, you don't have as much wriggle room as you thought you would. Right, Dan Holloway, who got bumped down right at the end to number 2 in qualifying, up against Steph Pateman. Steph with Mum's BM. 13.80 in the slick tricks lane. And Dan, 12 flat. Dan was pretty much on the case all through qualifying. Just going to be cruising up alongside. And a very well judged win light as well. That will also go down as a whole shot win because he was further off his darting. So round 2 matchups. Derry Taylor's got a bye run. Kirsty goes up against Pete Waters. Lorna Collins against Jill Medley. Troy Attree against Mike Dowdy, excuse me. Dan Holloway, who you just saw there, taking on Rob Flinders. Rob Creswell, sorry, not Rob Flinders, even. Chloe Millington takes on Richard Palmer. Ricky Hale against Alex Pryor. And Aaron Springford, last but not least, takes on Gary Lake. Right, we're on with Street Eliminator, I think. I do apologise, folks. You're very welcome to join in if you'd like to. No? You're just going to watch or you're going to join in? When Primal comes around, okay, all right. Just here for the view. Yes. People only use me for my view. It's not fair, is it, really? He does, all the time. He does that all the time. That's the one. Actually, he's here for the aircon, not the view. Right, really quickly, while he's here, he's just reminded me. So, have you sorted it? Yep. You done? Oh, okay. I don't even need to say it then. Well done. Nigel Hill. Perfect, mate. Well done. It's all right. I was just going to call out. If anyone had a caravan that was going to be run over by a monster truck next weekend or in 2 weeks' time, Dick would like to stay in it, but not without the monster truck, obviously. That wouldn't be quite so good. So, track prep during, before we get on with comp. Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind, just for a couple of moments, and we'll be back racing really shortly. Oh. Well, this is sunny. You really came up at the right time then, didn't you? Yeah, of course. I know it's fun, but it's fun for them. So. And everybody, what did you start in? Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Interrupting Iron Maiden, who were in full voice at Nebworth last night, as a number of the timing crew know. And feel this morning, should I say. Right, Joe Baxter, bye run for the young lad from just up the road in Northampton with the Fox Body Mustang. Went 7-1 at 210 miles an hour in qualifying. It's a good job that thing runs quickly, because it's the only way that it clears the smoke out of it. Go on, Joe. 710, his best speed ever. 211 miles an hour. Goodness me. I think he's unbeaten so far this year in Street Eliminator competition, and that's why. Right, Michael D'Souza and Nick Hale. This could well be a close one. Michael D'Souza with Bella has had issues getting off the starting line. If that car leaves properly, it's going to be an awful lot quicker than the mid-9s that it's been running before. Nick Hale, his brand new car is nearly finished. They took time out between qualifying sessions yesterday to go and sort out the trans brake. However, he goes red. Michael D'Souza still spins the tyres off the line, but he will be into round 2. With the 1019, takes out a 1053. Once again, huge credit to the Hales for turning up every time and trying, even though they're seriously outgunned. Right, Tony Higgs should have been taken on Mark Sheridan. We saw Mark Sheridan once. He's also managed to keep the parachutes in, which is going to please his wife, no doubt. This car has been 7-0s at well over 200 miles an hour. You can clearly see when it leaves the line, it leaves like a proper radial car. It shoots the front end up into the air. Basically, you've got active suspension to keep the tyres planted. Like that. That's his quickest 60 foot of the weekend, just running it to 330 to make sure everything works properly. No need to stress it on a bye run. Still cruises through the 10.13 at 91 miles an hour. That was a 123 60 foot as well. Right, Andy Bond, who was in at number 2 with a best of 7:23 in qualifying. Another one well over 200 miles an hour with the Ugly Sister. That's a car that looks exactly the same as it did a couple of years ago, but really isn't. It's got a brand new body on it that's got no dents in it. It's got a brand new body on it. It's got no dents in it yet. Yeah, I know. Sorry, no particular reference, of course. He's taking on James Murray with the absolutely amazing Cortina estate. Well, James Murray leaves on him, but that may well be the last time he's in front. Andy Bond with a good-looking run until he starts cruising with the brake lights on. Goes 797. Good run for James. 961. Right, Nigel Hale with the absolutely massive Chevy pickup truck. Going up against the new member of the 7 Second Cub, Jack Petley. He nudged in with the 798 and then went all in with the 792 yesterday. These are the best conditions of the weekend for Street Eliminator. Nice cool air, tailwind. Well, cool here. I think it's about 22 degrees, but that's cool compared to what it's been. Don't forget, heads up first to finish line wins. The winner of this one gets Joe Baxter in round number 2. Unfortunately, Nigel Hale bumped through stage. What can Jack Petley do? 784, even quicker. 179 miles an hour. Well, he hadn't run a 7 before this weekend. Now he's got 3 in a row. Well done, sir. How cool is that? So he books himself a second round spot against Joe Baxter, who just went 7-1. The last pair should be Joe Stevens against Damien Halliwell, but no Damien down here for this round 1 matchup. It's going to be a bye run for Joe Stevens to set up a race with Andy Bond, which will be a repeat of the championship race from a few seasons ago, which Joe actually took against the Ugly Sister. So So Joe's been chipping away at it. Down into the 8.3s so far with this Wind Turbo Sunbeam. A lot livelier off the line that time. Even quicker again, 8.25 at 1.68. So it's him and Andy Bond. Tony Higgs against Michael D'Souza. And Joe Baxter against Jack Petley. Right, round number 1 of Competition Eliminator. This was absolutely brutal during qualifying. We had a number of cars 0.7 under or better. Now it's time to race. Dan Williams was number 3. Kev Perkins was number 8. Now Dan will know that Kev can go at least half a second under his index at any given time. So this will not be your normal easy-ish round 1 matchup if you qualified at number 3. So the numbers you see on the board are indexes, they're not dial-ins. When the green comes on, it's first to the finish line wins. No one will break out. So down with the Chevelle, 1075 plays the Supermod car in the other lane. Well, Kev was a little bit asleep on the tree. That's going to be his undoing by the looks of it. 10.06 and a 7.55. Best run of the weekend for Kev Perkins, but Dan Williams with a 10.06. Unfortunately for Dan, though, he probably took a little bit too much out of his index that time. Right, talking about taking chunks out of index. Here come the Chaos Brothers with the big block altered in the Slick Tricks lane. I think he's due. Yeah, he is. He's due to race Amir Akram Ashad, who is down here with the front wheel drive. There he is, pulling forwards. Now this is a closer race than you might think from qualifying, because Amir only made 1 run in qualifying. Robin with the altered was down in the 6s for the first time in an awfully long while. But Amir with the double BAF Honda can run well into the 8s. So this is Robin's second race back after a forced break due to lack of engine bits for some time. Don't leave the camera there, because that would not go well. So obviously something to do with Amir's seatbelts all sorted out. So Amir, I think, has been as quick as like an 8.7 or an 8.6, something like that, which is pretty sporty for that little Civic. Okay, he's going to get the green first. There he goes. And there goes Robin with a very polite reaction time. Robin's going to get there and just try and take the strike, but not go too quick. But he backs off too soon. Amir Akram Ashad takes the win light. Well, I don't know whether Robin actually had a problem or he just backed off because he didn't want to kill his index, but whatever it was, it didn't work. And it was a coasting race to the finish line that the front-wheel drive car won. He gets a date with round 2 with Dan Williams. Can we have Super Street Bike into the lanes, please, for round number 1? Super Street Bike, please. Right, Kev Jenkins, I was going to say should be against Nick Williams, but everybody has different routines. So Nick is down there. Kev just takes a little bit longer to get ready. Right, Nick was in at number 5 in the end. Kev was 10. But that little fraudster can move if it needs to. He was in the mid sevens. He's off to Germany for next weekend to the Yard race out there. But in the meantime, he'd like to get past Nick. So Nick with the Chevy Nova just gently bumping in. He's green. So is Kev with the fraudster. Nick is probably going to be coasting by now, but here comes Kev, not in time. 760 for the little Escort. A very nice 1054, perfectly judged for Nick Williams. Good run for Kev, though. It was also 177 miles an hour. Right, a guy who really didn't have a great time in qualifying is David Barton, all the way from the US, the Barton engine building family in the Williams brothers Copo, coming up alongside, would you believe this is the first round matchup, against the other guy from the US racing in comp this weekend, Scott Libisher. Now, even though they're both Copos, they've got different indexes due to slight differences underneath the cars. Scott Libisher was 8 tenths under. Dave Barton was 7 tenths under. So they're going to do really well not to destroy their indexes on this one. Oh my goodness me, a 006 reaction time for Dave Barton. Can he run Scott down? They're trying to win but not go too quick. It's going to be Dave Barton, perfectly judged. 8.10 takes out an 876. He was 006 on the tree. Scott Libisher was 06. Well done to Mr. Barton. Right, one more race and a bye run. Set up round number 2 of comp. Before we move on with Promod. I love the way the crewman always has a running race with the car and always loses. Not because he's not unfit, the car's just quite quick. So this is Julian Bayer against Reuven Dawson. Reuven with another one of those pesky Copos up against Julian Bayer with the incredible 4-cylinder VW. Now Julian in qualifying went 6.93, his quickest ever run. Almost every time the car leaves, it opens the boot, but then obviously aerodynamics force it closed again. Now, due to his index being 709, he is a little bit outgunned in this race, even though it is a tremendously quick car. He's got a fight on his hands against Reuven Dawson, though. So, last pair of the round before we have one bye run before Pro Modified. So the Copo will get the green first. Can the little 4-cylinder turbo car from Germany run him down? Whatever happens, they've had a terrific weekend. All new engine combination, and they're already well into the 6s. But they got a real tough one in Reuven Dawson in the other lane. Boot open, dead on time. He's not going to win, quite simply because he didn't leave when the green came on. 7.33 that time, 191. The car slows up, but 7.87 for Reuven Dawson. That's probably a little bit more than he wanted to take out of his index once again. Once again, still a great weekend for Julian Bayer. Thank you very much indeed for coming. It's been fun. Right, your number 1 qualified by some margin with the front-engined Civic, Ahmed Jamshed, and the Silver Surfer with the new Robinson Race Cars cage, the unlimited cage, meaning if he goes quicker than 850. Right, backs off perfectly. Cruises on through to an 8.99. He still goes just about half a second under his index, cruising for most of the time. Right, we are on with... Oh, look, it's Little Dick. What are you doing down there?
I don't know.
Right, I've had some guests up in the tower for a little while, coming in and enjoying the air conditioning, obviously.
Yeah, well, that's the only reason we're here.
That nearly got a little bit lively at the end of the burnout. That's Michel Turenne, your number one qualifier, who, by virtue of such, gets to buy a anywhere and run. I'm joined up here in the tower, unfortunately, and with his legs out as well, David Vector. Bit of a rough day yesterday.
Very rough day.
Yeah. Well, you've had some incidents over the year. Where does that one rate, to be honest?
Well, we had a lot of engine damage now, so
Okay.
this one, money-wise, this is the worst.
It's a bad one. Yeah. So I'll say what happened when Michel runs anyway. Yeah, after Michel runs. So Michel Turenne with the Pro Dutch team, they had a horrible start to the year as well, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they had.
Yeah.
How many engines, Dick? Was it
Two.
Two between door slammers and the main event as well. They couldn't keep it in one piece, even though it was really, really quick.
This is engine number 3 for them this year.
So were the other ones completely scrap, or were they savable?
One of them is scrap, one is savable. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's great to see them back here again in the UK. He went 5.91 in qualifying. What they want is a straight run, a good run, without a mushroom cloud.
Yeah.
Oh my word, this is going to be super quick. This is a 583 at 242. Right, chaps, you're up here now. You can see those short numbers. They are quite something, aren't they?
94 to 60 foot.
Nice.
253 to 330 as well.
Yeah, that's fast.
That's super fast. 381 to the 8th mile. They seem to take it easy in the back half. Guess why? Because they want to save the engine.
True.
But that was amazing. That was. I must admit, I thought that was going to be a 5.7 on the board that time round.
Looked really
Could
good,
have been
really smooth.
if they had it. 381 is not super quick on the 8, so they're careful.
Supercomp into the lanes, please. Supercomp, and by careful. How does that work in the tune-up? What do you do in the last half of the track to keep it safe?
Well, you're on full ignition on the let's say second gear, third gear. So they are quite rich probably in fuel.
Yeah. Just to make sure it doesn't detonate.
Correct.
Right, Andy Robinson and John Webster for a place in the semi-final against the man who just ran low ET of the weekend. Turbo car against blown car. I mean, Dave, you run one of Andy's cars that Andy's built. You're still the quickest car that Andy's ever built, aren't you? Yeah. That must be good.
Yeah, it feels good, but it doesn't feel so good that we're not improving much last 2 years, and we were hoping to do that this year, but it changed a bit.
Yeah, just really unfortunate. So this is a race between a blown car and a turbo car. Do you have to change your procedure to run against a turbo car, or do you just do the same as normal?
Same as normal for me. Yeah, I keep it the same, just not to screw myself over at the tree.
Because that's the problem. If you don't do your routine and everything in the same way, then that can be what happens, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Well, you've got 2 5-second race cars out there. Both of them qualified in the 5.9s. John Webster was slightly quicker with a 5.96. Now, knowing these two, this could be won and lost on the tree. They are two of the best in Europe, and they are both here in the UK. They are both incredibly talented chassis builders, and they're not bad at driving either. Well, Andy's already gone all the way in. John's got 7 seconds. Pole shot for John Webster. That could be all for the anger management team. What a great race. 6:02 takes out a 6:08. I must admit, I thought the numbers were going to be quicker than that. John was 0.3 on the tree. Andy was 0.11. And they were both a little bit off their qualified pace all the way down.
Yeah.
Andy shook a bit here.
Only a little bit.
Yeah.
But so John Webster will be through to race Michel Turenne. So that's another thing I want to ask you then. While you're here, tyre shake.
Yeah.
How much does it hurt?
It hurts. It can, if you have like tire shake end of first gear, it can really hurt in your back, in your spine.
Is that because the engine's at the highest revs it can possibly get to before you shift, or is it just one of those things?
Yeah. Well, the tires they have a lot of speed already there.
Yeah.
And the tires, they go up and down, so it's in directly into your spine,
Because it's
basically.
right behind your back.
Yeah, you're basically sitting on the forelink where the wheels are attached to. So.
You're not selling it.
Nope.
Right, so Jean Doulemont against David Vector. Ellen, how do you think this race is going to go?
Ooh, this is a tough one.
It's a really tough one, especially as you're sitting next to him, or standing next to him, I should say anyway. So this should have been your first round matchup, Dave.
Yes.
Should have been against Jean.
Should have.
The thing is as well, is like, it sucks that he's got a bye run, but you can't begrudge anyone a bit of luck because he's had so much bad luck. He's had he's had years of it, like everybody, I think, really, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I love to see this car going fast. He's been working so hard for this. So it would be great if he makes a good pass.
Well, he's actually got a bye run into the final because the winner of this one gets a bye due to the ladder. He was number 5 qualifier with a 6:14. I'm sure they're just creeping up on it. Dick, do you happen to know what the plan is, or are they just trying to take baby steps? Is that what it is?
Yeah, well, they're like everybody else, just go quicker and quicker every time, but with small steps.
Yeah.
He still has help from the US, and well, they just want to take it easy, so they keep understanding it.
Good. Well,
What happens when that changes?
Certainly done that so far, anyway.
Yeah, it's getting better.
And as it works out, provided he takes the green light, he's got 2 tune-up runs for the final round, which is almost unheard of, really. Right, we've got Top Fuel Bike right behind us. I think Supercomp aren't far away either. So, bye run for John. I'm sure he'll run it all the way through.
Nice.
Still a 4.0 to 6, so a half track, 6:15. That's pretty much what you ran yesterday as well. 235 miles an hour. Just a very quick word before you guys and girls go. So, Ellen, do you reckon he did that on purpose so you couldn't drive the car at Bug Jam? Was that
Well, some people claim that he did it on purpose, but
I think so.
I know my husband very well. He didn't.
He did.
He would love to
wouldn't
see
dare.
me in the car. No, he wouldn't dare.
Can I say one quick thing?
Of course you can.
Can I thank the whole safety crew because they did an amazing job yesterday. Thank you very much.
No problem, Dave. Thank you all very much indeed. It's been lovely to see you. Well, just not here. Don't come back. Nope. Don't come back. Right, this should be Neil Midgley against Phil Crossley, but unfortunately no Phil Crossley. This Right, so this is, I think, a bye run into the final round for Phil Crossley. No Neil Midgley, round 1 today. Well, just rolled off the throttle after 3:30. That was a nice looking launch though. Much more like it. going in the right direction. So yeah, this is the round of 4 for Top Fuel Bike. And Phil Crossley will be picking up a trophy, just whether it's a big one or a small one. We have to wait and see. Right, the next one should be a race between Rene van der Berg and Jiri Lux, but I can't see Rene anywhere at all, unfortunately, either. So what started out as one of the biggest fields we've ever seen to Top Fuel Bike is whittled down to 2 bye runs and a final round, unfortunately. They are fickle things at the best of times. So it will be Phil, I beg your pardon, Phil Crossley against Jiri Lux, by the looks of it, for the Top Fuel Bike final round. One of those two is going to be taking home a trophy from this weekend. A big trophy, at least. Right, Jiri pointed nice and straight. Gets the thumbs up from Phil Bainbridge, provided he takes the green. I'm sure he'll run it all the way through if he can. He'll be up against Phil. That's a lot more like it again for Jiri Lux. 6:48 at 207 miles an hour. That's a couple of really good full-bore runs for the Rocket this weekend. 1.14 to 60 foot, 428th at 182 to the 8th mile. And a 6:48, his quickest run in a long while, actually, for Jiri. Well done, sir. Right, we have one more Top Fuel bike down here to run. And this bike will be, once again, on a licensing run. Ryan Davidson. Yeah, just down as a time trial, but it is a licensing run. Now, Ryan Davidson with this bike has had some phenomenal short numbers. This is a very, very good low 6-second machine if he keeps it pinned. The thing is with these bikes is you just have to be so careful. Take it a bit further and a bit further down the track, just to make sure it's nice and safe and all under control. So good luck, Ryan. I said this many times over the weekend. He's very accomplished riding a funny bike. Certainly knows how to get a bike on 2 wheels. Well, mostly one with these things down the track. So good luck, Ryan. Hopefully to at least half track this time around. Well, got back on it again. He's still going to cruise through in a really good time. There we go, 880, and he was only on the throttle for a couple of seconds. 95 miles an hour. That bike really does go like it means it. Right, quick track sweep, and we've got round number 1 of Super Street Bike coming up. I think right after them we may have Super Comp. We do indeed. It's hard to keep up with the order for the simple reason that due to not running eliminations last night, it's been jigged around a little bit. Right, so Super Street Bike pushing forward. So round number 1 matchups. Jake Michelle has got a bye run. Carl Thomas against Travis Merritt. Al Morrison against Brad Head, which is your first pair coming underneath the tower. And Josh Stubbins against Boyce. I hope Boyce can make it. Temperature out there is a very pleasant 24 degrees. According to the weather station, it might feel hotter than that, though. It's always the field-like temperature that does it, really. Right, so this is that first matchup. Brad Head, his first race in some time, I think, actually. against Al Morrison. Now, Al does have a significant, like nearly a second worth of performance advantage. But any mistakes, Brad's going to be right there. Really good to see Brad back in Super Superbike. He's an all-round good guy. Cruz helps with loads of other people. And he also takes the whole shot against Mr. Morrison, who's drifting over towards the wall, but not backing off, as you'd expect. 6.97 at 2.15 takes the win over Brad, who really tried hard with a 6.57 at 1.92. He also had a 10th in the bag off the starting line, but the power of the Morrison machine was just that little bit too much that time. Right, Carl Thomas destroying a slick, and Travis Marie. Carl has made huge strides since he jumped up to Super Street Bike. A couple of years ago, he was in 950 and doing really well, enjoying it, and I thought he'd be there for some time. However, he's now in the 60s, well over 200 miles an hour on a fairly regular basis, frankly. VW Pro, could we have you into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro, please. Right, this is going to be a super race. They were 4 and 5 qualifier. Carl does have the slight edge. Oh, we just need to have a quick either track check or there's something on there. Nah, just checking out in the Slick Tricks lane. So Al Morrison with that right was the last bike down the track. Obviously something leaking or not well when he came round the corner. So that's why the track crew got sent out there to check. Efficiency in action. Right, Carl Thomas and Travis. UK against Netherlands. Carl Thomas with a 10th of a second hole shot. Travis Marik goes skywards twice in a row. That's going to be all Carl Thomas with a 6.94 at 215 miles an hour. Travis was trying everything he could that time. He was quicker to 60 foot, but then the bike started trying to chuck him off the back, basically. That was a bit livelier than he probably wanted. Right, Josh Stubbins and Chris Reed, two of the UK's more well-established bike families, is the best way I can put that. Boyce has been doing this for a number of years. Actually, Stace has as well now. She's in 850. Well, I'm not sure if they've been told to click them off or somebody just... Well, they're going to be pushed out of the way. Not sure how come. Yeah, I do think we have something to clean up right down the top end of the racetrack. It really is right down the end. So just on pause for a couple of moments. We can't send anybody down the track unless it's perfectly safe for obvious reasons. We've got coming up round the back, we've got Super Comp. We've got everything to get through all day today. It's going to be absolutely action-packed. Thank you very much indeed for bearing with us. Did anybody that's sitting up there on the banking sit there last night watching the football? You did? Did you bother going to bed or just stay there and put a blanket over you? That wouldn't have been a bad... No, you went to bed. Okay, fair enough. It's not that far to walk, is it? Let's face it. Right. Nitro FM, if you don't mind, just for a few moments, as everyone is slightly derobing, so it might be a couple of minutes. It's right down the end of the shutdown area, if you can see where the part of the track crew are. And we'll be back ASAP.
Hiding the book is in, so don't give me that push, don't give me that flush. My mind is
amazing Cortina estate. Well, James Murray leaves on him, but that may well be the last time he's in front. Andy Bond with a good-looking run until he starts cruising with the brake lights on. Unfortunately, Nigel Hale bumps through stage. What can Jack Petley do? 784, even quicker. 179 miles an hour. Well, Kev was a little bit asleep on the tree. That's going to be his undoing by the looks of it. 10.06 and a 7.55. Best run of the weekend. Oh my goodness me, a 006 reaction time for Dave Barton. Can he run Scott down? They're trying to win but not go too quick. It's going to be Dave Barton, perfectly judged. 8.10, takes out an 8.76. He was 006 on the tree. Scott Libisher was 0.6. Well done to Mr. Barton. There we go. Boot open, dead on time. He's not going to win, quite simply because he didn't leave when the green came on. 7.33 that time, 191. The car slows up.
Yeah.
Oh my word, this is going to be super quick. This is a 5.83. She's gone all the way in. John's got 7 seconds. Pole shot for John Webster. That could be all for the anger management team. What a great race. 6.02 takes out a 6.08. I must have...
Nice.
Still a 4.0 to 6. So a half track, 6.15. That's pretty much what you ran yesterday as well. That's a lot more like it again for Jerry Lukes. 6.48 at 207 miles an hour. That's a cruise, helps with loads of other people. And he also takes the whole shot against Mr. Morrison, who's drifting over towards the wall but not backing off, as you'd expect. 6.97 at 2.15 takes the win over Brad, who really... Carl Thomas with a 10th of a second hole shot. Travis Marik goes skywards twice in a row. That's going to be all Carl Thomas with a 6.94 at 215 miles. This is eliminations. Turn on with lights, go home. So yeah, we've had no eliminations so far this weekend. We were supposed to have them yesterday. The only elimination that happened yesterday was Norway. Right. Sorry, that's mean. I love all Norwegians. They're wonderful people. So this is all about racing. Adrian Portelli and Warren Watts. Adrian with 10.03, Warren with a 9.07. Warren turns on the win light with a whole shot win. Adrian Portelli was dead on with a 5, but it was Warren on the tree over 0.2 of a second advantage. Win margin still was 0.4. There was no real way Adrian was going to win that one. Right, Simon Innes and Laura Bainton. Laura having, frankly, a terrific weekend. And you think, after such a good weekend, she'd get an easier draw than Simon Innes. Well, there you go. So they were number 15 and 31. None of that matters now because it was a complete bun fight to get into Pro ET. The last session last night, qualifying-wise, was just so close indeed. So Laura 9.84, 10.60 for Simon. The tree will run for the Cuda, the Barracuda, in the Kestrel Lane. Unfortunately, Laura goes red. It will be Simon. Well, in other news, Laura Bainton resets her personal best. Simon Innes runs dead on with a 7. I don't think the Baintons are that unhappy with that, to be honest with you. 9.81. It's still sunny, but it's fresher this morning with a tailwind, so it's going to play havoc, I think, with everybody's dial-ins. Right, Mr. Colin Morris and Freddie Thompson. Freddie was number 6 qualifier. Colin got in on a last-ditch effort last evening. In at number 22. Still does 9.90, the number he runs all the time. Supergas and in Pro ET. Freddie Thompson, 9.76. Freddie is leading the Pro ET Championship. Well, they both definitely had their Weetabix this morning. Win light comes on for Freddie. Oh, goodness me, better of the 2 breakouts, if that's even possible. He was 0-1 on the tree. That's why he's number 1 at the moment. 0-1 on the tree. He ran a little bit too quick, but unfortunately for the Morris boys, Colin was a little bit too quick as well. Right, Brett Featherstone and Jack McClure, the only one of the McClures to qualify. There may well be 1 or 2 coming in as an alternate, because I can already see an alternate rolling around behind the tower. Yeah, so Brett was number 10, Jack 26. Can the Nova run that little 100E down? I don't think so. It will be Jack McClure taking the win. Lesser of the 2 breakouts. Again, he was quicker on the tree, and he made Brett go too quick. Okay. So, Gav Jackson was number 33. He has been drafted in to replace Bill Wilson. Unfortunately, Bill posted on social media last night that the front end of the car was in both sides collapsed, unfortunately, when he lurched forward in stage, and not repairable. What a shame, because he was having such a terrific weekend. So it will be Gav Jackson, who was number 33, and he takes the place of the number 1 qualifier, up against Reuben Dawson, killer in whatever class he's in. Well, I don't need to tell you, Gavin Jackson with a very polite reaction time. Reuben will pull up alongside and shadow him, which he does perfectly. 9.18 takes out a 10.57. Closer to dial-in was Gav, but it was Reuben with the racecraft at the finish line. The Yorkshire Terrier himself, Mr. Bob Molden. Everyone could do with a bit of Yorkshire tea after staying up till whatever o'clock this morning. Isn't it great when the members of your family have birthdays one after the other? So it's Sue's birthday today, apparently. Happy birthday, Sue. With lots of love from Lee, of course, and all of the Huxleys. Number 8 was Lee. Bob. 24. None of that matters now, obviously. Bob Walden leaves first. Lee Huxley running him down. Still unusual to see Lee running in Pro ET instead of Super Pro. And he gets the job done. The lesser of the two breakouts again. Wow, we've had a number of those already this morning. Lee was 0-1 on the tree. Bob was 0-9. So I don't think Bob was ever going to get that one. He's still in Supergas, I think. I haven't seen him run in Supergas this weekend. Maybe not. Right, Ryan Garrett, who was the last qualifier, number 32, gets to play on round 1 against Al Medley. Al was number 16. Nice job. Al and Jill both having a good weekend. Ryan Garrett. 0.13 red, unfortunately. Wow, Al Medley went 700ths too quick. It didn't matter at all because the wind light was already on in his lane. I think it's called first or worst, that one. Right, Mark Huxley and Jess Bishop. Jess kept running quicker and quicker and quicker. This morning she dials 8.55. With the way that everything's been going, i.e. people breaking out, she could well be into the 9.4s on this one. Mark with a 9.73. Once again, tailwind, nice cool air, really great racetrack. We've had breakouts all over the place. More runs been decided by double breakouts than I can remember for a long while. Well, they're both clean and green. Who's got the stones at the finish line? Mark Huxley with a breakout, and it's a double breakout again. Jess into the 8.4s, 8.49. The worst of the two breakouts. Just to explain, they're trying to get as close, they're trying to get the wind light and as close to their number as possible without going too quick. If they go too quick, that's called a breakout. That means they're eliminated. However, if both of them break out, i.e. go too quick, it's the least worst. So if someone is 0.1 under, the other is 0.2 under, no matter who got there first, it'll be the one 0.1 under that takes the win. Right, Tom Kay. Right, we are back to racing. Thank you very much indeed, Nitro FM, for taking it for a little while our ever impressive track crew did their thing. So Jake Michelle, by virtue of being a number 1 qualifier, just needs to stage and take the tree under his own power. I doubt he's going to do that. You can hear stomach struggling for grip. 664. Check that speed out as well. 227.87 miles an hour for Jake Michelle. Tremendous numbers. Absolutely tremendous numbers. Almost career numbers for Jake, I think. So, the pair that was shut off just a couple of moments ago, Chris Reed, or Boyce if you prefer, up against Josh Stubbins. Now, Josh's dad, Rick, used to race for many years in Super Street Bike. Now his lad's on there. And Boyce has been here for some time on his machine. Boyce still hasn't managed to nudge into the 6s. I know that always, well, for all of them, it's the ultimate goal. He's been over 200 miles an hour. Stace closes his visor for him and wishes him good luck. Luther Exuberance up against experience. Looks like Luther Exuberance is out in front at the moment. That's a pretty good looking drag race though. Mr. Stubbins goes 6.83 at 219 miles an hour. I think that could be knocking on personal best territory for Josh. 7.42 at 194. Lose out in the other lane for Boyce. Well, Daniel Lentz over here tagging on the back, testing from Hungary. Did the burnout, but unfortunately didn't get any further than that. No, restarted it again. This is the quickest Super Street bike on this side of the world. In weather warmer than this, he went in the 6.5s. That was kind of what he was doing yesterday. Well, at least it's a good job it's doing it in testing, not in racing. Right, we're on with Funny Bike, round number 1. What a class that's been. So, two of our competitors from overseas, well, over the channel really. Thomas Josvig from Germany up against Martin Zylstra. Your numbers 4 and 5. Martin was in the 6s, Thomas was in the 7.3s. He made his quickest run at the end of qualifying yesterday with a 7.34. See what they got here for us in round 1. Don't forget, heads up, first to the finish line wins. Green light comes on, turn on that win light or load it up. So Thomas Josvig in the Kestrel lane, nudges in first. In stage for Martin. Thomas with a big hole shot. Well, backs out of it. Martin Zylstra will be there for the win with a 6.92. Well, he did everything he possibly could. So Mike Ollie should have been up against Sean Branch in this round number 1 matchup, but no Sean down here on the line. Sean just having a pretty rough weekend, is the very polite version. The bike just doing everything but behaving. So Mike Ollie, all he has to do is take the green, take the beams. He rode a terrific 6.31 yesterday in qualifying. So he's got a stage. So that's pre-stage, he's staged. Tree will run green as long as he's moved forward under his own power, which he has. There we go. He moves on. The reason he does that is so that it cuts down on between round maintenance, obviously, and it cuts down on maintenance too. Sorry, it cuts down on wear and tear and everything else too. He knows what the bike's got in it. Right, David Peters, or Dave Peters, I presume, with the Rigaboot Express down in the Kestrel lane against Lionel Lalagou from Bordeaux. So Dave Peters, 7.47 was his best in qualifying. That is a 6-second bike. He's normally in the low 7s pretty consistently, but not this weekend yet. Up against Lionel, who is in the 6.80s, went 6.89 with the Funny Bike in the Slick Tricks lane. This field of Funny Bikes this weekend have been pretty stellar, to say the least. Right, France against the UK. Well, what looked like Dave Peters' run, the best run of the weekend, will be wasted. 6.97 for Lionel in the other lane. I don't think Dave Peters could get the bike to move forwards for whatever reason. So the last pair should have been Stuart Crane, who is over there on the Warp Speed machine. He should have been alongside Nick Daniels. We haven't seen Nick, unfortunately, since Friday, which is a big shame with the Black Pearl because he was doing good things. Well, Stu books his place in the semi-final, so we've got an all 6-second semi-final matchups coming up in Funny Bike. Stuart Crane will be up against Martin Zylstra, and Mike Ollie against Lionel, who you just got to go through there, Lionel Lalagoo. Right, Supercom elimination round number 1. Can we have VW Sportsman, please, into the pairing lanes? VW Sportsman, please, into the pairing lanes. Right. First out is going to be Nathan Hulk. Should have been taking on John Turner, but JT, haven't seen JT since Friday, unfortunately. He did qualify in the 8.9s. Pretty much everyone did, but broke something doing it, unfortunately. So Nathan Hulks with a turbo LS Mustang. Pops its traditional, very nice wheelie. Just a tune-up run for round 2. That 886, just a bit too quick, but it doesn't matter. Still gets the win light. Right, Paul Brown on a predetermined bye run because he was your number 1 qualifier. Bang on, or dead on with a 3. 890 with a 3. You've already seen Paul in Super Gas. Move on. Not concentrating on reaction time for a change. Goes 891 with a 4. The car is definitely dialed in. Right, John Bean. No, sorry, wrong pair. My apologies. Sam Fairhurst against Dave Fulton. This is going to be a super, super tough matchup. The young lad in the dragster been doing really, really well. They just had a little issue getting the car dialed. It either doesn't behave or it behaves too well, i.e. goes too quick. He's over there in the Kestrel lane. I think that's the paint job that car came out the shop with a number of years ago, possibly almost 30 years ago, actually. Taking on Dave Fulton. Dave was in at number 9 with an 895. As you would expect, nothing in it on the tree. Who's got the best race car? Dave Fulton does by 1/100th of a second. What a terrific race. What a terrific race. Young Sam was 0-4 on the tree, went 893. That would be enough to win almost every round, but not when you've got an on-4th Dave Fulton in the other lane with an 0-2 and an 892. He actually took the strike by a couple of hundredths that time. Excellent race. Richard Tunstall, Stevie Gates for a place in round 2 to race Dave Fulton. This one will be sorted out at the finish line. Another titanic race. Lesser of the 2 breakouts for Stevie Gates. Richard Tunstall. Just that little bit too quick. Yeah, so Stevie Gates gets Dave Fulton in round number 2. Right, Leah Kellett taking on Nick Garrett. With that amazing Nova. Nick hadn't actually been in the 890s yet. Been very close. Been 905. But when everything is won and lost by thousandths and the odd hundredth here and there, it's not quite there. So Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream unfortunately went out in round number 1 of Super Pro. Everything now is on Supercom. Right, this for a place in round 2 against your number 1 qualifier, Paul Brown. Well, I don't need to tell you who left first. There was a sizable difference, unusually, and it will be a win for Nick Garrett. Leah, unusually 0.16 that time, just not her day. But Nick Garrett with an 07 and his best run of the weekend, a 903. He needed every bit of that. Wow, this is a rough one as well. Goodness me. By rough, I mean seriously tough. Eddie Mae Brown, winner at the national finals last year. Against Charlie Seward, who's been banging out 8.9s like they're sweets, frankly. Again, both on the Weetabix this morning. It's Ellie. Well, Ellie won that one by not breaking out, basically. Charlie Seward was over the finish line first by 009. She was 02 on the tree. That young lady can drive. Knocks out Charlie Seward in round number 1. I told you that one was going to be fun. Super close race. Right, 2-door cars going down now. That really was a great race. Ellie was 02 on the tree and 891. Virtually unbeatable. Well done, Lee. Nice one. Okay, Warren Watts, Ryan Garrett. Left before the tree even activated. That was a weird one. Warren Watts basically gets a freebie. Still in the 9.0s. Well, one of the Garretts is in round 2. This is a super tough matchup as well between two great competitors. Ronnie Mercer, who's been living in the 890s all weekend, with the little pop up against Sky Collier with the Guns N' Roses dragster. Let's see if the bike tuners can get the car to go 890 this time round, shall we? Good luck to both of them. They both have been really good all weekend. Sky's best, the right side of the number was a 906. She had a couple of 880s, which won't get it done in Super Comp. This for a race against Nathan Hulks in round 2. A visible reaction time difference. But the lesser of the two breakouts, Ronnie Mercer, gets the win by going just that bit slow. She was 500ths quicker on the tree. She did everything she could, but it's Ronnie Mercer into round number 2 with the Ford pop. Yeah, just that little bit too quick. Sky took the stripe by 0.5, but it was just that little bit too much. Well done, Ronnie. Okay. Jeff Cowley on a bye run. Should have been up against Andy Clifford, but Andy, as we know, they had issues with the seal for the fuel pump the other day. Haven't played any further part in competition, so Jeff gets the gift. through with a 10-second run. Okay, so John Bean should have been alongside Phil Bennett, but no, I haven't seen Phil actually since yesterday morning, I don't think. So this will set up a round 2 matchups. Paul Brown against Nick Garrett, Stevie Gates taking on Dave Fulton, Nathan Holtz against Ronnie Mercer, Ellie Mae Brown against Warren Watts, and Jeff Cowley, who just went through, against another door car, John Bean. So last run in Supercomp. $8.93. That'll do nicely. Okay, rolling up now. Round number 1 of VW Pro. Carl Goldsmith, with the Beetle in the Slick Tricks lane. Going up against Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habits, the very, very nicely turned out and incredibly rapid Audi. There's only a 10th of a second between the two. On dial in. Well, that's going to be Chris. Carl again had a problem on the line yesterday, and it's the same again today. I must admit, I thought Chris red lit, but it wasn't. It was just because Carl didn't move. Bad luck, mate. So we've got, after VW Pro, we've got VW Sportsman, and then the rest of the day will just pan out however it pans out, because obviously we did get any eliminations in last night, so we are whittling them down as quick as we can. Yeah, so Carl unfortunately being pushed out the way. Now the car works. Now he doesn't have to be in stage. Right, Sam Young with the electric Beetle. One of the quickest all-bodied Beetles on the planet, I think. And he will be going up against Josh Lee. Right, so Sam dials 8.5 to a 12.5 for Josh. That's going to mean Sam's going to be sitting there for quite a while. Well, a little bit of a staging duel. No one wants to go in. Sam does in the end. Right, Tree runs on Josh's side first. There he goes. Sam's got to wait there for quite a while. However, that's a much better launch for Sam Young. That looks a lot more like it. He's trying to go 850 and run him down. It's going to be super close. It is Josh taking the win with a 12.99. That was Sam's best effort of the weekend, I think, actually. Went 9.48, 152. It's a good try. Right, pair of VW Yupos. We have Charlie Roberts and Danny Bean. 1190 plays 11.70. Well, they're definitely on their game this morning. There's nothing in it at the finish line between these two at all. It's going to be Danny Bean taking the win by 0.5. And a really good looking 12 flat. Right, James Gould, Team Militia, taking on Mike Strachan, who was part of a DH Automotive 1-2 yesterday. That was a 9.65 as well. That would be his quickest run ever if he nails that. 8.96 for James Gould is another step in the right direction. 9.22 because Michael Strachan goes a thou too quick. Goodness me, Michael Strachan had loads to play with at the finish line there, and he was almost dead on until he wasn't. Right, your number one from last year, Luke Stevenson, with the Dom, alongside Ed Keach. Unfortunately, Luke's weekend ends there unless Ed breaks out. Which he doesn't. He stays the right side. That may be another CV joint gone down there for Luke, unfortunately. I hope he pays you lot really well for all the stuff he breaks and you have to fix all the time, Andy. Yeah, exactly, you know. The currency is probably abuse, I should think. Right, next pair being called forward. Right, number one qualifier, Dave Henderson, is on a predetermined bye. Unfortunately, his teammate Michael Strachan, yeah, it's like, yay, I ran a personal best. Oh, it was a thou too quick. Right, Dave Henderson doesn't have to worry about breaking out here. Which he doesn't, with a very nice 10.84. Cars on rails this weekend. Right, Alex Knott. Up against Jake Fronda. Well, both these two had a pretty good effort in qualifying. Jake coulda, shoulda been number one, really. But the dial-in was incorrect for what he wanted to run, and he ran on what he thought, but he accepted the slower dial. That didn't work. Yeah, 1060 or 1070, I beg your pardon, this morning for Ninor 2.0 in the Kestrel lane. Yeah, Alex's dial-in and number are just super hard to read. There's lots of colours. Is that right? 11.90? Yep, 1150. There you go. To a 10.70. So the Beetle in the Slitrix lane will get to go first. The big block Ford powered Golf will get to go not that long behind. Well, Jake's already caught and passed Alex by 3:30. He's way out in front at half track. Just needs to back off a little bit, which he does perfectly. 10.74, nicely judged. Jake, well done. Right, James Hodson against Sam Chisholm Brown. Going to be a buy run by the looks of it for James. No Sam in this first round matchup. Okay, Wayne Waterhouse taking on the incredibly rapid Jacob Bailey for a place in round 2 against Dave Henderson. Whoever gets this one is racing Dave. 2 incredibly quick cars, both in the 9s. 9.90 for Wayne and a 9.43 this time for Jacob, slowly but surely turning it up. Not quite sure what happened to Wayne there, because he had a reaction time that started with a 3, as in seconds. Yeah, cruises over. Jacob Bailey will get the win. Did the sensible thing, just made sure he got the win light. Not sure what happened at all there for Wayne Waterhouse. Right, Phil Blogg with the caddy, and Harry Gamble with the Golf in the Kestrel lane. 11.93 plays 10.58. Well, they're both green, and they're both not far away in reaction times either, so we will sort this one at the other end. Looks like it's Phil out in front, and he doesn't break out. Nicely judged. Phil Blogg into round number 2. Right, Abby Tether should be racing Paul Braithwaite, but it looks like there's no Paul for this round number 1 matchup. So Abby, with the message saying thanks to DH Automotive on the back of the car, moves easily, well, as easy as you can ever get really, stage the car and take the green into round 2. Right, we've got one more match up in round number 1 to come of VW Pro. Then it's VW Sportsman. Could we have ET Bike into the lanes, please, for round number 2? ET Bike, please, into the pairing lanes, please, for round number 2. Thank you very much indeed. Abby off and running. Dials are 12 flat. She's been 12.1 in qualifying. That goes 12.06. That's very good indeed. 110 miles an hour to boot. Right, last pair. Nigel Gregg, I'm so sorry I called it Passat again and again and again. You do have to admit it's the same body style. My fault entirely. But thank you for the note. 12.82. That's a very rapid car as well for Nigel. So we got our round 2 matchups in VW Pro. It's going to be Dave Henderson taking on Jacob Bailey. Ed Keach against Chris Waterhouse. Jake Fronda against Josh Lee. Phil Blogg against Nigel, who's going through over there. James against Danny, and Abby Tether against James Hodson. 12.82, 13.02. The Golf Estate moves on to round 2. Right, VW Sportsman. Right, Jack Young and Stu Playford. Stuart with the beautiful Beetle over there. Didn't have a great time in qualifying. car just not behaving at all. Going to get the green first. There you go, that's more like it. It is Jack Young, though, closer to his dial-in, that takes the win. Okay, Larry Ainslow and Emma Alcock. Both Larry and Jason in action this weekend. Both doing pretty well too. Right, Emma off and running. There goes Larry. Again, can't mention reaction times or anything like that because a lot of these cars have radios in. They can tune into the radio station like you can, which broadcasts this. So just in case they're listening, Emma is way out there in front and goes way too quick. Lowry gets a round one win. Right, Phil Swell and Aaron Lang. Phil with a Type 2 from Chippenham. I do like the name as well. It's a brick shift house. So Aaron's going to get a slight edge on the tree, and he gets more than a slight edge for the simple reason that Phil didn't wait for the green light. That was an 05 red. So Aaron knocks out the Type 2. Right, your number one qualifier up next with Sonic the TT. Kestrel Lane, George Miller against Jordan. The flares and the reveal match the colour of the car. On the last run last night, him and his partner due a baby boy sometime soon. Okay, Jordan Clark's way out there in front. Either he's going too quick, which he doesn't. He takes out the number one qualifier. Excellent stuff. What a great weekend for Jordan. He took out the number one qualifier. Well done. Sets up a date in round two with Larry Ainslow. Okay, Poppy Hunter and Sophie Emma Lee. So the Scirocco is off and running first. Followed quite closely by the Audi. The Audi's closing, and just takes the stripe first, and also the win. So, Poppy Hunter, who was actually higher qualified, but once again, that doesn't tend to matter when we get to racing. Right, Alicia Monks with the Audi TT from Doncaster, 13.99, and Conor Micallef. Could we have 890 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 890 bike, please, if you wouldn't mind joining us. That Scirocco of Conor, he's very quick indeed. 12.12. However, I think Alicia has got a too big lead to run down. And she does. She doesn't break out. So, Alicia Monks. Right, Phil Jones and Kaz Waterhouse. Now, I hope that's a VW Passat before I say anything wrong again. Right, Phil Jones off and running. There goes Kaz. Wow, that's going to be super close again at the finish line. Here comes Kaz. She's probably going to get there in time. However, she breaks out. That was the reaction time that made the difference that time, unfortunately, for Kaz. Right, Ross Page, Tom's circuit. Tom with a huge run yesterday. Looking for 13 flat today. Tom is off and running. Ross is going to have a hard time chasing him down. Yeah, Tom is way out in front. And Tom takes the win. He had a bigger reaction time as well. A better reaction time as well, sorry. Right, Bruce Harvey and George Todd. Once again, 12 seconds for VW. Lupo is marching. Can we have 950 bike, please, into the lanes for round one? Right, the Audi TT is out there in front. I think the Lupo's catching him. I can't really see from here because of all the black smoke, but he's going to get there, but not in time. The winner with a 13.88. Right, John Crawford and Caitlin Wilson, two very good friends matching up here in round one. 18.28 for the Havoc Beetle and a 17.35 for Professor John Crawford. Caitlin's still way out there in front, but she breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. She took the stripe by over a quarter of a second. Both of them were pretty much dead on their dial-ins, but she broke out by 5 thou. She did have a reaction time advantage as well. Barney, it's quicker. Fast is speed, quick is time. Josh Cooling and Jason Ainslow. Well, Lowry's already advanced. Can Jason do the same thing as well against Josh? I think I might have said bigger reaction time, didn't I? Sorry. Well, Jason's backing off. You can hear it because it's gone silent. Jason takes the win. My goodness me, they were both way under. Even though Jason backed off, he still went 2 tenths under. On the verge of a 12-second run there. Right, Lily Stevenson. And Jackie Roan. Lily still wearing the number 1 on the car from last year. Jackie dials a 1781, 13.72 for the little Audi TT, sponsored by Coated Bearings. Mum and Dad, I wouldn't even say anxiously looking on, just, you know, chilling. Well, Jackie didn't move forward, so I'm not sure if the car's even still running, actually. That'll be a round 1 win for your mum. Excellent. So, 13.72. Let's see what Lily can do. She's going to take the win no matter what. 14.41. Well, there goes Jackie. Right, last race of the round. John Gallant and Polly Judge. John with the more classic look on the Scirocco. You can tell that, because the amount of stickers on the back of it. In the Slick Tricks lane, and the backup car, thank you for the note on the window, for Polly. Last race of the round before we go back to Two Wheels and ET Bike, I think it will be next. They are both green. It isn't the last race of the round, I lied. Very close. It's going to be Polly, right side of the index. It was... It was actually John that was there first, but he broke out. So Polly, by virtue of staying the right side of the number, did it. Right, Justin Foley and Tom Wilkinson Foster. Your last pair. Absolutely your last pair. Definitely your last pair. A very polite looking reaction time for Tom. Right, can Justin Foley run him down? Looks like he's there, nudging alongside with the brakes on. He's a second off his dial-in and he still takes the win. Well done to Justin. That sets up all of our round 2 matchups for VW Sportsman. Right, 850 bike next, 16 bike ladder. They're all down there waiting to go. Just a quick spray of the start line and a quick sled, and we'll be back with you. Back with ET Bike round number 2, which has completely screwed up my order of everything, but never mind, there it is. Haha. Right, Phil. With the bye run. He will be into round 3 no matter what. Looking for 890. 894, that will give you good. Right, Patrick Marie, who won a really close first round matchup against Declan, taking on Mike Gooding, who got around Holly King. So the Hobo Racing Machine in the Slick Tricks lane, going to get half a second on the tree. They're both really super close on the tree. Only 100th in it. Wow, Patrick, 8.70 with a 2. Virtually unbeatable. He was treed slightly by Michael, but goodness me. A dead-on run, 790, the quickest you can dial in the class. Congratulations to Patrick Marie. That was super effort. Right, Justin Morton and the Generator Bandit himself, Nick Playton. Justin took out Robbie Dobby in round number 1. Nick Playton sent Jake Bowden home, unfortunately, for Jake anyway. Big red light for Justin Morton. It will be Nick Pladen. Get the win light no matter what he runs, and he runs too quick, but once again it doesn't matter. Oh, goodness me. Justin Morton throws away a perfect run, unfortunately, with a red light. Whoa, that's rough. Right, this is a 2-for-1 race, this one. Fiona Moore against Scott Collier. So Fiona got past Pete Harrison in round 1. Scott nudged past Bryn Dance. I say nudged, Bryn red lit. Right, Fiona's going to go first. Followed by Scott. I think Scott's already alongside her by the 8th mile. He knows what he's doing, that boy. He's just going to back off, sit up, coast, and run. A 9:58 win. He had a big reaction time advantage as well. So Scott Collier gets a bye run in the next round. Right, one more race to go, I think, before we move on to 850. Yeah, bikes with small fairings don't make good billboards for dial-ins and race numbers. Right, so this is Nefty Martina against Roberto Torres. .922 in the Kestrel lane for Roberto, and Nefty with an 8.92, 0.3 of a second. Well, it was Nefty that left first, even though the tree was 0.3 later in his lane. Nefty goes 8.97, a very nicely judged win. Right, round 2 matchups. Phil against Patrick. Scott gets a bye run. Nick Pladen against Nefty Martina. Right, 850 bike, round number 1. A full 16 bike field. Can Kevin Wright slow it down enough against Mohammed Hussein? Well, Keith Wright away into the distance as usual. Is he going to back off? He does. He's already looking over his shoulder and braking and goes 8.70. Nice run though for Mohammed Hussein. Down in the low 9s at last. Right, Pete Slater and Marcel Dalbeck. Marcel with the skid power bike. All the way here from Germany. I think we see Marcel at least once a year. Bike's not quite on the numbers yet for 890. Went 961 was his best, but getting the G up from his crew. Yeah, Pete Slater was in at number 6. It's going to be tough for Marcel. Pete's already looking over his shoulder and cruising. Provided he gets there first but doesn't break out, it'll be a win. Well, they both actually run 9.56. That works out to be a whole shot win for Pete Slater. However, it wouldn't have been really, because Pete would have just kept the distance the same. Right, Giovanni Fong from the Netherlands and Paul Hazel. Paul was your number 1 qualifier. On the Slick side, Giovanni, both of these two were around about the right sort of ET, so there's not going to be any drifting and coasting this time, I don't think. They both need to run bang on. Even though Paul was number 1, Giovanni was number 9, but went 8.66. They're going to be looking at each other, they are. Well, it's a breakout for Paul Hazel. The winner is Giovanni. Unbelievable. He took the strike by a little bit too much, 0.15. He was just over 1/100th of a second under. That's Paul Hazel. So Giovanni moves on. Right, Seneschal Martis and Jan Kamberg. Jan either went way too quick or way too slow. Well, I say way too slow, it was a 9-1. This for a place in round number 2 against Giovanni. Well, once again, way too quick, unfortunately, for Jan Kamberg. It's Senatis moving on for a race against Giovanni. Okay, Gary Hester and Igor Petrozec. Been really cool having all of our Dutch friends over in 850 and every other class as well, of course. Gary Hester a couple of times has just tickled the wrong side of the number. His best one on the right side was an 861. Igor's quickest was a 974. Well, Igor doesn't go anywhere, unfortunately. Gary just needs to look over his shoulder shortly and back off a little bit. And goes 849 with an 8. Oh no. Well, he didn't back off enough. The crew with a facepalm moment right there. Wow, bracket racing. Right, Steve Jackson in the Slick Tricks lane against Stace. Her dad went in round 1 of Super Street Bike, and Stace uphold the family honour in round number 1 of 850. She's pretty good at this, there's a good chance she will. She went 854. Steve went in the 8.7s. Well, Stacey's way out in front. I'm sure she'll take a look over her shoulder in a minute. Oh, that was too close for comfort. Goodness me. She tried to do what the run before. Yeah, don't give your old man a heart attack, Stacey. Dearie me. She was off the line quicker too. She had loads to play with, loads. But she didn't back out of it at the finish line. Now, she nearly did what Gary Hester did. Paul Morris, Ted Van Deeken. 2 more runs in this round of racing. A great round of 16 for 850 bike. Yeah, Paul Morris was in the 8.5s. Ted Van Deeken's best, the right side, was an 80, an 880, sorry. Well, Ted Van Deeken wins on a whole shot with an 870. Paul Morris was looking over at him, trying to shadow him, but just by 0-1, Ted Van Deeken took that one. That was a real shocker, to be honest with you, because Paul Morris definitely had the legs and the bike under him to be out in front, but he decided not to be, or misjudged, whichever it was, I don't know, but that was a surprise. Number 12 taking out number 4. Right, one more race to go. Patrick Marie, who was in at number 2 against Alex Gordon, who was definitely got the bike back, just got to get it to run the number. Well, the Netherlands have had a pretty seriously good outing today already in 850 bike. A number of them going through. What can Alex do? Well, Patrick is looking over his shoulder already. And he does take the win. Alex is the right side of the number, but just not quite close enough, unfortunately. Right, Giovanni against Sonatis, Igor against Stacey, Patrick against Pete, and Kev Wright up against Ted Van Deeken. Right, 950 bike. Wearing the number 1 on the bike from last year, Hayden Michelle. In the Slick Tricks lane, Jack Hart the other side. Hayden's backing off, looking over his shoulder, still only just the right side with a 9:55, but only just is good enough for Hayden Michelle. He also had a better reaction time, which certainly helped. Right, Harvey Taylor and Matt Gatland, your next pair. This will set who races Hayden next round. Unfortunately, Harvey Taylor flinched. Matt Gatland will be round 2 in the semi-finals to race Hayden. Yeah, didn't get the lapse time either, unfortunately. He left before the tree was activated. Good looking run for Matt Gatland. Right, Thomas Cook Abbott against Dion Hartley. Thomas trying to get the bike to... It stubbornly doesn't fancy running 950, but he's trying to get it there. Up against Dion, who's been living in the 9.5, so place in the semis awaits the winner of this one. Well, problems for Dion, I can only think. Well, Tom might be looking over his shoulder. He does, he backs off. Thomas Cook Abbott takes the win. Well, the thing is, that's why you race him on the track. That was the first duff run all weekend for Dion, and it happened at the wrong time for him. Yeah, a big relief of sweat moment. Right, Alex Hope, number 1 qualifier against Dave Hall, number 5. Both in the 9.5s. It's got to be the toughest matchup of round 1 because there's only a few hundreds between them. Well, it isn't tough because Dave Hall goes red. Alex will be in round 2 to race Thomas. Goes a little bit too quick, but again, that doesn't matter. Right, I think it depends on the run order. We're going to have a little bit of track prep before. I think we're going to go with round 2 of Super Pro ET. Back to you guys in Nitro FM just for a few moments. Back shortly. Well, yeah, I'm ready, but define ready. There's somewhere. Well, I'm actually not that, which is, I've spent the whole weekend inside, haven't I? Thank you, mate, very much indeed. Thanks to everybody in Nitro FM. Could we have Junior Dragster into the lanes, please, for your next round of racing? Right, Super Pro ET, round 2. Harry Gibson out there with the dragster. Due to be taking on Dave Crowhurst. Harry Gibson turning into one hell of a bracket racer with this car, in a car that's notoriously difficult to bracket race, frankly. Going up against Dave Crowhurst, nearly 0.2 of a second advantage on the tree for the Camaro. So 795 with the door car plays against the quickest bracket car on the planet. Placing round 3. Well, Harry still goes through with a 6:45. It was a red light. It was 0-4 red for Dave Crowhurst. Now, actually, what happened there too was Harry also went red, but only by 0-2. But he'd seen the car in the other lane go red. Right, Charlie Seaward, Bob Doyle, 2 door cars going at it. Charlie with an 8.85. He is the leader of the championship, the national championship for Super Pro. Bob Doyle could do everyone else a favour in this round of racing. Winner gets that big bad blown car in the next round. Wow. Again, they both had their coffee. Charlie Seaward unfortunately breaks out again by too much. Car goes 882. Charlie was actually over the stripe first by 002, i.e. hardly anything. But he broke out by too much. Bob Doyle also went too quick. That was thousandths. The whole thing was thousandths. Well, Bob Doyle did indeed do everybody else in Super Pro a favour for the rest of the season. Whatever happens, I'm sure Charlie's still had a pretty damn good season, frankly. Okay. Tom Atkinson, the car didn't do what they wanted it to, or thought it was going to, more to the point, in round number 1. This Tyler Darling is 8.40. Going alongside Mark Coulsell, the car was off pace in round 1. Fixed. Has the driver had a clip round the ear by any chance? Yeah, Mark, unfortunately, you won't mind me saying, missed the tree a bit in round 1 and the car didn't run on form, but he still got the win over Ashley Bell. He went too quick. A lot more like it from both of them. Who's got the best race car? Door car or dragster? It's a door car, runs bang on. However, in the other lane, I don't think they are going to care at all, apart from the broken phone. Mark Coulsell's first ever 7-second run with a 7.98 at 159 miles an hour. He was there first, but he was there first because he was running his first 7-second run. Also, Tom Atkinson, unbelievable run. He was dead on with a 0. What a race. What a race. Congratulations to all of the Courcell family of the Maras. When it kept running 8 zeros, they knew it was coming, but to run it. To run 8 zeros on one of the hotter days of the season is pretty impressive. Tailwind, I'm sure, helped, but once again, pretty much a lifetime's work in drag racing for that. 798. Well done to everyone on the Ball Breaker team. Right, Steve Saunders and Dave Russell. Steve was your number 1 qualifier with the Rusty Dog. Well done, Steve. Well done, Harley. Well done, Lynn. Well done, Anna. Everybody, just that's absolutely fabulous. Well done to all of you. Shame he didn't win the round as well. He did his best. He absolutely did his best. Tom couldn't have been beaten though. He went 840 flat with an 840. Well, Stevie's weekend comes to an abrupt end with a 0-1 red. Dave Russell will be moving on no matter what the Rusty... Oh, don't run 6-7... No, don't do that. Don't run dead on with a 0 as well, please. Yeah, that might be a long ride home. Still a fabulous weekend for the Saunders family, though. New personal bests and everything else as well. Yeah, I was just going to say, whatever you do, Stevie, after red lighting, don't run dead on. Then he did. Because that just makes it all the harder. But I know they've got a race car, and hopefully they've had a terrific, terrific weekend. Well, the Courcells have themselves a 7-second slingshot. I can imagine there will be no small amount of celebration up the other end. Actually, and on the way as well. Do something really funny. Just park up and don't get him for 5 minutes for a laugh. What do you reckon? No, don't do that. That's a bad idea. It'll kill you when you get there. Right, so up next is AC Bell with the not so limpy slug. Should have been alongside Pete Walters, so whatever the plume of smoke was at the finish line, it's not good for Pete. Not making it here for round number 2. However, AC in the right place at the right time. I think this is the furthest in eliminations he's been for a while. With the now blown Firebird. 802? I think that's 802. No, it's 808. I always do that, sorry. Most importantly, he's in round 3 against Dave Russell. The winner of that one will get a bye in the next round. Last race of the round. Daniel Giles against Scott Hauser. Can we have Supercomp down reads for round 2? Supercomp, please, for round number 2. Thank you. Yeah, this is a titanic matchup. You wouldn't normally expect something like this early on in the day, but again, it was due to Dan and the team, or Daniel and the team, sorry, just didn't have a fun time in qualifying, dialing the car in. Again, most unusual for them. Nothing in it on the dial-in. 7:35 in the Kestrel lane for the Giles and Hartley dragster against 7:32 in the Slick Tricks lane for Scott Hauser. Absolute pick and race, this one. Scott's been on form this weekend, but Daniel is only ever one run away. Sometimes the next run. Wow, they were both on it on the tree. Scott's out in front, and Scott takes the win with a 7:33. Daniel breaks out, but only just. Scott won that one on the tree. He was 008. Oh, so close to red lighting, but he didn't do it. Okay, matchups for round 2 before we get to this pair, which will be a time trial run, is going to be Dave Russell taking on AC Bell, Scott Hauser against Tom Atkinson, Harry Gibson taking on Bob Doyle. And the winner of the Dave Russell AC Bell matchup gets a bye into the final round. Right, this is a time trial run for these 2 door cars. Josh Duncan with the Rover, and he's going to be going alongside Nathan Bartolo with the ever amazing Mazda MX-5. Ran way into the 60s yesterday, like miles into the 60s. He went 6.75. Well, trouble again for Josh, unfortunately. Nathan on his own then. Not quite as sporty early numbers as he had yesterday, but still really pretty good. 7:18 at 193. Pulled the chute just before the finish line. Yeah, the car just not making the same kind of move as it did yesterday. Right, we're going to push Josh back. It'll be a couple of moments and it'll be round number 2 of Pro ET. Right, Pro ET round number 2 coming at you now. And lunch as well. But you didn't need to know that. What? Yeah, it's alright. Put that away. Look. That bit. Thank you. Right. Freddie Thompson and Neil Watkins, your leader in the championship. That's Freddie. Up against the last remaining Watkins, I think, in eliminations at the moment. It's Neil. Takes out the points leader. Does everyone else in the championship a favour. Neil Watkins beats Freddie Thompson. He was 0.5 on the treats, went 0.2, but better at the finish line. Well, a big surprise there in that matchup. Well, if championship form is anything to go by anyway. Right, up next we have reserve driver for the weekend, Warren Watts, with a Cougar that's normally owned by Andy. I have to say, expertly built many years ago by my good friend, Mr. Pete Grange, and campaigned for quite a long time. I pestered him to come and race it all the time in big drag racing events, and here it is, just not with him in it, unfortunately. Anyway, so Warren and Billy. The good thing about the Cougar, though, is it's... I'm not going to say it's been consistent, but it has. Billy's going to get the green first. There he goes. Warren goes red. That was my fault because I said it was consistent. Well, Billy breaks out a little bit. Warren was 07 red, unfortunately. Still pretty good weekend driving an unfamiliar race car. It's very, very difficult showing up and taking on someone else's stuff, trying to make it run, trying to make it win. Right, Lee Huxley. It says happy birthday to Ruby Sue, but I think that's two different people. He's crossed out the Ruby though, so it's definitely just Sue. Against Al Medley. 1080 Al Medley goes first. There goes Lee. Well, Al Medley's car gathering smoke at the finish line. Lee will take the win. Just going to do a quick track check over there in the Kestrel lane because Al Medley's car was trailing smoke through the last half of the racetrack. Whoever the marshal is has picked a great time to have a jog. Well, whatever it was, not deemed to be serious, so he's back over the wall. Right, the last surviving McClure. Jack. Down there in Goldilocks, the 100E in the Kestrel lane. 11:22 for him. Alongside that, pesky Stevie Gates, who always seems to be around. I call it, say he's pesky because he's always around late rounds. Well, they've done really well since he got hold of this well-proven Camaro. And I just put a jinx on him by saying that. Dougie seems to be overjoyed. So Jack moves on to round 3. Steve will now have to concentrate on Super Cup. This is a monster matchup for round 2 between these two. Mark, points leader in the championship's gone out, so Mark can really do himself a favour in the National Series by going as many rounds, as he possibly can today. Standing in his way this time is Dave Cherrett. And Dave Cherrett is pretty good at this stuff. Right, 970 for the Can-Do Corolla. Well, Mark is still out there in front. Dave's not quite caught him yet. And it's Mark taking the win. Doing himself a lot of favours. Well done. He was 0-2 on the tree to Dave's unusually slow 0.2 that time. Right, Reuben Dawson and Ronnie Mercer. This is another really big round. Both of these two have been on their game all weekend. Not enough is said about what Reuben does on a weekend. He switches between two different cars. Okay, they're both Copos, but one runs in bracket racing, one runs heads up. It's definitely a talent. Right, Ronnie will go first, but not by much. Well, I say will go first. The tree will run first. Well, both green. Reuben marches on with a great looking run. That will go down as a whole shot win. He was only 0-2 over the stripe, but he was 0-3 on the tree to a 0-9 for Ronnie. Right, Simon in, it's Chris Creswell. Again, another huge round. But with the field of cars and drivers like this, any round of racing's a big one. The only shock in this one was Simon Innes only qualified number 31, literally by the skin of his teeth, but that was because he just broke out by a few thou on more than a couple of runs. He's over there in the Plum Crazy Racing Cuda, taking on the very, very rapid small block BMW. They are both green. Wow, it's Simon, because the BMW broke out. Only just. It was Chris Creswell that got over the stripe first, but just by a bit too much. Right, Stu Thompson and Nick Garrett. Duster versus Immaculate Nova. Well, unfortunately, Nick does what Ryan did, went red. Don't run 903. He didn't. Wow, Kiwi broke out, but it didn't matter by then. Stu Thompson into round number 3. Matchups very quickly. Reuven against Stuart, Mark against Simon, Jack McClure against Neil Watkins, and Billy Everett taking on Lee Huxley. Right, round number 2 of Junior Dragster. Apologies for the papers flapping in the background. That's me going through the notes to see where we got to. Right, Frankie Kent, by virtue of beating the number 1 qualifier, gets a bye run in round 2 due to the slightly odd lot field. So Frank gets to test the the weather. I can say out loud what his reacting time was. It was an 07. Can't say it normally because obviously racing. And goes 890 with a 5. Well, if he does that again in every round of racing, he'll be very successful. Right, Lola Bell Kent. That was her brother just taking a bye run. So the Kent family versus the Phelps family. The little alligator of Emily Phelps. Right, not much in it. On the tree, 8:15, 791. Lola beat Finn in round number 1 when the car stopped on the starting line, but Finn just went a bit too quick. Well, Emily's rolled in deep. Not that that matters. Emily's going to get there first, but Emily goes too quick. It's going to be Lola moving on, her brother. Both of the Kent family members entered today are in round 3. Right, Teddy Howe and Tom Peters. This is to decide who will race Frankie in round number 3. Ted with the green machine in the Kestrel lane. That's his dad giving him a G up. Actually, both kids giving both kids a G up in this one. Green light race. Don't forget to half track. Tom's driving at him. Tom gets there first, but goes too quick. It will be Teddy Howe racing Frankie Kent in the next round of racing. That was a shame for Tom because he was pretty good on the tree. Actually, they were both pretty good on the tree, to be honest with you. But just that bit too quick. Unfortunately for them young Mr. Peters. Right, Amelia Innes. Once again, we saw Simon go through, so no pressure. Up against Daniel Todd. Now this is a big one. This is for 2 rounds of racing. Whoever wins this one will be in the semi-finals. Because there's a bye in the next one. It's a 2-for-1. Can we have Comp Eliminator back into the lanes, please, for round 2, please? Comp Eliminator. Right, nothing in it on the tree. This will be at the finish line. It's gonna be Amelia Innes. Well, and gets herself a bye into the final as well. Daniel Todd did get there first, but unfortunately, he just went that little bit too quick. They were both mid-zeros on the tree. Right, Ella Rose Smallworth and Molly Openshaw. Ella Rose has a bob dial in. She's gone in deep, but that won't matter. In fact, it might have helped her. Slick Tricks Lane. Oh, look at that. 808 on 808. Amelia. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Amelia Rose takes the win for the Smallworth family. Sorry, Ella Rose takes the win for the Smallworth family. I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. She'll be taking on Lola Bell in the next round of racing. Yeah, Ella Rose Smallworth moves into round 3 with a place against Lola. Actually, it's all ladies on that side of the ladder. So Lola's going to be taking on Ella Rose, and the winner of that one will get Amelia in the semi-final. So one of those 3 will be in the final round. Right, your next 2. Neve Deavy taking on Max Taylor. Right, so nothing in it on the tree again. Key now is not to break out. It's Neve who breaks out by the least. Goodness me, that was close. She was 0-2 on the tree as well. Neve Deavy into round number 3. Max Taylor had a really good stab at it, but just went that little bit too quick for his dialing. Right, Kai Cooper and Chev Checkit, the last 2 in Junior Dragster for this round of racing. Whoever wins this gets Neve, who just won that round previously. They're both 790 cars, so this is basically a heads-up 790 junior drag race. Nothing on the tree at all. I can hear some whomping going on. The wind light comes on for Kai Cooper by 0.4 of a second. Just that little bit closer to his dial-in. He was slightly, very slightly quicker on the tree, but not by much. So that's Kai Cooper up against Neve Devi in round 3. Teddy Howe against Frankie Kent. Amelia Innes gets a bye run into the semi-finals, and the last race of the round will be Lola Bell Kent against Ella Rose Smallworth. Right, I think I'm just trying to work out where we are. I've lost my place totally because it's been we've had round of 32s where 16 should be, and so on and so on. We've had Pro ET round 2, we've had Junior Dragster round 2, but I don't know what's around the back of the tower, so I'm just going to go and take a look. Anyway, Nitro FM, just a couple of moments. We've got the jet car around there. I think that's Super Comp round 2 at the head of the lanes, but back very shortly indeed. Thank you very much indeed. It's always nice that the PA amplifies the noise of the jet like it needs it. So, I think this may well be Martin back on board after a wedding day yesterday. Hope you enjoyed your day off, but back to the day job today. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5, the jet dragster. Julian drove yesterday. I think he went 5:33, clipped it way early, and still went that quick. Now, Julian was having issues, as Martin will now, with the breeze that's going down the racetrack. It doesn't appear to be as bad as yesterday. I think they may have toned down the smoke slightly since yesterday. I think that's what's going on. Just looks like there's a small bonfire going on over on the bank now. Yeah, about that. Right, get the thumbs up. Certainly as fierce as ever. As the cloud gathers over the track again. Oh, and the roof's coming out the tower as well. That's another new one. Right, so Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. All being well, another 5-second run for the Jetmaster himself. Flying run for Martin, clicks it about 1,000 foot, still goes 5:31 at 251 miles an hour. Unreal. We hope you all enjoyed that. If you needed to be any warmer, everyone up there on the balcony enjoy that? A bit lively, but you know, what could you do? You survived. Give the team a big round of applause, please. We're just on with a bit of track prep. We have Pro Mod into the lane speeds. We've got Supercomp round 2 round the back of the tower alongside Comp Eliminator and loads of other good stuff. So please don't go anywhere at all. Back ASAP.
Rolling up in a green, I was diving on a submarine.
Justin Morton, it will be Nick Claydon. Getting the win light no matter what he runs, and he runs too quick, but once again it doesn't matter. I'm going to go first. Followed by Scott. I think Scott's already alongside her by the 8th mile. He knows what he's doing, that boy. He's just going to back off, sit up, coast, and run. A 9:58 win. He had a big reaction time advantage as well. So Scott Collier gets a bye run. Well, it was Nefty that left first, even though the tree was 3/10 later in his lane. Nefty goes 8.97, a very nicely judged win. Well, Keith Wright away into the distance as usual. Is he going to back off? He does. He's already looking over his shoulder and braking and goes 8.70. It's going to be tough for Marcel. Pete's already looking over his shoulder and cruising. Provided he gets there first but doesn't break out, it'll be a win. Well, they're going to be looking at each other, they are. Well, it's a breakout for Paul Hazel. The winner is Giovanni. Right, round number 2 of Supercomp. We've also got round number 2 of Comp Eliminator down there as well. I think probably, yeah, Top Fuel Bike Super Street into the pairing lanes as well, please. Could we have Top Fuel Bike and Super Street down, please? So, Stevie Gates with Ziva the Camaro for Hailing Island Garage. And Don't Lift Dave Fulton. Well, one was significantly quicker, and it's going to be Stevie Gates taking the win by the lesser of the 2 breakouts. Right, Ellie Mae Brown and Warren Watts. Right, Ellie Mae Brown and Warren Watts going to be your next pair. Tour car against Dragster. And Ellie should have the legs because she's got an 890 car. Warren's got a 90 car. Well, they're both dead even on the tree. We will sort this one at the top end. It's Ellie with an 895, beats a 908. Into round 3, young lady. Well done. Right, Nathan Hulks and Jeff Cowley. So, Nathan with the brick top Mustang over there against... That's Ronnie Mercer. Well, Nathan with the whole shot on the line. Will it be enough to hold off Ronnie? Nathan with the win light. Oh my goodness me, what a whole shot win as well. 895 takes out an 8.90. I think you plugged it back in again. Thank you very much indeed, Julian. Sorry. Well done to Nathan. That was a really, really good race as well. He still took the strike by 0.5. Right, Paul Brown and Nick Garrett. Yeah, so number 1 plays number 15. Paul Brown. Well, there's only 100th in it on the tree between the pair of them. 891, the barbecue roadster moves on again. He'll get Stevie Gates in round number 3. Nathan actually, with the Fox body, gets a bye run into the semis. So Jeff Cowley and John Bean, your last pair before we go into, I think, Comp Eliminator. Right, two-door cars this time round. Almost identical lights, nothing in it. It's going to be Jeff Cowley, 892. They were both 06 on the tree. John Beam with an 8.98, little bit of shake off the line, which I think was probably slowed him down a bit and made the difference. So it's going to be Jeff Cowley against Ellie. Nathan's got a bye run. Stevie Gates going up against Paul Brown. Right, comp eliminator, round number, I think we're on round number 2. I think we are indeed. Right, so first up we've got Dan Williams with a Chevelle in the Slick Tricks lane up against Amir Akram Ashad, who was a bit of a surprise winner in round number 1. He's out there with a front wheel drive 4-door Civic. And Dan Williams with the, yeah, there's the, okay, well, both Amir and Reuven being pushed back while we have a quick timing system reset. 3 races in this second round of Comp Eliminator. So we've got Ahmed Jamshed taking on Reuven Dawson. That's going to be a big one. Dan Williams against Amir. That was that race that's supposed to be there. It will be on in a minute. And David Barton from the USA taking on Nick Williams. weekend comes to an abrupt end with a 0-1 red. Dave Russell will be moving on no matter what the Rusty... Oh, don't run 6-7... No, don't do that. With the now blown Firebird. 8:02? I think that's 8:02. No, it's 8:08. I always do that. Wow, they were both on it on the tree. Scott's out in front, and Scott takes the win with a 7:33. Daniel breaks out, but only just. Nathan on his own then. Not quite as sporty early numbers as he had yesterday, but still really pretty good. 7:18 at 193. Billy's going to get the green first. There he goes. Warren goes red. That was my fault because I said it was consistent. Well, Billy breaks out a little bit. Warren was well, they've done really well since he got hold of this well-proven Camaro. And I just put a jinx on him by saying that. Dougie seems to be overjoyed. Well, both green. Reuven marches on with a great looking run. That will go down as a whole shot win. He was only very, very rapid small block BMW. They are both green. Wow, it's Simon because the BMW broke out. Thank you very much indeed. We are back. And we are in our ears again. Thank you to Julian. It's amazing what you can do by shoving a penknife in something, isn't it? Slightly more technical than that, of course. Right, Dave Barton and Nick Williams. Well, believe it or not, the car that Nick's driving is the one that David is in at the moment. So that's Nick's Copo in the Kestrel lane, going alongside the owner. Which car does Nick want to win? I know which one Dave wants to win, obviously. So Nick's index took a little bit of a hit in round number one, which is why it's now 11.05. He's still got enough in the tank to beat his other car, but David Barton does have a little bit more in reserve with the Copo, because that can go in the 7.7s, I think. Well, David Barton spins off the line, unfortunately. Nick's going to be coasting already. 11.46, he wasn't coasting, but he took the win all the same. Nick was triple zip 5 on the tree. David Barton was 0.8. Yeah, Nick left nothing on the table for his friend visiting from America. He was 0.005 on the tree. He was exactly 0.6 under his index. Right, Amir Akram Ashad against Dan Williams. We've got the whole Williams kids up there on the VIP balcony watching on as dads go out there and play. Well, we've got one of the Williams boys through. Can we have two? Standing in his way is that pesky front-wheel drive 4-cylinder turbo Civic with a 9.16 index. Dan's index is now down to 10.57. That's taken a whack as well. So Amir does have a pretty good chance here. He also has a better reaction time, but gear selection issues around about 3:30. Dan may well just coast the rest of the way. He does indeed, 10.67. Right, well, Nick has a bye run into the final round. And Dan will be racing one of the next two, which is Ahmed Jamshed and Reuven Dawson. So Reuven's index took a hit in the last round of racing because he went, anytime you go 0.6 under, more than 0.6 under, sorry, in eliminations, your index is adjusted for the next round of racing. The idea is to keep it fair so someone just doesn't keep running away with everything because their car's way faster. It is a little bit of a game of chess throughout the season just to make sure when the conditions are really good, that you don't take too big of a chunk out of your advantage. So in the qualifying they go all out. In eliminations it's a bit of a cat and mouse game. You want to get there first, but you don't want to kill your index too much. VW Pro into the pairing lanes please for your next round of racing. We have Motorsport UK and Fueltech Pro Mod down for their semi-final round. Right, so front wheel drive or Copo. Take your pick. Ahmed's index is now 949. Reuven's is now 837. That is quite a big hit. Oh my goodness, really, Reuven with a triple zip 2 on the tree for that round of racing. He's still not going to get Ahmed though. Oh my goodness me, Ahmed completely destroys his index but takes the round win. 834 at 181 miles an hour. That's 9.49 will be markedly different after that round of racing. Ahmed with, I think, possibly his biggest speed ever. 181.37. He was 04 on the tree, and he was late compared to Reuven, who was 0002. What a race. I think Reuven actually backed out of it at the finish line because he knew he wasn't going to catch Ahmed, so he thought save it for another day. Right, Motorsport UK, Fueltech Pro Modified. Round 2, semi-finals. One race, one bye run. That, kids, is how clouds are made, in case you didn't know. So, Blow Car versus Turbo Car, Mustang versus Camaro. This one's got it all. Oh, UK against Holland as well, of course. John Webster. Very talented chassis builder and not too bad at driving either. He's down here in the Slick Tricks lane with Fast Company number 2, the Turbo Mustang. Up against Michel Turenne, who set the low ET of the weekend so far in round number 1. Went 583. That was an absolutely picture-perfect run for the Pro Dutch team. So, heads up first to the finish line wins. Well, Michel's already got in. John needs to build boost and bump in. He's only going to have a certain amount of time. Here he goes. Wow, Michel with a slight hole shot and a storming run again. It's another 583 for the Pro Dutch team. That's the weekend that they were looking for a few weeks ago at the main event. 242 miles an hour again, 0.94 to 60 foot. 254 to 330, 381 to the 8th mile, and 583 at 242. John Webster did his absolute damnedest, but he was behind every increment, and even the big power of the turbo car and the big speed of the turbo car couldn't run Michel down. That was John's quickest run of the weekend with a 594 at 243. It will be Holland against France in the Pro Mod final. So representing France in that final. Well done to the Pro Dutch team. It's really nice to go rounds with a car in one piece and it running 580s. That's what they came to do. That's the kind of weekend they wanted. So Jean Delemont, all he actually has to do is stage to be in the final round. I'm sure he's going to go for it anyway. Wants the tune-up data. Been living in the 6.1s. He went 6.14 in qualifying, 6.15 in round number 1. Vents the nitrous oxide on the huge 960 cubic inch big block engine in there. I think it's about 13.5 litres, something like that. Great effort for John Webster and the team. Just not quite enough against that Pro Dutch car. Okay, John brings it in. Will we see another one, or another 6-1, excuse me, or will he step it up a little bit? We'll know fairly soon on, depending on how the car leaves the line and what the numbers are going down the track. That was a very soft launch. Might have thought that was going to be quicker, but no, 6:43 at 2:25. Yeah, the car only went 109 to 60 foot. Kind of a little bit of a double step. I think they were probably trying to go a bit quicker than that. But he will be in the other lane in the final round against Michel Turenne. Right, before we go with our next round of Super Street Bike, by the looks of it, underneath the tower with the Shed of Dreams Box of Frogs team. It's Roger Moore. Right, the my run order's gone totally out the window, but never mind anyway. Yep, Super Street Bike semis around the corner. We've also got round number 2 of VW Pro there too. Right, so this is Roger Moore with the world's only V4 Nitro machine, not supercharged, just injected. I say just, it still makes an awful lot of horsepower and will has the potential to be very quick indeed. Which is why Phil Crossley built it. He spent a number of years building this. Well, good looking burnout for Roger. So keep everything crossed. This will be the first time actually taking the tree for this machine, completely hand built by the man standing behind it. Everything, his life's work pretty much has gone into this thing. So good luck, Roger. Hope all of it goes to plan. Not sure what the plan is or how far he's supposed to be going down the track. Let's see what it can do. Wow. It took the green. Literally took the green. Yeah, give him a massive round of applause. Come on, that's years of work. He will get there. They will get there with it. It burnt out nicely. It rolled forward nicely. That's a very nice moment as well, with Roger and Phil down there on the line just shaking hands, because it's quite something to trust somebody with a machine that you've hand built and you've spent so much money, time, effort building. However, Phil's going to be out in the final round of Top Fuel Bike a bit later on today. So progress, one thing at a time. Right, semi-finals of Super Street up next. Right, quick timing system reset before we go with Jake Michel against Carl Thomas and Al Morrison against Josh McLean. Sorry, Josh Stubbins, Josh McLean. Right name, wrong class. So the first pair is going to be Jake Michel and Carl Thomas. Just as they click them off, they get the thumbs up to say the timing system has been rebooted and reset. So Carl Thomas into the sixes, but not quite as far as Jake was. Jake went 6.64 at a booming speed as well, knocking on the door. I'm not sure whether that's an ACU speed record, but it's not far off the FIME record as well. 227 miles an hour on a Super Street bike. Right, let's go, fellas. Visors down. Placing the final round for one of these two. Slight hole shot to Carl Thomas, but Jake had made that up by the time they went past the tree. Oh, yes, Jake with a 6.58. Carl Thomas, 6.91. But Jake, the big news of that one, we have a UK Super Street bike in the 650s. 6.58 with a 9 at 226 miles an hour. Carl Thomas did everything he could, but a 6.91 not that long ago. That would have been streets in front, but my goodness me, Jake. 119 to 60 foot as well for Jake, which frankly is pretty normal, but the rest of the racetrack, also they're going to be super happy with those numbers because it's so hot. Right, Al Morrison, Josh Stubbins had a prime view to watch Jake just do that. What can they do? This is going to be a hell of a race, actually. Josh, 6.83, his best of the weekend. 6.7s for Mr. Morrison. This could be all on the tree. Go get them, fellas. Dave says bring them into stage. They're both in pre-stage. On the two-step. It's going to be a whole shot for Josh Stubbins, but will it be enough? I think it might be because Al Morrison's got close to the centre line. It's Josh with a 6.77. 219 miles an hour. Well, that boy can ride. Final round. Jake Michel, Josh Stubbins. That's going to be awesome. Right, we've got a quick test run again. Actually, it's going to be Danny and Travis Marie. Well, Daniel knows he's got company now in the 650s. Sorry about all the rustling again, just finding the correct class which is coming next. So these are just time trial runs. Daniel still with issues getting off the line. Travis going for a full bore run. 7.01 at 196 for Travis and a 6.73 still with the stumble for Daniel Lentz at 228 miles an hour. Goodness me. Right, they're both safely around the corner. Travis on the cusp of a 6-second run there as well. I was just watching him drift over towards the centre line, but they both did what they were supposed to do and stayed in their own lanes in the end. I also think Dan went past him, past the finish line, because he was just going like 30-odd miles an hour faster. Right, Combike round number one, another heads-up class, i.e. light comes on, get to the finish line before the other guy or girl. So, first pair is going to be Graham Dance taking on Damien Hope. Your numbers 4 and 5. There was only a 1/10 of a second between them in qualifying. Both looking for all the world like they should be Super Street bikes. Opting to run in comp instead. Graham's did used to be actually in Super Street bike. Slight hole shot for Graham Dance. Will it be enough to hang on? That's a good looking race again. Oh, look at that. A whole shot win for Graham Dance, actually. 7:35 beats 7:35, but the little numbers are ones that make the difference. Graham Dance with his quickest run of the weekend, exactly when he needed it. Exactly when he needed it. 0.04 of a second advantage on the tree was the difference at the finish line. What a terrific race. Right, Pete Slater and Chris Neary. Another two that only had a tenth between them in the low sevens in qualifying. Pete Slater pointing even more towards the wall. Julian, he's coming straight for you. I think he is, actually. No, I wouldn't bother. It straightens out within no time, honestly. Wow, Chris doing a really good job hanging on to it. And he needed to as well. 780. Had to back out of it before the finish line to make sure he didn't go over the line. But Pete Slater was already in trouble by then, so he just cruised through for the win. Okay, Pete Field qualified. Oh, no, sorry, I beg your pardon. This is Patrick Rawnsley and Paul Hambridge. My apologies. Number 2 and 7, still both of them in the mid-stroke low sevens. But we fall silent for a moment. It can only be something up the top end. Right, we're back at it. Jasmine Cordell and Pete Field, your number 1 and 8 qualifier. Pete got into the show on his last run. Could we have Sportsman ET into the lanes, please? Yeah, Pete with a 7.5 on a new-to-him machine. Pete, once again, absolutely knows how to ride. And this bike is going to be killer when they get it dialed in. It's just a matter of time, really. And whenever that might happen. Jasmine Cordell, your number 1 qualifier in the last round of qualifying yesterday, 7.18. It was a thing of beauty. Well, Pete moved first, but blazed the tyre instantly. Jasmine heads for the wall. Can Pete run her down in time? I think he might make it. He does indeed. Pete Field, after blazing the tyre and, well, frankly, having no hope, kept at it. Jasmine headed for the wall, had to back off. And that was all Pete Field needed to run her down. He went 184 miles an hour across the finish line. Right, Paul Hambidge, Patrick Warnsey, your last pair, where the winner will make up the other part of the semi-finals. The winner of this gets Chris Neary in round 2. So Paul Hambidge in the Kestrel lane with a very, very rapid machine. Well, that's 2 for 2 in the Slick Tricks lane that blazed the tyre. 7.94 for Paul Hambidge is enough to get him the win. Right, this is a time trial run before we get to junior drag bike. Liam Holgate and Matthias van Vingarden. Got a feel for Matthias, his first ever 7-second run. Didn't qualify. Yeah, Liam with issues all weekend, still not solved, unfortunately. What's Matthias got this time? Oh, even quicker again, 7.87 at 167. That is very important as well, because Matthias likes coming out to play occasionally with the FIM Pro Stock bikes, and because he's now run a 7, I do believe that makes him eligible, subject to official confirmation, of course. Right, round 2 of junior drag bike. Right, junior drag bike, Sam Hope, Isaiah Alvarez. Isaiah off and running. Sam waiting very patiently. It's got to be tricky to do that on a pro tree. Is Sam going to get there in time? He does, and he takes the win by 0.31 over the stripe. Well done, Sam. Right, that's Aisha Harris taking on Harry Isaacs. Harry is leading the points for junior drag bike in 2026 for the national championship. But Aisha has really been on it so far this weekend. She ended up #1 qualifier. Well, Aisha's in front, but here comes Harry. Harry lights the win light. Aisha breaks out by a big margin, actually 3 odd tenths of a second, something like that. So it is Harry Isaacs moving through to the semi-finals. Right, Cameron Cordell against Lara Humber. For a place against Sam Hope in the semi-finals. Off goes Cameron, but not very far. Well, now his best hope is that Lyra breaks out. She wants 10.08. Oof, 10.19. Sorry. Giving everyone heart attacks down here. So it will be, it's very unfortunate for Cam. Sorry, young man. Okay, we've got one more pair to go, which is Leah Morrison and Kyan Lester. Right, so Kyan will be going first by nearly 5 seconds. Almost as good as 5 seconds, frankly. Followed by Leah. Expertly done by Leah. Went on the two-step at just the right time. She is going to get there, and she's coasting already. Perfectly done. Check that out. A closer run for Kyan in the other lane, but that was all about reaction time. So, Leah Morrison against Harry and Sam Hope against Lyra. Okay, VW Pro. So, Jacob Bailey and Dave Henderson. Dave Henderson's been on a tear this weekend. He was #1 qualifier, running in the 10.8s almost every single time with that immaculate Audi over there. So the Audi will get the tree first. Back to bracket racing, so dial-ins on the board, 1080 and 943. Dave Henderson off and running, Jacob Bailey goes red, it's Dave Henderson moving on. Will it be another 1080? Yep, 1087. Well done, Michael, by the way, awesome weekend. Can we have Supergas in the lanes, please, for your next round of racing? It's going to start happening thick and fast now because we're getting through everything and getting towards the later rounds. So, Ed Keach and Chris Waterhouse for a date in the next round with that amazing Audi you just saw take the win. Yep, Supergas, please, into the lanes. Thank you very much indeed. Right, Chris Waterhouse is off and running, as is Ed Keach. No red lights in this one. Whoa, that was really super close. It is Chris Waterhouse taking the win with a 12.18. Two very good reaction times indeed, and they were both oh so close to their darlings. But it is Chris Waterhouse through to round number 3. Right. Abby Tether, James Hodson. Goodness me, I'll tell you why I said goodness me in just a couple of moments. I think James Hodson is going to get there. He's already in front before the finish line, and he doesn't break out, so he takes the win. James Hodson with a 001 reaction time. Abby, unfortunately, 0.4. Just wasn't going to get it done against the 00 reaction time. Well done, Mr. Hodson. Round 3 beckons. Right, James Gould, who isn't going to make the run. The car's being pushed round by the crew. It's going to be Danny Bean. Well, it'll be Danny Bean against James Hodson in the next round of racing. That little Lupo, don't half move. $12.02 on 11.90. Once again, it's by run, so it doesn't really matter. It's the win light that is the most important thing. Yeah, commiserations. James Gould just getting out of the car. They pushed it out the way. I can only think it didn't fire for some reason. Hence the fact he didn't make the run. Right, Phil Brogg and Nigel Gregg with the Golf. The Golf estate over there in the Kestrel Lane. I won't make that mistake again. Don't worry about it. 12.99 for him. The tree will run in his lane. Phil Brogg, though, 10.58. It's getting warmer out there, but perfect racing. Perfect for racing. Well, Phil Brogg goes red. We are going to see the Golf Estate one more time. This is going to be a great one. Jake Fronda against Josh Lee. Jake has been bang on the money almost every single run so far this weekend. Dials what he has pretty much all the time, 10.60. Josh hasn't been exactly that bad himself. He dials 12.50. I don't think either of these two have changed the dial, no matter how hot it gets, what the weather's like, or anything like that. Well, that's my fault for saying they've been really consistent. Jake goes red by 0.6. Josh Lee will be in the next round of racing against Nigel. So the pairings are Dave Henderson taking on Chris Waterhouse. Josh Lee taking on Nigel Gregg. And Danny Bean taking on James Hodson. Okay, VW Sportsman. I'm going to have a quick rifle through just to make sure that I've got the everything in the right order. Jason Ainslow and Poppy Hunter. Both of the Ainslows are in round 2. Good looking launch for Jason. He broke out by a fairly substantial margin in the last round of racing. Poppy is going to try and run him down. He's way out in front again. And he breaks out. Poppy, by virtue of staying the right side of the number, takes the win. Jason backed off, but it wasn't enough. Okay. His wife in the next pair behind saw that just happen to Jason, unfortunately. This is Larry Ainslow in the Cupra, in the Kestrel Lane. Taking on Jordan Clark. Dad-to-be. Not much in it again on the tree. 14.10, 13.99. Well, Jordan Clark is still out in front. And he turns on the win light as well, even though he breaks out, because Lowry, well, both the Ainslows fall victim to breakouts. Also, that's Jordan with a bye run into the semi-final round 2. That was a 2-for-1 race, that one. Nicely done. What a weekend. Right, Bruce Harvey, Jack Young. That will be Bruce Harvey going through. Nobody broke out. Sorry, I was just trying to work out who broke out, but no one did in that one. Right, can we have Street Eliminator, please, into the pairing lane? Street Eliminator. Right, Lily Stevenson and Aaron Lang. Aaron was number 2 qualifier. Lily's over there thinking, that was my spot. What are you doing there? 13.90, 13.72. Well, even though there was a stagger on the tree, it didn't look like it. Lily's already out in front with the car that dialed the quicker ET. Jazz got to keep her nose in front, which she does perfectly, and wins on a whole shot. That's why she was VW Sportsman Champ last year. Well done, Lily. She was 0.8 on the tree to a .25, and that in the end was the difference. Right, John Crawford taking on Tom Circuit. So the, I would say rental, it's not rental, it's borrowed from Jackie. Right, Professor John is off and running, as is Tom. It looks like a long way to make up, but it soon gets reeled in. That's so close. It's Tom Circuit. Well, they both had really good reaction times. The win margin, John was over the finish line first, but he broke out by 0.02 of a second. That's how Tom took the win in that one. Oh, that's a bit close. Okay. Couple more pairs. We're just waiting for someone to start and come round, which doesn't look like it's happening, unfortunately. It's not. Right, what was supposed to be a race between Alicia Monks and Justin Foley won't be. It's going to be Alicia taking the tree on her own because Justin had just been pushed off round the corner. We have our last race. And it's going to be Phil Jones and Polly Judge. The winner of this one will get to face Lily Stevenson. Right, the tree's going to run for the Cayenne first. Two incredibly respectable reaction times for street cars. It's almost like they've got practice at this. It's Polly by the lesser of the two breakouts. She didn't take the stripe, but she took the win. A .12 light's not going to hurt either. So she moves on to race Lily in the next round of racing. Okay, Sportsman ET. Again, apologies for all the shuffling. There we go. I knew it'd be there somewhere. Well, so Debbie Taylor gets a bye run by virtue of taking out the number one qualifier in round one. Going to make the most of it. Well, close-ish. Right, Lorna Collins and Jill Medley. Your next two. Lorna off and running. Not followed by Jill because Jill Medley goes red by 0.02 of a second. Unfortunately, Jill might get there first, but it won't be a win light. Yep, Lorna. Very nicely done. Right, Ricky Hale with Volkswagen Golf up against Alex Pryor with the Metro. Wild Bunch into the lanes, please, for round one. Can we have Wild Bunch, please, into the pairing lanes? Tony goes red, only by 0.13. It's going to be Ricky into round 3. 17-10, again, doesn't matter. Just for good measure, Tony the Nugget broke out. Right, Michael Dowdy and Troy Attree. This is a big one. It's going to be a very close race indeed. 14.55, 12.28. Well, Michael is off and running, followed by Troy. Can the big Camaro run down the Audi? Running out of room. Michael breaks out. He had a big starting line advantage. Actually, they both break out. I do apologise. But Troy Attree was the one that broke out by the least. Right, Pete Walters, Kirsty Tram. I do apologise to the crew because I was trying to work it out as well. It's kind of hard to see wind lights from when you're sitting here with the sun blazing in your face, but it's a good problem to have. Right, Pete Walters and Kirsty. What a matchup this one's going to be. Unfortunately, Kirsty goes red. Wow. Well, even the best have a misstep now and then. She was 0-2 red, Pete was 0-2 green. Doesn't matter what she runs. Don't look at what she runs, Andy. Whatever you do, don't turn around and look at what she ran. That's kind of smart. Okay, Rich Palmer and Chloe Millington. Having a great day out again. Chloe, 15.75 and 13.24 in the other lane for Rich with the family cat. The tree will run in favour of the BMW estate. Okay, 2 green lights. Well, Rich is going to get there, and he's got the brake lights on, and he does actually take the win closer to his dial-in as well. He was also a little bit quicker on the tree. I'm sure Chloe still had a great weekend. But it is the family cat. Moving on to round 3. All on you now, Mark. Right, Aaron Springford and Gary Lake. It's going to be a tough one as well. 2 very quick cars indeed. The incredibly rapid Lexus against the not too slow Corvette. Can we have ET Bike in the lanes, please? I'm guess for round 3. ET Bike, please, into the pairing lanes. Right, so Gary's going to get the green first. Very quickly followed by Aaron. No slouches at all in this one. Wow, what a race. Aaron was over the finish line first, but he broke out by that much, unfortunately. That was a great race. Both were really on it on the tree. 0-2 to an 0-3, slightly in favour of Gary Lake. And in the end, Aaron took the finish line, but unfortunately broke out too. Right, last race of the round, I think, between Dan Holloway and Rob Creswell. We've got Street Eliminator coming up. We've also got Super Gas. Still tons more racing on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. There goes Rob, followed by Dan. This is gonna be tight. Dan will draw up alongside. It's just whether he keeps his foot in or decides to coast. Rob's got the brakes on, but it wasn't enough. He still broke out by 0.2 of a second. Dan Holloway goes through because he only broke out by 0.3. What an unbelievable race that one was. Okay, quick bit of track prep before Street Eliminator, and then we've got them, we've got Supergas, we've got loads more stuff. So Nitro FM, couple of moments, we'll be right back. Amazing Cortina estate. Well, James Murray leaves on him, but that may well be the last time he's in front. Andy Bond with a good-looking run until he starts cruising with the brake lights on. Unfortunately, Nigel Hale bumped through stage. What can Jack Petley do? 784, even quicker. 179 miles an hour. Well, he hadn't run a 7 before this. Right, back with Supergas, actually, just before round number 2 of Street Eliminator. Martin Kirbishley taking on Paul Brown. This is going to be a big one for the simple reason that they were both pretty much dead on in round 1. Super Pro, into the lanes, please, for your next round of racing. Could we have Super Pro, please? As we get towards the sharp end of the day, turnaround times are going to shorten. Everything is going to get a little more fun because there's a lot more on the line, obviously, including biscuits, as you probably just heard. So heads up first to finish line win. Don't go quicker than 990. Wow. Once again, it's really funny because you can see reaction time differences sometimes, and that was one of those. Paul Brown 96 beats a 96. Martin, unfortunately, was never going to win that one. He was 0.17 on the tree, unfortunately. The car was dialed though. They both went 96. Right. Paul gets a bye run in the semis. On the other side of the ladder, Jasmine Tunstall and Dave Fulton. Wow. Again, I can't say it out loud, but that was good. What a proper race is supposed to be like. 92 for Jasmine, the right side of the number. Dave Fulton goes too quick. Jasmine into the semi-finals. Well, she'll race one of these two. They were 02 and 03 on the tree. There was nothing in it at all in that one. So Jasmine, Paul Brown will be in the final round because he's got a bye run on his side of the ladder. But the other side of the ladder will be a race between Jasmine, who you just saw take the win there in the Brogue Roadster, and one of these two. Dave Cherritt with the van. Or Conrad Stanley. Could we have 850, please? 850 bike, please. Well, reaction times aren't going to excite either of them. Dave's way out in front, but I think he needs to brake, which he doesn't in time. Conrad Stanley goes through to face Jasmine in the semi-final round. Right, Eva with another familiarisation stroke licensing run. I'm pretty sure she's got a licence already, but these are going to be just, like I said, familiarisation runs. She does seem to have the hang of this almost straight away. Right behind her, Street Eliminator, with some great races coming up. Right, the Pontiac Grand Am. If you wonder where you've seen this car before, this used to belong to Malcolm Francis. Possibly, it's older than Eva, actually, this car. But it's never looked better. Looks absolutely mint in its new colours. It's been sitting dormant for quite a few years. So, good luck, young lady. Let's see what we got this time. That was a little bit of a wander that time. She backed off it, but got on it again. And goes 8:51 at 165 miles an hour. Well, that was quicker than Dad in the same car, yeah? I think that's about right. Well done, Eva. Goodness me. I must admit, when her dad kind of did that on Friday morning, I didn't think she'd be there in like a couple of days later, but well done, Eva. Terrific effort again. Right. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Tony Higgs taking on Michael D'Souza. Tony managed to keep the chutes in before the finish line this time. Actually, before the start line, more importantly. Tony nudging in, just waiting for Michael D'Souza to sort his wardrobe out. He does need to get a move on, though. Right, so performance advantage for the Capri. But that doesn't matter if he spins the tyres or anything goes sideways. Tony Higgs doesn't spin the tyres, and that's a great launch for both of them. That's Michael D'Souza's best launch of the weekend. Tony goes 740 at 188, knocking on the door of 200 miles an hour once again. Michael D'Souza with a 10.11. Right, Joe Baxter should have been against Jack, but no Jack Petley, unfortunately. No 7.8 second Malaboost this time round. So Joe Baxter again gets a freebie, and knowing Joe, he'll still go for it. Wants to make sure the tune's right. Beautiful looking run again. Into the 7.0s at 212. Goodness me, in the heat of the day, the warmest conditions so far, and he goes 7.0 and he's knocking on the door of the 6s. You can hear the whooping underneath me, and not surprisingly so. Joe Baxter is leading the championship in Street Eliminator. Is it any wonder? Right, so Joe will be racing Tony on one side of the semis. Andy Bond should have been taken on Joe Stevens, but we got no Joe down here, unfortunately, either. So Andy Bond will be taking a bye run this time. He will also get a bye run in the semi-finals. There's still a lot of on and off the throttle stuff going on with that car. He's got the brake lights on before the finish line goes. 8:09. Once they get it nailed, it will be back where it always was again anyway. At the moment, the momentum is definitely with that Mustang, but things can change in a hurry in drag racing. Right, Wild Bunch. I'm just trying to find the Wild Bunch ladder again. Apologies for the shuffling of papers. There we go. I know we have a casualty or two, but we do have a race or two. And this is the first one, Marie Mills and Pete Brown. Right, so Pete Brown, check out the dial-in. 8:27. That would be a super quick run for that car. I think his personal best in the car is about 8:22. It is indeed. Rob's is 8:34. Running a small block Chevy with Hilborn injection. Of course it does. Of course it does. Of course it does. They've had a huge hit list of achievements with this car. Going alongside Marie Mills with a purple altered. Another small block Chevy car. Dials 10.20. Her quickest ET ever is a 10.1. Now, this is a staggered tree, but not a sportsman tree. It's a staggered pro tree, which makes life difficult for Pete Brown. But you wouldn't know it because he just went 0002. It's all about win lights though. Pete goes 8:26, Marie goes 10:25. Marie was 012. Well, what a race. Okay, if you can hear me, I don't think you can hear me down there, but if you can hear me, he was 0002. Marie was 01. Unbelievable. It is Marie though, with a great job of driving. Well, if the guy in the other lane is going to go 000, you've got to be there too. Right, Alan Schofield with the altered. And Philippa Turton. Well, these are the round one matchups, but there's another matchup that should be happening, which I think both competitors are broken, unfortunately. So this is basically for a place in the final. And it'd be a place in the final against Marie. Well, as good as the last reaction times were, those were very patient, shall we say. Alan Schofield was already way out in front as long as he doesn't break out, which he doesn't because he's cruising. The crew are quite happy about that, yes, because he didn't break out. I get that. Well done to the Wild Bunch. So, Alan on one side of the ladder, Marie on the other. They might just sort of stage up and back up and then run the final round. We're back on with ET Bike. Round number, where are we up to? Round number 3. So this replacing the semi-finals. Patrick Marie, who was dead on in his last round of racing, up against Phil Pratt. This is going to be a good one. Phil's not used to being chased down, but he's not multi-time ET Bike champion for nothing. However, the guy in the other lane has been absolutely on fire today. Patrick Marie from the Netherlands. Phil's going to take the tree first in the Slick Tricks lane. Hardly anything in it on the tree. Phil is still out in front. Has he got enough? The answer is yes with an 8.92. That's how you do it. Breakout in the other lane. He did get there first, Patrick, but it was just that little bit too quick. Right, Nefty Martina and Nick Pladen, I think. It is indeed. And the reason I know that is because it's almost impossible to read their dial-ins or their numbers. So whoever wins this one will be in the final round because they're going for a place. There's going to be a buy in the next round for one of these two. Whoever takes the win. Nick Pladen's off and running first. Nefty's closing in. Nick's looking over his shoulder. And Nick Pladen does it perfectly. Absolutely spot on for Nick Pladen. Goodness me, the win margin 0-4. Nick Pladen will be in the final round because he's getting a bye in the semi-finals. Okay, the other side of the ladder, Scott Collier. Gets a bye run. Beat Fiona Moore in the round before. Got past Bryn Dance in round one. Goodness me. There's something in the water today. Scott just went 0005 on the tree. And 947 on the track. Wow. Yeah, 0005. Yeah, basically that. Had too much coffee or too many Weetabix, one of the two. Sets up a semi-final round with Phil. Well, it's got to happen sooner or later, isn't it? Right, Pro ET into the lanes, please. Could we have Pro ET? I can see Super Pro for their next round of racing are down there. What's really amazing about both Phil and Scott is that they just don't leave any room for anyone else to sneak in or anything like that. They're just so good every time. Right, 850 bike round 2 for a place in the semi-finals. First pair, Kevin Wright, Ted Van Deeken. Now we know full well that both of these two can go way too quick for the 850 number. Who's going to be the bravest to back off the soonest? Well, the whole shot goes to the Dutchman. Kevin's looking over his shoulder. He's not backed off nearly enough. Goes 834. It will be. Ted Van Deeken taking the win with an 865. Well, Kevin Wright did actually try. He was looking over his shoulder more than he was looking where he was going. Right, Giovanni Thong and Seneschal Martis. Your next two. Giovanni in the Slick Tricks lane. Both of these two again can go way under that 850 number. Right, who's going to be the bravest to back off again because they can both kill it? Well, it is an 858 bang on for Seneschal. into the semi-finals. So we got 2 Dutchmen in the semis already. Come on, Stacey, you know what to do. Just kidding. Stacey Reid in the Kestrel lane from the UK. Okay, nearly gave her a heart attack. Oh, so close to breaking out in a round one that she didn't want to break out. Up against Igor Petruzec. I'll give you one guess where Igor's from. Holland. This for a place in the semi-finals against Seneschal Martinez, who you just saw go through. If the Dutchman wins, there'll be a Dutchman in the final. Well, Igor's going nowhere. Stace, look over your shoulder. Oh, and again. Deary me, still trying to give Dad heart attacks. She had that absolutely wrapped up, but a great run. 8:53 at 1:49. They got that bike tuned. So it'll be Holland and the UK in one half of the semi-finals. Right, Patrick Marit and Pete Slater, we could still have. Do you know what? We had the potential to have an all-Dutch semi-final. We still do, as in both sides of the ladder, we still have the potential to have an all-Dutch half of the ladder, really. Ted's already there. It's Patrick and Pete Slater this time. Well, Patrick off the start line first. You could clearly see that. Pete's best hope is to get him to break out, which he doesn't. Patrick Marit goes to the semis. Right, so the only person from the UK left in 850 bike is Stacey. Yeah, Patrick and Ted and Stacey and Seneschal in the semi-final rounds. Right, we have Super Pro ET ready to go, I think. We've got 3 races to set up our semi-final rounds. Right, so the rounds we've got coming up are going to be Harry Gibson with the big blown car taking on Bob Dorr, the quickest car in the class, against one of the not so quick cars. That doesn't matter at all. Obviously, it's bracket racing. Tom Atkinson taking on Scott Hauser, and Dave Russell against AC Bell. AC having a really, really great day, and the winner of the Dave Russell AC Bell matchup will be getting a bye run into the final. So that's another one of those 2-for-1 events. So that's Harry Gibson. Going to need no introduction at this rate. So he's a pretty top-notch European Championship crew chief. Or car chief. He's turning out not to be the worst bracket racer either. For those not able to see the live stream at home, it's, according to the weather station, it's a beautiful 27 degrees out there. It might feel a bit warmer than that, but it's not called the Summer Nationals for nothing. At least we don't have to keep looking at the sky. The only reason we're looking up at the moment is to make sure the direction of the flags and the turbines are blowing. And it's still a tailwind. Right, 6 flat dial-in. The only car I think that never changes the dial-in. That's the screw-blown Hemi car. of Harry Gibson in the Kestrel lane. Right, so Bob Doyle predictably is going to be going first. If he wasn't, you'd be worried. So 8:59 plays 6 flat. Harry goes 0.5 red. Just legs it on through anyway to a 5.81. Just have a bit of fun. Still an absolutely standout weekend. For Harry Gibson behind the wheel of another Small Fortune. It's almost a shame to end it that way, simply because I was looking forward to the shoots coming out 1,000 foot again. People have won races doing that before with blown cars. Right, Dave Russell, AC Bell. This is a big one because this is worth 2 rounds. Whoever wins this gets a buy into the final. AC Dial 7.99. The car's been living in the 790s. Dave Russell 8.82. He's always there or thereabouts in the late rounds. Well, a couple of blown cars. Can AC get there in time? He's so close. And he does it. AC Bell into the semi-finals, where he will get a bye run into the final round. Just a bit closer to his dial-in. If we look at the... that was an outstanding race. 400ths quicker on the tee for Dave Russell. 400ths quicker on the quarter mile for AC Bell. The win margin was 008, which is absolutely nothing. I was going to say something else, but this is a family show. But I think you know where I was going. Congratulations to AC Bell's team. All that years of hard work, and they're in a final round. That was just a super close race. Right, another one coming up. 2 of the big hitters in the class for many years now. Scott Hauser with the Shop Dragster, really? His dad Jeff on the line behind him. Tom with his dad, bringing him into Sage. Could we have Supercomp into the lanes for the next round of racing, please? Semi-final against Bob Doyle awaits. Scott's already made most of it up. And Scott's going to turn the win light on. Look at that for a race. That will be a whole shot win, but not by much. Tom was dead on with a 7. Scott was 100th off, but Scott was 0.2 on the tree, and Tom was 0.8. They're shaking hands, as they should do, obviously. Right, that sets up our semi-finals. Scott Hauser against Bob Doyle. AC Bell gets a bye run into the final round. I'm not sure if it is his first ever final round. Right, another test run for Nathan Bartolo, which is entirely fair enough, all the way from Malta. Plus, we love watching the car run. He's made one really good, strong, straight run, and it was an absolute corker yesterday. He went 6.75. Could we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? I'm guessing that will be for semi-finals. I think we're knocking on towards semi-finals and finals in a lot of our classes, actually. Right, Nathan's going to get on the 2-step with the RX-7. Just looks a little bit softer than it did when it ran 6.7 yesterday. Yeah, 7.17, 195. Just seems slightly down on power by comparison. It's not slow by any stretch, obviously. Just not quite as speedy as it was yesterday. I would say maybe it's the heat, but that car comes from Malta, so I'm going to have a guess it's probably not that. Right, Pro ET round, well, I'm lost, 3. Some terrific matchups coming your way to set the semi-finals. Billy Everett and Lee Huxley. 950 Plive plays 864. Billy will get the tree first. Just what you want in this weather. Matte black race cars on a matte black track. Staging duel as well. You gotta love it. They obviously aren't hot enough. That's the problem. Yeah, Billy goes in. Neither of them were mucking about when it came to reaction times. It will be Mr. Huxley again. Billy was better on the tree, but Billy took too much of the stripe and broke out by a tiny, tiny wheelie margin. Very quickly, Pro ET sponsors, 7272 Catings, A, B and C Solutions Limited, B&H Construction, Buttonholes, Bean and Ballantyne Limited, CSK Building Limited, Gala Tents, Goodale American Speed Shop, Precision by GRF, GTM, Harry's Coachworks and Equipment, as we get to our next pair, which is going to be Mark Huxley and Simon Innes. This is going to be huge. Mark started the day at number 2 in the points. And with his main contender on the trailer, with a lot of ground to make up, here's his chance. Everybody is clean and green. The small block Toyota. That sounds good, doesn't it? Closing down Simon, and it's another win for the Huxleys. Mark into the semi-finals. He was 0.4 on the tree. Simon was 0.13. And in bracket racing this close, that's the end of your day. Right, so Hauser Racing Limited, Julian Hunt Drag Racing Photography, Huxley Motorsport, well, I'm having a bad afternoon, frankly. Maple Rock Design and Web Management, Maverick Diagnostics, Nova Scotia Racing, Oscar Performance Limited, Silverton Aggregates Limited, Simple Smart Homes, SPMC Race Engines, Supercharged Outlaws, Three Brothers Brewing Co Limited, J Turner Upholstery, UK Scaffolding, VP Fuels, and WA Automotive. As our next pair bump in, Jack McClure and Neil Watkins. Pickup truck versus 100E. Where else on the planet could you see racing like this? Whoa. Sorry, I'll say why in a minute. I can't say why now for obvious reasons. Someone had had lots of coffee for lunch and not food. And that someone breaks out. It will be Jack McClure into the semis. Neil Watkins was 004 on the tree to a .23. Jack had no right to win that one, but the guy in the other lane broke out. Goodness me. Bracket racing. Who'd do it, eh? This is a great one as well. Reuven Dawson and Stu Thompson, Kiwi himself. This to set up a matchup with Mark Huxley. We're still on course for an all Huxley final round in Pro ET. Not if these two have anything to do with it anyway. So Kiwi will take the tree first. Both clean and green with excellent lights. It's going to be Kiwi. Reuven Dawson took the trike by 0.2, but he was 0.2 the wrong side. Kiwi was 0.1 on the tree. Reuven was 0.3, not exactly hanging about, frankly. But there we go. The dream for the Huxleys, but not for the rest of the class, obviously, of an all-Huxley final round is still alive and well. Mark Huxley will take on that man you just saw there, Stu Thompson with the Duster, and Jack McClure will take on Lee Huxley. Going to be fun. Right, we're just collecting our next load of racers. We've actually got Junior Dragster down there ready to go. They're just strapping in. They won't be long at all. This for to set our semi-finals. Nitro FM, just a couple of moments, won't be long at all, and we're right back at it.
Chasing that rush again, should be hiding in the Because in, so don't give
Right, could we have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please, for your next round of racing? Okay, it is Junior Dragster for a place in the semi-finals. Your first pair. Now, before anyone says anything, I have been requested to say this, but it's a race between Beavis and Butthead for place in the semi-finals. Frankie Kent and Teddy Howe. I'm not sure whether Kevin actually meant that was they were the kids' names or that was him and Matt. But whatever. One of these two going to the semis. Just a quick tree reset. Right, so Ted Howe, 8.90. Oh, just adding to the suspense, unfortunately. Right, lining up right behind. Yep, just a bit of a system reboot that took a little bit longer than expected, and it's still going on. Unfortunately, the heat does tend to play havoc with everything up here, as it does with all you good people out there. So I've got to ask, Kevin, is Beavis and Butthead the kids or you and Matt? You don't know. It could be either, yeah? Hey, Tony. Right, so they're going to refire them out on the line, I think, because no one's moved. Just waiting for the timing system to come back online so we can get cracking with this round of racing to set up the semi-final round in Junior Dragster. We've also got Super Comp. I think that's going to be, that'll be round 3 as well. It is. That's to set up the semis. In Super Comp, Stevie Gates against Paul Brown. Nathan Hulks has got a bye run into the semi-finals, and then it's a race between Jeff Cowley and Ellie Mae Brown for a bye run into the final round. Right, okay. Numbers are on the board. Cars are ready, drivers are ready. Crew looking half ready. Right, so rolling forwards for a place in the semi-finals. They both dial 8.90. Could we have VW Sportsman, please? Down here for your next round of racing. We are cracking on with it at a rate of knots now, as you would expect, of course. Some are at final rounds. We're just setting up the last of our semi-final rounds now. And then it's just going to be semi-finals and finals for just about everybody. Right, this is basically a heads-up Super Comp race over the 8th mile for these two young men. Oh, I'm not saying anything yet. It's going to be young Mr. Howe. It's Teddy. By virtue of not breaking out, Frank just went that little bit too quick. Frankie was slightly quicker on the tree, but just a bit too quick on the 8th mile as well. He took the strike by 0.7. Right, Lola Bell Kent. Well, that scrubs an all Kent family final. So Lola Bell just watched her brother break out right in front of her in the Kestrel lane. Taking on Ella Rose Smallworth. Oh, Ella Rose double stepped. Unfortunately, it went red by 0-4. Lola will be in the semis against Amelia Innis. And the reason I know she's against Amelia Innis is because she's got a bye run. She also broke out as well, but it does not matter. All the junior families hugging and kissing down there, as you'd always expect anyway. Right, Kai Cooper and Neve Devi for a place against Teddy Howe in the semi-final round. Kai 793, 799 for Neve. Barely visible on the tree. Caitlin can't look. Well, Kai visibly moved first. And Kai doesn't break out, so takes the win. Kai with an 0-1 reaction time. That was outstanding. Well, Neve's weekend comes to an end with a .14 and a round 3 exit, unfortunately. Right, bye run for Amelia Innis. So, the semi-finals to Junior Dragster, Teddy Howe against Kai Cooper and Amelia Innis against Lola Belken. Well, Amelia, 07 on the tree. Looking for 8.99 on the 8th. Goes 9.05, that'll work. So, semi-final round against Lola Belken. Sportsman ET, please, into the lanes as well. These announcements are going to start getting quicker and quicker and quicker as we move further and further and further. Right. This is a big one in Super Comp because it will set up whoever wins this one gets a bye into the final round. So Jeff Cowley's had a great day so far anyway with the Pontiac. That car does have an awful lot of history. That was one of Ricky Smith's pro stock cars in the US, hence the dual parachutes. Now making its home in Super Gomp and Pro ET in the hands of the Cowley family. Right, 8.90 is the number. Quarter mile drag racing. Whoever wins this will be in the final round, even though we've still got the semi-final to go. Throttle stop coming in for Ellie. Rolling back in again. Jeff's out in front. Here comes the dragster. It's going to be Jeff Cowley. One of his best days ever at the races. And he's going to get a bye run into the final round. Well, that wasn't very nice, taking out a little girl. I'm just kidding. Ellie's not a little girl. You know what I'm getting at. But congratulations to Jeff Cowley. Ellie just slightly off ET-wise that time round. 9.10 at 162. Right, Nathan with a predetermined bye run in this round of racing. On the other side of the ladder. Just takes the tree. Does the smart thing. They know where the tune-up is. He will be in part of the other half of the semi-finals. Right, the Barbecue Roadster taking on Ziva the Camaro. I think Paul Brown's... I think he's still in both Super Comp and Gas as well. Right, Dorcar versus Roadster for a place in the semis. The winner of this one gets Nathan Holtz. Well, Stevie's out in front. Backs off now. It's Paul Brown on a hole shot. He was 0-1 on the tree to an 0-6. All that practicing and everything else as well in a two-seater. However, that doesn't always work for the simple reason they're two very different cars to drive. Paul Brown is in the final round. Okay, two guys who've absolutely, well, I was going to say Dan Williams had demolished his index, and that's till I looked over at Ahmed's. That's got to be the biggest ever index drop I've ever seen in Comp Eliminator. Ahmed Jamshed's index has gone from 9.50 to 8.85. He's lost 0.65 in one round of racing. He's still got a chance, though, against Dan, who is being told to click off because there is spits and spots. Okay, whatever it is deemed to be okay. Quick explanation from Laurie. This is going to be one hell of a race as well. Both these two, like I said, have completely chopped their indexes in the last couple of days. Dan's going to nudge it in. Here goes Ahmed. Ahmed went 8.3 at over 180. Ahmed goes red though by 0.5. Well, 10.92 for Dan. It will be an all Williams boys final round. I don't know whether Ahmed clicked that off because he knew he'd red lit, so he didn't want to do any more damage to his index. But Dan with the win light. Right, bye run on the other side of the ladder for Nick. So it's Dan and Nick Williams. I know the kids are here today. It's Dad versus Dad in the final round. Yeah, just checking in Ahmed's lane as well, because that puff of smoke was sizable, but hopefully all okay. Nah, being told to click off. We do have some cleaning to do, unfortunately, in the Slick Tricks lane, folks. Whatever the puff out of Ahmed's car was, it wasn't him shutting it off, unfortunately. Right, we've got the next round of VW Pro, round behind the tower as well. I think we're at semi-finals at least for just about everything. We've got 950 bikes still to go at semi-finals. We've got a final round of Pro Mod set up. We've got a final round of Top Fuel bike set up. We've got a final round of Super Street bike set up. Comp bike is at semi-finals. Well, that was quick. Semi-finals, the junior drag bike. VW Pro, we're just about to set the semi-finals. Okay, Dan is just, by the looks of this, we're not going again. He's just going to take the tree just so that they can get round and get ready for the final round. Yeah, Nick's just going to take the green, roll forwards. That'll be it. He'll be up against his brother in the final round. Sportsman ET, we've still got to set semis and a number of other classes too. So I think we're going to be hopefully not too long. Over to Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind, please. Staging lanes are still full. We've got a lot of racing left to go today. And we have a lot of trophies to hand out at the end of it as well. So, Nitro FM, thank you. Right, test run for Julian Bayer. Tagging on the back of Comp. He races in Comp, of course, but he put in a terrific run yesterday. Down in the 6s for the first time ever. With that amazing golf. So we got the final round of Comp Eliminator already set between Dan and Nick. So that's an easy one to remember. VW Pro right behind him. Yeah, so this car is it's got a huge turbo on it, 4-cylinder. In fact, it's very, very similar-ish to Ahmed's car. We just saw the difference with Ahmed's car. Obviously, it's front-wheel drive. This is rear-wheel drive, which does have the capacity to transfer more of the power. Doesn't take, or I was just about to say something silly, then doesn't take quite as much tuning. Of course, it takes loads of tuning. It's just in a completely different way than the front-wheel drive car. Could we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? I think that will be for your semi-final round. We're not far off all, either setting up all semi-finals or running all of the semi-finals. Just got a couple of classes to get there. Right, so Julian, been in the low 7s. His quickest has been a 693, which is outstanding for anything 4-cylinder, as I'm sure you all know. That won't be a 6, probably because the clutch pulled the engine down and it didn't pop the boot open. 717, good speed, 198 miles an hour. Just a little bit too much of a bog on the launch. It wasn't its normal shot out of a cannon type thing. Yeah, if anyone's out there listening, if Julian wants another test run and Nathan Bartolo wants another run, how about they match race? That would be awesome. Thank you very much indeed. That little voice in my ear for giving me that idea. Just putting it out there, just in case anyone's, thinking, oh, that would be really cool. Right, Nigel Gregg and Josh Lee for a place in the semi-finals. Josh, 12.55. Nigel, 12.99. Well, there was a stagger on the tree, but it didn't look like it. I think Josh is already out in front. It's just whether he can stay the right side of his number, which he does perfectly. Josh Lee into the semi-final, where he will race the winner of either of these two unbelievably rapid Audis, Chris Waterhouse and Dave Henderson. Dave Henderson's been living in the 1080s all day long. 12.10 is pretty much where Chris Waterhouse has been too. This is a proper pick and race. Well, it is now for a reason I'll tell you in just a minute. Chris Waterhouse is out in front. Can Dave Henderson get there? No, he can't. A whole shot win for Chris Waterhouse. Well, a terrific weekend for Dave Henderson. Comes to an end in round number 3. Unfortunately, 0.2 on the tree was the issue. Right, this round of racing is the last one for VW Pro for now, and this is going to be a 2-for-1 as well. Win this by a run into the final. Danny Bean, James Hodson. James Hodson with... So the Lupo off and running. Goodness me, again. They are so sharp they're going to cut themselves sometime soon. Danny Bean's way out there in front, and he doesn't break out. Danny Bean will be in the semi, and by default, the final round in VW Pro. Okay, let's set up some semi-finals in VW Sportsman as well. Right, Bruce Harvey and Poppy Hunter. Once again, entry-level drag racing, absolutely at its finest. You can, as long as it's Volkswagen, Audi, or Volkswagen Audi Group related, come out here and run, stick a dial in on the board, do the best you can. Well, Bruce is out in front, but Poppy really isn't far behind anymore. She's pulling alongside by 1,000 foot. It's Poppy, 12.97. That was a great looking race, actually. Oh, so close at the finish line. Only 0-1 at the stripe. But Poppy moves into the semi-final round. And she'll be racing the winner of this one. Lily Stevenson and Polly Judge. Now, Polly is just the loveliest, fluffiest person you could ever meet, and I know that she wouldn't begrudge Lily a win. Well, yes, she would, actually. Well, Lily's going to have to do some chasing. Look at that, synchronised filming from both of the pink shirts down there. Very nice. Or are you filming Jamie? Brake lights on for Polly, and just at the finish line, Lily does it. Well, it was Polly that was quicker on the tree that time round, unusually, but Lily gets the win. She was over the finish line, 0.15 before. Polly, unfortunately for her, just stood on the brakes too hard. Predetermined by run for Jordan Clark to take his place in the semi-finals against the winner of the next one. $12.93 too quick, does not matter. Right, Tom Circuit and Elisa Monks. Elisa with another one of those gorgeous Audi TTs. The winner of this one will be taking on Jordan. Well, Tom is already alongside by 3:30, nudging in front by half track. He is pulling away, but not breaking out, which is the way to do it. Tom Circuit into the semi-finals, where he will race Jordan Clark. Right. To set the semi-finals in Sportsman ET, Troy Attree up against Lorna Collins. Mustang versus MX-5. Well, Lorna is off and running out in front. Troy's already caught her, and Troy does not break out. Lorna really slowed at the top end. She was doing well till that point, but Troy Attree, the first of our confirmed semi-finalists for Sportsman ET. Right, Ricky Hale against Gary Lake. No matter what Gary ends up racing in, does pretty well in it. He's on the chase. Just gets to him at the finish line, and once again, look at that. As if by magic, turns the win on, and that was a terrific race. They were 0.5 and 0.6 on the tree. Both were close to their dial-ins, but it was Gary Lake, taking the win by 0.4 at the stripe. Right, Debbie Taylor and Pete Walters. Commiserations to Pete and the whole team with the engine in the dragster. That's not pretty. That's not nice to see, unfortunately. The one good thing if I will say anything, was it the diaper obviously kept everything in. Not only didn't it all the track, but it managed to keep the car upright and straight too. So who wins this gets Troy Attree in the semi-final round. I think Pete's already in front, actually. And he is, and he doesn't break out. And guess what? He takes the win. Pete Walters against Troy Attree in one half of the semi-finals. To set up the other side, this for a date with Gary Lake. Dan Holloway, Rich Palmer. Rich will go first. Followed by Dan. Dan Holloway, 12:07. Too quick, unfortunately, for Richard Palmer. He was over the stripe first, but by some margin. Dan had a better reaction time, and that was why Richard broke out. So it would be Dan Holloway against Gary Lake on one side of the ladder in Sportsman ET, and Pete Walters against Troy Attree. Right, what do we have next, folks? We've got Funny Bike round there by the looks of it. We've also got Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. I can see Super Gas lining up too. I think everyone's at their semi-final rounds. These are going to start setting up our final rounds that we're going to be running sometime soon. Right, can we have junior dragster back in the pairing lanes, please? I think that'll be for semi-finals. I think everything we've got from now on, subject to confirmation, of course, is going to be semi-finals to set up our final rounds. This is going to be the first one for Funny Bike. 2 great races coming your way. Mike Ollie, who's been on a tear this weekend, he was in the 6.3, 6.31 in the Kestra Lane, up against Lionel Lalagou from Bordeaux in France. So Netherlands takes on Holland for a place in the final round. Red light for Lionel. It will be Mike, provided he keeps it in his lane, which he does. Oh, and he's in the 6.2s, even quicker for Mike Ollie. 6.29, 219 miles an hour. Outstanding. Tim Blakemore down there saying that looks fun. Good to see Tim back. Haven't seen him for a while now. Right. Stu Crane. And Martin Zylstra. Well, the big news of this one, and especially this weekend, is Stu Crane has company in the 6.2s. Will the final round be Holland versus Holland, or will Stu Crane for the home team step up? This is some of the most exceptional funny bike racing we have ever seen, and elapsed times as well. It's really, really strong here in the ACU Championship for funny bike, and there's more coming. Right, a bit of a staging battle going on. No one wants to move in. No one's moving. Well, Stuart. Wow, he actually goes on the 2-step first. Well, Martin keeps it off the wall, but 6.18 for Stu Crane in the 6.1s. Well, just when Mike Ollie raises the ante, Stu Crane goes even quicker with a 6.18 at 2.25. Mike Ollie with smoke from about half track onwards. He still went 7.24. Don't know whether that's going to need cleaning or not, as the case may be. I think it might, because Dave is jogging over towards either the tractor or the shoe, one of the two. But it did have a very, very nasty look about it. The smoke out of Martin's bike, and also the track crew on the track look doing the slide. They're not out there practicing their moonwalk. They are there for a reason, making sure it's okay. So Dave goes and gets on the shoe. So everyone else takes a break, and the track crew work harder. The guy who's standing out there on the line with the button the whole time, and Ian in the tractor, all swing into action as if they didn't already. Okay, well, the final round of funny bike has got to be one for the ages, to be honest with you. The elapsed times with the two of them: Mike Ollie 6.29, Stu Crane 6.18. We potentially have the best funny bike final on paper we have ever had. However, they've got to go out and race. Sadly, we are going to be down for a little while they go out there and sort out, unfortunately, what's left. What Martin Zylstra's bike is left on the track, I'm sorry to say. But again, they will be on the case. I can see the Berrymans and everything coming around the corner at the bottom end. So it's going to be probably a good 15-20 minutes, something like that. I'll wait for confirmation. But please stay, I was going to say please stay warm, stupid thing to say. Please stay cool, please stay hydrated. And as always, thank you so much indeed for your patience, everybody. Back as soon as we can.
That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together in an alright. That's when you remember who you are. All the things about it when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together in an alright. That's when you remember who you are. All the things about it when we're alright. That's when we forget just
Okay, we are back with Comp Bike. Again, hats off, everything off. Well, maybe not everything, but you know what I mean. To the ever incredible Santa Pod Raceway track crew, everybody cleaning the track up and just going straight back to work again. They never stop. Pete Field and Graham Dance. Pete was the number 8 qualifier. Here he is with a chance of making the final round. This time yesterday, he wasn't even in the show. Well, blazes the tyres off the line. Graham Dance in the other lane is long gone. To a 7:31, even quicker for Graham. 197 miles an hour. Nothing wrong with that racetrack. Right, other side of the ladder. Paul Hambidge and Chris Slater. So competition bike is a heads up first to the finish line wins class. No breakouts, just run what you brung and hope you brung enough. Graham Dance having a real good day at the races today, just keeps chipping away at it quicker and quicker and quicker. Sorry, it's Chris Neary, not Pete Slater. I do apologise. Against Paul Hambidge. Paul was number 2 qualifier with a 7:23. Chris Neary was the number 3 with a 7:32. That was in qualifying. This, though, is obviously racing. Right, so it is Paul Hambidge lining up in the Kestrel lane. Colour of the bike matches the lane sponsor. Can't believe I never noticed that before. They are number 2 and number 3. Before we go into the Street Eliminator semi-finals. Well, lots of sliding going on for Chris Neary. No problems at all for Paul Hambidge, who is long gone. To a 7:27 at 193. That's going to be one serious final round. Paul Hambidge and Graham Dance. I nearly said Graham Bouchin. Sorry, Graham. Right, semi-finals of Street Eliminator. We have a race and a predetermined bye. Joe Baxter with a killer Mustang in the Citrix lane. Tony Higgs, numbers 1 and 3 qualifier. Tony Higgs does have everything in that car to take the win. He's up against Joe Baxter, who absolutely trees Tony Higgs. There was a clear advantage on the line. 8:10 for Joe Baxter, who I think was wandering around a bit at the top end, and it was a good job that he got out first. He was 0.33 on the tree, 122 to 60 foot, but obviously the car breaking away as he went down the track. Tony Higgs went sideways twice. Well, at least he didn't have to pack the chutes on the line today, Jenny. Exactly, yeah, that's always a bonus. Right, they are both absolutely safe and fine. Yeah, Tony blazed the tyres almost instantly, didn't really get to 60 foot. Joe was off and running with no trouble at all, but he was started to move around. They both did, I can see from the tyre tracks at the same point, around about 3:30. So Joe Baxter goes into the final round still undefeated in Street Eliminator in 2026. Right, Andy Bond. Not sure how far down the track he's going to run it. Normally when he has a bye run, he runs it to about half track just to make sure everything's okay, and then sets what he wants in it for the final round. And it will be against that pesky Mustang again. Well, Andy Bond looked to break traction around about the same time he gets off it. Cruises through, no need to do any damage. Joe will have lane choice for the final round. It's going to be another Joe Baxter versus Andy Bond final round in Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Semi-finals of Supergas. One race, one predetermined by Jasmine Tunstall with the Roadster. Could it be an all Roadster final round? Not if Conrad has got anything to do with it. Well, no one was quicker than anyone else. Conrad looks to be way out in front, but not at the moment that matters, which is when they go over the finish line. Jasmine into the final round with the Jammy Dodger. She actually took the strike by a tenth of a second. Unfortunately, the performance for Conrad fell off a bit. So it will be Paul Brown and Jasmine Tunstall, your final round in Supergas. And Paul just breaks the beams, which is quite frankly the smart thing to do. Right, we've got the semi-finals. I think it's all semi-finals all the time now, whichever class it is. We're just going to run these through, and then it's a case of bringing everybody down to run the final rounds. Well, Paul Brown's actually parked up round there because obviously he knows he's got to run the final round in Supercomp. It will be a pair of Roadsters. Right, Sam Hope. And Lyra Humber. In the previous round, Sam beat Isaiah, and in round number one, Maggie Smallman, whereas Lyra got past Cameron in the most previous round, and Darcy the round before. Actually, I just realised that Lyra took out both the Cordells. It's going to be Lyra in the final round. Almost bang on her dialing. Sam was actually over the finish line first, but he just broke out by that much. He did have a lot to play with as well because he had a starting line advantage, but he broke out. Lyra Humber will be racing one of these two. Harry Isaacs or Leah Morrison. Right, Harry's off and running. Leah's going to try and run him down. This will be a really close one to the 8th mile. Leah's already backed off, but she goes too quick. Harry takes the win. It was actually Leah over the finish line first, but she didn't actually let go soon enough. Harry Isaacs, Lyra Humber, final round, junior drag fight. Well, titanic matchup as you'll ever get in ET Bike. The two guys that absolutely kill it week in, week out Phil Pratt, Scott Collier. Phil was number 1 in qualifying. Scott was number 1 for most of the time until the last qualifying session where Phil got it done. 9:50 for Scott, 8:92 for Phil. Oh my goodness me, are those boys good. Scott's way out in front already, looking over his shoulder. Scott breaks out. Phil runs dead on with a 4. Scott was 0-1 on the tree to 0-4 in the other lane. He tried everything he could. He even started slowing up at the top end. Just seems that Phil Pratt has everybody's number this summer, unfortunately. Well done, folks. Goodness me. Right, Nick Playden. Again on a predetermined bye run to face the seemingly unstoppable Phil Pratt. Yeah, Scott was 0-1 on the tree and he just went that little bit too quick at the finish line. Right, so Nick Playden gets a practice run for the final round. 76 on the 62. Right, this is semi-final round of Pro ET. So there's a potential for an all Huxley final round, but not if Jack McClure's got anything to do with it. 11.29 in the Kestrel lane. Buck and Lee make it a very happy birthday for Sue. He's going to give it a good shot. It's Lee Huxley. A breakout for Jack McClure. Jack did actually have time in the bank to back off, but unfortunately he didn't. Took it all the way through. They were both deadly on the tree, 0-2 and 0-3, but Jack just goes that bit too quick, giving the win to Lee. Right, will it be an all Huxley final round? We are about to find out. Stu Thompson, otherwise known as Kiwi in the duster. And Mark Huxley. Mark was number 3 qualifier. He was number 2 in the championship at the start of the day. He's already seen his brother go to the final round. Can he join him? Once again, not if Kiwi's got anything to do with it. Can we have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro. Right, Mark is out in front, but not by much. It's not going to be an all Huxley final round. Mark goes too quick. Stu Thompson. He was 0-1 on the tree again. Unreal. Right, let's see how this one works out as well. This is the semi-final round of 850 bike. Again, sorry about the rustling. We have no particular. We have the order they come round in, but it's not necessarily the order I have the paperwork arranged in. So, Stacey Reid, the last remaining rider from the UK, up against Seneschal Martis. Stace with a slight drop on the tree. Seneschal way out there in front, but he's backing off. It's Stace, 8:55. She doesn't break out, holds her nerve. She's in the final round. Wow, Seneschal got over the stripe first. But that's because he was 500ths under. Right, which one of these two is going to be around to race Stacey in the final round of 850 bike? Patrick Marit or Ted Van Deeken? Both of them from, you guessed it, Holland. The pair of them can go way quicker than 850. Just got to hold their nerve. $500's in favour of Ted Van Deeken on the line. They're both looking at each other. Goodness me, what a race. Patrick Marie takes that one. The win margin 0.005. He's won a couple of those like that today, and that was another one. Congrats. Okay. 950 bike. Alex Hope, Thomas Cook Abbott. TCA kind of got away with one in round one. Only kind of, though. Great time to do housework, Dave. Yeah, Meg looks happy. Right, place in the final round awaits. Can Tom get the bike closer to 950? Well, he certainly left on Alex that time round with a 0.2. Has he got the bike to do it? He's trying to pump the throttle to keep the bike going. And he gets the win by virtue of a breakout. Thomas Cook Abbott into the final round. Alex Hope took too much of the stripe. Well, that's what persistence does. Well, can he set up a final round with his good buddy? Let's find out. Well, they're all good friends anyway. Matt Gatland and Hayden Michelle. Daddy's already in the final Super Street bike. Can his lad make it to the final with 950? Hayden's bike was running absolutely fine. He's just having trouble getting off it early enough. And coasting over. Hayden is way out in front. Oh, perfectly judged for Hayden. Well, Thomas, you've got your dream date in the final round. Brokeback bike final round. Thomas Cook Abbott, Hayden, Michelle. Right. Semi-final round of Super Comp. Chance to double up in final rounds for Paul Brown. Up against Nathan Hawkes. Wow. The big news of this one was Paul Brown got left on. That hardly ever happens. Nathan with a whole shot win. Unbelievable. Paul Brown's worst light of the millennia. 0.094 to Nathan's 0.4. And that's how Paul unfortunately lost on a whole shot. I know it's a bit stunning, but yeah. It was a bit late for him anyway. Let's put it that way. He's still in the final round of Supergas. Nathan Hawkes will be in the final against Jeff Cowley. Well done to Nathan. If anyone can hear us out there, could we have somebody up the top end to collect Stace, please? I don't know whether she's celebrating too much, but she needs some help getting back, please. The bike will not move. Jeff Cowley trickles through to join Nathan Hawkes in the final round of Supercomp. How cool does that sound? Right, we have our first final rounds at the head of the lanes. FuelTech Motorsport UK Pro Mod. And we've also got right behind Comp Eliminator. Before we get there, though, we have to settle a couple more semi-finals. Actually, we've still got our VW classes too. Before we get there, we've got semi-finals of Junior Dragster. These two coming round first. Amelia Innes, Lola Bell Kent. Can I call her Lola Bell Pearson if she wins? Is that all right? Okay. So Lola is 790 car over the 8th mile, Amelia 9 flat. They qualified 2 and 17. Again, none of that matters right now. It's about getting there first without going too quick. 2 green lights. Will it be Lola or Amelia? The answer is... it's going to be Lola racing for the trophy. Lola Pearson racing for the trophy. That was a great race, actually. They were both 0.1 on the tree, but win margin of 0.6 went to Lola Bell. Who will join her in the final round? Kai Cooper or Teddy Howe? Oh, I can hear some whomping going on at the finish line in the Kestrel Lane. Kai Cooper will be racing Lola Bell Kent for the big trophy in Junior Dragster. Reaction time advantage there was pretty much what spelled that one out. Kai was 0.9. Ted, even though he had a really good day, was 0.4 that time round. Okay, we have our final rounds for our pro classes. You can see the track guys going out to make sure the track is in tip-top condition. We've also got semi-final rounds. We still got a few semi-finals to go, but not many. We got Super Pro semi-finals to go. Wild Bunch semi-finals, which will just be stages, which I think we haven't done those yet. We've got two VW classes semi-finals, Sportsman ET, and I think everyone else is on their final rounds. And the paper flapping you can hear is me going through my paperwork. Right, we're back with our remaining semi-finals and some final rounds. Not too far away at all. This is Super Pro AT, the quickest and fastest of all our bracket classes. AC Bell with a bye run into the final round. All he has to do is take the tree. And on the other side, we have a race. Right, so AC is one side of the final round. This is the race to decide who will be on the other. Yeah, we got final set in just about everything. This one's going to be between Scott Hauser and Bob Doyle. Will we have an all-door slammer final? I think the answer to that is not if Scott has got anything to do with it. So, darlings, for this one, 862 for the Z case. 733. Who would AC rather race, Dorcar or Dragster? Don't think you got a choice, but, you know, it's always nice to ask. Almost a misstep on the line for Bob Doyle. He just managed to hold it. It's going to be Scott with the lesser of the two breakouts. Oh my goodness me. Look at the last numbers. It was a thousandth of a second. 1 thou. Scott takes it because he broke out by the least by a thousandth of a second. That's ridiculous. Drag racing, eh? Wow. Motorsport UK Pro Modified, your final round. And it's France against Holland. So Michel Turenne, who's been on a rail in the 580s, who's run back-to-back 583s. The car just leaves like a bandit, gets to 60 foot in 0.94, gets to the 8th mile almost exactly the same time every single time, 3.81. And funny enough, in the other lane, John Dulamon's been fairly similar, but he's been in the 6.1s. I'm not entirely sure that Jean is going to be able to make up 0.3 of a second, but they've got to get to the finish line. So nitrous against supercharged. This time round. John's crew guy saying, come on. Now, John has actually won a round of the Pro Mod Championship in the UK before. It was a couple of years back now with the old car when he was in steadily in the 5.9s. I wonder if he's going to turn it up for this final round, see what it will do. About to find out. So, Michel Turenne and John Desmond. Well, Michel is long gone again. 5.79. His first ever 5.7 second run in Pro Modified, and it was a beauty. The only thing is, I just wish they'd show their excitement. I think they look a little bit subdued. Do you reckon? Of course I don't. 6.17 lose out at 2.30 for John. They just left everything alone. Once again, numbers for Michel off the planet. 0.94 to 60 foot, 2.53 to 3.30, 3.79 to the 8th mile, and they picked it up in the back half this time round. A 2-second back half. First time ever for them in the 5.70s, and it's been coming, let's put it that way. And on the track in the middle of summer in 28 degrees, that's impressive. Super, super impressive. Well, as bad a weekend they had at the main event, this might make up for it a little bit. Oh, and he left first as well. Give a round of applause. They are super happy on that golf cart. Well done. That's been a long time coming. Right, Phil Crossley, Jerry Lukes, your final round in Top Fuel Bike. Jerry has been in the mid-6s. Phil hasn't been anywhere near that yet. However, now would be a very, very good time indeed, obviously. Good luck to both of them. Let's hope for two straight, strong, good runs. Jerry goes red. It will be Phil Crossley with a beautiful run on the Imperial Wizard. 6.35 at 2.24, his quickest of the weekend. That was fabulous. What a return to form. Well, Jerry unfortunately cracked the throttle just that bit too early. The bike did the same thing as previous, drifted out to the right. 1.10 to 60 foot. Phil was seriously on one that time. 104 to 60, 278, 4.17 at 178 miles an hour. And that's knocking on the door of the quickest he's ever been on the Imperial Wizard. Final round of Comp Eliminator. Dan and Nick, who will it be? Both of these two have sizable wallops to their indexes today. Who's got enough left? And will they push each other to take even more off them as well? That's the other thing. So, Nick Williams, Kestrel Lane, Dan Williams, Slick Tricks Lane. Well, no one's gone red. Everyone went very polite green, actually. Who's going to be brave? It's going to be Dan Williams with the event win. 998, 120 dips into the 9s for the first time all weekend. It will be Dan. Final round for Super Street Bike. Jake Michelle taking on Josh Stubbins. Josh went into the 6.7s earlier on today. However, the guy in the other lane went into the 6.50s. If these stick and go, this could be one of the best races we've ever seen in ACU Super Street Bike. For the event win, bragging rights and the big trophy. Off the line, they're dead even. They're both 0.6 on the tree. Josh was slightly in front at 60 foot, but not at the finish line. Check that out. 6.61 at 2. Look at the speed again. 227 miles an hour for Jake. And 6.82 at 2.17 for Josh. They were loaded up and trying, but it just wasn't quite enough. Right, Daniel Lentz again. Just a buy run. Just another test run. Right, we have semi-finals of a couple more semi-finals to go. Then it's all final rounds all the time. The same cough off the line every single time. He was only 132 to 60 foot, and he's still going to go 677 at 266. If they can just cure that initial, it goes through. It'd be way quicker. Right. VW Pro. Danny down there with the Lupo. And then we got a race on the other side of the ladder. Also, we've got 2 races in the semi-finals of VW Sportsman right behind them. And then we've got Sportsman ET2, and that's all of our semi-finals done. We've only got final rounds to run. Right, Danny Bean. With the Lupo. And he'll be racing one of these 2. Looks like Danny's cruising at the top end. He is. 17-second run. Right. Chris Waterhouse, Josh Lee. Josh with a 12.55. Chris with a 12.10. Well, no one gave up anything on the tree. This one will be sorted out at the other end. Oh, with a perfect run, it's Chris Waterhouse. It's not exactly like Josh was bad. He was 57 on a 55, but Chris Waterhouse was perfect. Bang on his dial-in. So it will be Chris Waterhouse against Danny in the final round. VW Sportsman. 2 races coming up. Jordan Clark in the Slick Tricks lane. Can he get to the final rounds to kind of make a perfect weekend, especially with the reveal yesterday? Up against Tom Circuit. Tom Circuit goes red. Jordan will be in the final round of VW Sportsman. Goes too quick, but again, doesn't matter. Red light in the other lane, unfortunately. Right. Who will he face? Who will he face? It will be one of these 2, Poppy or Lily. Pick your flower. Lily, 13.82. Poppy, 12.85. Lily just about swept the championship last year in her first ever year in the class. This season, though, not quite the same. However, here she is with a stab at the final. Okay, not much in it at all on the tree. Who's got the better race car to join Jordan in the final round? Win light for Lily. That was synchronized left leg kicks from you 2 down there. So, Lily and Jordan, final round, VW Sportsman. Okay, we've got one more semi-final to go before it's all finals all the time. We're just going to take a little while to gather them, but it won't be that long anyway. So this is the last class to set the final rounds for. Dan Holloway, Gary Lake. Dan with the Fox body was number one qualifier for a while, ended up being number 2, but only just against Gary Lake. This is a huge matchup as well, because Gary Lake has been deep in eliminations and champion many times before too. He was also number 1 qualifier a couple of weeks ago with this very car at Dragstalgia in Nostalgia Superstock. Green lights both lanes. 4-door Chevy, Mustang or Corvette. It's going to be the Corvette. Dan Holloway breaks out. That was a bit of a hole shot for Gary Lake, and he made it count at the top end. That could have potentially set up sort of brother-in-law final rounds, but that's now gone. Pete Walters or Troy Attree, pick your Camaro. Silver or blue? Pete's had a pretty rough day in the Dragster. Would like to make it a little better by going to the final round at least with the Camaro. Right, Pete is off and running. So the last final will be between Gary Lake and Pete Walters. So that is all of our final rounds set. We are on a break while we collect the finalists to the pairing lanes. And if you're watching on the live stream, we're going to replay all the semi-final races for you while you wait. Everyone out there on the banking and the grandstand, thank you very much indeed. You rock. We'll be back ASAP with your final rounds. In the final Super Street bike, can his lad make it to the final with 950? Hayden's bike was running absolutely fine. He's just having trouble getting off it early enough. And coasting over. Hayden is way out in front. Oh, perfectly judged for Hayden. Well, Thomas, you've got your dream date in the final round. Brokeback bike final round. Thomas Cook Abbott, Hayden. Chance to double up in final rounds for Paul Brown. Up against Nathan Hawkes. Wow. The big news of this one was Paul Brown got left on. That hardly ever happens. Nathan with a whole shot win. Unbelievable. Paul Brown's worst light of the millennia. 0.094 to Nathan's 0.4. And that's how Paul unfortunately lost on a whole shot. I know it's a bit stunning, but yeah. It was a bit late for him anyway. Let's put it that way. He's still in the final round of Supergas. Nathan Hawkes will be in the final against Jeff Cowley. Well done to Nathan. If anyone can hear us out there, could we have somebody up the top end to collect Stace, please? I don't know whether she's celebrating too much, but she needs some help getting back, please. The bike will not move. Jeff Cowley trickles through to join Nathan Hawkes in the final round of Supercomp. How cool does that sound? Right, we have our first final rounds at the head of the lanes. FuelTech Motorsport UK Pro Mod, and we've also got right behind Comp Eliminator. Before we get there though, we have to settle a couple more. Can I call her Lola Bell Pearson if she wins? Is that all right? Okay. So Lola is 790 car over the 8th mile, Amelia 9 flat. They qualified 2 and 17. Again, none of that matters right now. It's about getting there first without going too quick. Two green lights. Will it be Lola or Amelia? The answer is... it's going to be Lola racing for the trophy. Lola Pearson racing for the trophy. That was a great race, actually. They were both 0.1 on the tree, but win margin of 0.6 went to Lola Bell. Who will join her in the final round? Kai Cooper or Teddy Howe? Oh, I can hear some whomping going on at the finish line in the Kestrel Lane. Kai Cooper will be racing Lola Bell Kent for the big trophy in Junior Dragster. Reaction time advantage there was pretty much what spelled that one out. Kai was 0.9. Ted, even though he had a really good day, was 0.4 that time. Right, we're back with our remaining semi-finals and some final rounds. Not too far away at all. This is Super Pro AT, the quickest and fastest of all our bracket classes. AC Bell with a bye run into the final round. Right, so AC is one side of the final round. This is the race to decide who will be on the other. Unbeaten in 26, Fox Body Mustang. Going alongside Andy Bond with the Ugly Sister. These were number 1 and 2 qualifier. Joe went 7.15, Andy 7.23. This is absolutely anyone's. Joe has been super deadly on the tree and seriously quick on the track. What have they got in store for the final round of Street Eliminator? Well, they both blow the tyres away. Andy Bond, worse than Joe. And Joe pedals and goes on to take another event win. 8.08 at 200 miles an hour. Well, they both bumped in, let go of the button, and blew the tyres away instantly together. It was like synchronised, whoosh, straight up in smoke. But Joe managed to pedal the car quicker and got it done. 200 miles an hour again to boot for the Fox Body Mustang. Another trophy. He extends his unbeaten run. Basically, he's the new Andy Bond. I don't want to say that out loud, but I think I just did. Whoops. Anyway. Right, Junior Dragster and Wild Bunch final round. I think we've got. Yeah, it's going to be the Junior Dragster final round. Kai Cooper, Lola Bell Kent. Sorry, Lola Bell Pearson if she wins. Forgot that. No problem, Shell. Good luck to both of them. It's been seriously cool to see all the juniors do their thing all weekend here at the Summer Nationals. They've been so good, so on the ball and so competitive. And these are the last two to take a shot at the big trophy. Once again, proving qualifying means nothing. Lola Bell was number 17. Kai was number 6. Qualifying's good for points most of the time. Right, one last dance in Carl Cox Motorsport Junior Dragster. Kai goes red. It's going to be Lola Bell taking the win. She's definitely a Pearson. She's definitely a Pearson. Sorry, Kev. Anyway, Lola as well. Look at the run. Look at the number. 790 with a 1 on a 790. What a way to do it. Congratulations to the whole family. Kai not only red lit, unfortunately went way too quick on the other end as well. They're all good friends in Junior Dragster, but it's Lola Bell Kent taking the win. Congratulations, everybody. Right, what do we have next? We've got final junior drag bike. I can see Super Comp round there. We've also got the final of the Wild Bunch to be running between Marie Mills and Al Schofield. Right, it is Junior Dragster. Sorry, we've had Junior Dragster, Junior Drag Bike even. I should know the difference between a dragster and a bike by this time in my talking career. It's going to be Harry Isaacs against Lyra Humber. Well, still 27 degrees out there, according to the stats. So Lyra over there for the Rugrack team. Dowles 10.12. Harry Isaacs, who's having a real great year. I think he's still definitely going to be in the lead of the Junior Drag Bike Championship, no matter what happens here. But he is in the lead at the moment as well. So this won't hurt. Well, deep stage for Lyra, it doesn't make a blind bit of difference other than it might have put her off slightly. (10-11) with a 9, breaks out by 1 thou. It's Harry Isaacs taking the win. Harry won. Yep, Harry won. Winlight up there in the Slictrix lane. Harry Isaacs took the win. Well, the bike didn't run what it was supposed to, and that was kind of the only way he was going to win if Lyra broke out, and she did by a pesky thou. We're in a class populated by roadsters and dragsters. It's always refreshing to see a final round between two door cars. Nathan Hulks with the Bricktop Racing, sponsored by Pragmatis, Unther Recycling and DJB, up against Jeff Cowley. Whatever happens here, both of them had a great race day. Slight advantage on the tree to Jeff Cowley, but it's anyone's race. Win light for Jeff Cowley by the lesser of the two breakouts. Goodness me. It's still a great day for everybody, but you hate to come that far and only go that far, if you know what I mean. Well done to both of them on just a fabulous weekend for both of them. Right, your final round of the Wild Bunch. Now, they were supposed to line up for the semi, which I think is what they're going to do here, actually. So they have to take the tree, which is what Marie is about to do. So she's going to take the tree in the altered. There she goes. So these are effectively two semis, and then they're going to back up and run the final. That's exactly what's going on. .10 is the dial-in. For Alan Schofield. So he'll do the same. And they will back up. They will warm their tyres and they will roll forward and run the final round. It was just due. The reason they had to do that was because there was supposed to be one bye on one race, but unfortunately on the other side of the ladder, both of the cars had broken, so couldn't have their first round race. So created two bye runs. So Alan Schofield with the Scud Alters. He has a Scud Dragster too. And Marie Mills, the car up for sale. That little purple altered, which has served her magnificently so far. Marie started life, well, I was going to say started life. In her drag racing life, Marie is normally doing the clutch on the Undertaker funny car. Dave, who is crew chief on that car, is out front, helping Marie out. Probably feels like a weekend off running this after running the funny car. But Marie decided a couple of years ago, I've had enough of working myself to death, let's go racing. Bought a car, and here she is in the final round of the Wild Bunch. She did win the Wild Bunch last year. But she's not going to win this one because she rolled through stage. Well, Alan Schofield, well, he goes back in the nines with a 989. Unfortunately, no dice at all for Marie. Right, final round of Comp Bike. Paul Hambidge, Graham Dance. Nothing between these two in elapsed times, especially in the round before. Graham Dance tickling the 7.2s. This could all be won and lost on the line. Paul Hambidge with a 1/10 of a second hole shot, but he's got problems. Graham Dance has gone flying past already. Graham Dance goes 7.56, actually one of his slowest runs of the day. but it doesn't matter because it comes with a win light. Okay, Barbecue Roadster versus Jammy Dodger. It can only be the Super Gas final round. Apologies, quick timing system reboot before we get there. Right behind them, we have the final round in Pro ET. Super Pros, actually, basically everyone's over there now. I think we're pretty much done. We just need to run everyone through and finish out a glorious weekend's racing. If you want to stick around, please come and join us on the start line about half an hour after racing finishes. We'll be handing out some trophies. Right, Super Gas final round, 9.90 is the number. It's a heads-up race. First to get there wins. Well, that's twice in 2 rounds of racing that Paul's been left on. And it's a win for Jasmine. Jasmine Tunstall wins Super Gas. 0-4 light and a 989 with a 6. Paul decided to take, goodness me, what a close race that was. Paul took the strike by 0-0-3. There was no way they would have known who won that. But Jasmine Tunstall with the Jammy Dodger, your winner in Super Gas. Right, Stu Thompson, Lee Huxley. Happy birthday to Sue. And will it be a happy birthday win for Sue? 966 plays 869. Kiwi with the duster. Done it again, gone all the way to the final round in one of the toughest classes in drag racing. And also Lee in a different class to you as well. Kiwi turns on the red light. It's the Huxleys taking the win. I think Kiwi's seen it and he's backed off. Lee cruises on through with an 879. It's a Huxley kind of day. Happy birthday, Sue. Final of ET bike. Can Nick Pladen stop the juggernaut that is Mr. Phil Pratt with Satan's Lady? No one went red, everybody's green, and everybody was 0 green too. Here comes Phil, and it's going to be Nick Pladen taking the win by the lesser of the 2 breakouts. He made Phil go all the way to the finish line, all out. Phil took the stripe, but he got there first and broke out. Nick Pladen wins. I don't think they can believe it. No, they can't believe it. Okay, Chris Waterhouse, Danny Bean, your final round in VW Pro. Whoever wins this will be in the points lead after this event. It won't be Chris Waterhouse because he goes 085 red. Well, Danny Bean, I can only think, stops to celebrate. He took the green light, but didn't get much further. Well, one of the most unlikely wins you'll ever see. The car just dies out there by 60 foot. Well, a pressure moment possibly got to both of them. Right, we've got a few more finals to go. The final of Super Pro will be next. Right, we have a dragster and a door car matchup for the Super Pro final round. Well, he's in the final round. AC Bell's in the final round, so he might as well make the most of a huge burnout opportunity. Now, thank you very much indeed for the message to say he had been to the final round before. That's AC Bell, that is. Thank you very much, Zach. Much appreciated, mate. However, I'm not sure whether he's ever got the win in the final round before. $7.96 for the blown door car. Gets the thumbs up from everybody on the crew. Has he got one more win light in him? Well, unbelievably, Scott Hauser won't be making the run. There's a problem with the car, so it just looks like it's the Limpy Slugs day. AC Bell going to take the tree, take the green for the win in Super Pro. No matter what the car runs, he's got the big trophy at the end of today. Pulls both shoots, cruises across the finish line with a 9. They don't care. They are winners in Super Pro ET. Congratulations, guys. Huge commiserations to Scott Hauser and Jeff as well. That is, phrase out of character. It doesn't even seem to be enough for that. Well, AC almost makes the turn off. Yeah, Dave out there with the squeegee, cleaning all the way out to where Scott stopped after his burnout. That's a real shame. So, just a couple of moments, and we have the final of 950 bike, just to add to the anticipation for Hayden and Tom, like they need any. But, yeah, they're just loosening their gloves. We're going to be a couple of moments. We've got the final round of 950. You've got first gear. Good. You need the rest of them, no? Yeah? Good. Yeah, just a couple of moments. Nitro FM, if you don't mind. We've got the final funny bite right there and all the rest of them too. So, won't be a minute.
Again.
I still love to know how the Dark Revenger sponsors us, because I've never had cakes or anything. Any ideas? Anyone know? Just checking. Right, the final of 950 bike, it just had to be these two, didn't it? Hayden Michel, whose dad has already won in Super Street, up against Thomas Cook Abbott. Good sparring buddies. Not that kind of sparring, but racing buddies and just general, I think the phrase is something housery between the two of them. Spend the entire time winding each other up, which is the way forward. Right, final round of 950 bike. Thomas Cook Abbott, Kestrel Lane, who has ridden his luck a little bit to get there. But he's got to get down the track and he's got to cut a light, and he's done that every time. And he does it again. He trees Hayden by 0.04 of a second. Hayden will go past him and then sit up and look over his shoulder and try and stay in front of him, which he does. Oh, Tom's best run of the weekend, 9.62. It wasn't enough against Hayden, though, who went 9.54. Tom had 4 in the bank off the line. Hayden took the strike by 0.3. Let the taking commence at the top end. Right, funny bike. This could be a funny bike race for the ages. 2 of the quickest on the planet, not just in Europe out there at the moment. Stu Crane with a Warp Speed machine. 6.18 in the semi-final round. Mike Ollie in the other lane. 6.29 in the semi-final round. Dave's having a good look at the front of Stu's bike to see if there is anything amiss. No, gets the thumbs up. Okay, are they going to run to form? If they do, we could well see the quickest and fastest ever side-by-side funny car race in Europe. Funny bike race in Europe. Sorry. It's been a long weekend. Vantage on the tree for no one. It's going to be Stu Crane with a 6.18 again. Check the speed out. 234 miles an hour for Stu Crane. Mike Ollie was right with him until he wasn't. Stu was slightly quicker at every single increment on the way down. Mike Ollie still a fabulous weekend. Bows out, still comes away with the runners-up trophy and a new personal best by a huge margin. But it was the Warp Speed man again. That is a huge speed for Stu Crane. 234, 6.18 with a 2. Right, final round of VW Pro. We still got a couple more to go, but not many. VW Sportsman. Jordan Clark and Lily Stevenson. Lily wearing a car on number 1 on the car from last year, winning the championship, sponsored by Coated Race Bearings. Both her mum and her dad are on the line, not feeling nervous at all. They've been here plenty of times before. Yeah, I know, just kind of get used to winning, don't you? Jordan Clark, can he cap a perfect weekend for him with the baby reveal yesterday with a win in the final round? Well, at 3:30, it looks like Jordan's already caught and passed Lily. He's just feathering the throttle at the finish line. They're both kind of looking at each other. Jordan Clark takes the event win. The day after he had his baby reveal, he picks up the big trophy in VW Sportsman. Lily, unfortunately for her, not her best reaction time of the weekend, and it cost her in that final round, unfortunately. Right. 850 bike final round. However, I think I know what's coming. Stacey Reed nudges up to the line in the Slick Tricks lane to take on Patrick Marie. I'll say it in a minute. But Stacey's there ready to go, as is Patrick. Stace fires the bike on the line, brings it into stage. Well, as long as Patrick doesn't break out, which he won't because he lifts and he coasts, and he goes 8.73. Yeah, Stacey's bike was obviously wounded. The toe back from the other end kind of gave that away a bit earlier on. And then when they pushed the bike out and just fired it and staged it up. Still a great day at the races. Of 16 bikes in 850 bikes, you got all the way to the final round. Just a real shame not to get the chance to run for the trophy when you get there, though. Right, is this the final? I think it is. The last of our final rounds today at the 2026 version of the Summer Nationals will be for the big trophy in Sportsman ET. Pete Walters with the silver Camaro after a frankly rotten day with the dragster. About as rotten as you can get. Round one, a very poorly engine. And Gary Lake. This is going to be a real good one because both of these guys are absolutely on it when it comes to bracket racing. Gary is multiple-time Sportsman champion, and for a reason. Corvette or Camaro, it seemed to be that way almost all day. So the last race of the day goes to Gary Lake, dead on with a 0 in the final round. Unbeatable. That is absolutely unbeatable. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody out there, I would like you to put your hands together for the ever incredible Santapod Racers Club and the track crew that have worked their tails off in this weather for 3 whole days to give everybody a perfect, safe racetrack. Thank you very much, Dave. Everybody down there, all the turnouts, all the way down to the end, all of the pit marshals and everybody. In around about half an hour's time, we'll be giving out trophies down here on the start line. So we're going to open the gate. If you want to come and join us, please come and celebrate our winners who've had one hell of a race weekend. There are going to be some first-time winners down there. There are going to be some fairly serious repeat-time winners, like a lot of them. I just think it's fitting way to end the weekend. Such a good weekend for sportsman racing. Looking at that scoreboard as well, with a 12.42 with a 0 on a 12.42 for Gary Lake. That kind of sums up bracket racing right there. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you again, all of you, for choosing to spend your time and hard-earned here at Europe's favourite racetrack. We'll be down on the start line in about half an hour. Please come and join us. See you then.